I'm going to call the meeting to order. Clerk Smith, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon,
Present.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Sweet,
Present.
Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember D Simmons,
It's right there. They're right here.
Councilmember J Simmons, and Councilmember King is also walking in. So with 6 present, we have quorum.
Thank you. Please rise as you're able for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. All right. Good evening. I will entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So moved. Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any updates or amendments to the agenda? Okay, so everyone, please speak into your mics and project if you can. Any amendments or additions, subtractions from the agenda? All right, seeing none, all in favor of the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so we're going to start tonight's meeting with 2 presentations. The first being for awards for our Ypsilanti police officers. So Chief Moore, good evening.
Forgive me.
Okay.
Big crowd.
Yeah.
So good evening, Madam Mayor, distinguished members of City Council. Seems like our stuff is off a little bit.
Mike, it's on.
Yeah. But thank you, guys. Today is a very special day for the Ypsilanti Police Department, and especially me as the Chief of Police. I get the distinguished opportunity to, there's nothing we can do about that. We just got to roll with it. I get the distinguished opportunity to recognize some of the fantastic work that's being done by the officers that serve in this community. Every day, officers are out on the streets doing great service, impacting lives in a very positive way, and we often don't recognize the work. Today, we're going to recognize that work. I'm going to start off with our first awardee, our first recipient, Officer Naomi Smith. Step forward. I want to read something to you about this award. On January 6, 2001, YPD officers were dispatched to the 500 block of Fairview Circle, reference a subject attempting to break into vehicles. Upon arrival, Officer Smith observed the subject matching the description, getting into a dark sedan. The vehicle immediately began attempting to evade Officer Smith as she activated her emergency lighting to effect the traffic stop. The vehicle failed to yield, resulting in a vehicle pursuit. Recognizing that speeds were getting excessive, the pursuit was terminated. Being tenacious, Officer Smith continued to look for the vehicle and found it still in the area. The occupants of the vehicle fled on foot, but were ultimately taken into custody without incident by assisting officers. It was later discovered that the fleeing vehicle was in fact stolen, and the individuals were attempting to steal a second vehicle. Due to Officer Smith's calm demeanor under stress and drive to apprehend the subjects, this incident was safely brought to resolution. Please help me congratulate Officer Smith on receiving a letter of commendation for her service. Congratulations. We need to take a picture. Got a new baby in the house.
Yeah. Oh. All right, she did have a baby. Congratulations.
Okay, our second award. On January 10th, 2021, YPD officers were dispatched to the overpass of South Huron and I-94 reference a suicidal subject. Upon arrival, officers discovered an adult male lying across the top guardrail, threatening to jump to his death if approached. Several jurisdictions arrived to assist. However, the suicidal male advised that he would only wanted to speak with Ypsilanti officers. After prolonged dialogue, the suicidal male lost his balance and was hanging from the top rail, quickly losing his grip. Officer Donnelly of the Ypsilanti Police Department, along with Michigan State Trooper Swantek, sprung into action and grabbed the subject before he fell into oncoming traffic. If it were not for the immediate and heroic actions by Officers Donnelly and Trooper Swantek, placing themselves in imminent jeopardy by grabbing the subject hanging over the overpass, the subject would have likely been killed. Please help me recognize and congratulate Officer Donnelly on receiving the Life Savings Award. I'd like to read this real quick so everybody understands what this is. The City of Ypsilanti Police Department is proud to present this award for the honorable act of service in the line of duty in the early morning hours of February 10th, 2021. Your immediate and heroic action saved the life of a suicidal male. The life-saving award is awarded to an employee or employees for an act which saves or preserves human life by providing first aid, medical, or physical intervention, without which loss of life would be imminent. In testimony whereof, the City of Ypsilanti caused these presents to be signed by its Chief of Police under the seal of the City of Ypsilanti, State of Michigan, this 5th day of December in the year of our Lord, 2023. I have one more presentation. On August 9th, 2023, YPD officers responded to the 700 block of Pearl Street in reference to an infant not breathing. Upon arrival to a chaotic scene, Officer Dennis Masterman was able to take custody of the infant, who was lifeless and not breathing. Officer Masterman immediately began life-saving measures, and after a full minute of CPR, the infant began to show signs of life. Shortly after, HVA arrived on scene and took custody of the infant. It was later confirmed that had it not been for the immediate and heroic actions of Officer Dennis Masterman, the infant would not have survived. Please help me congratulate Officer Dennis Masterman on receiving YPD's Life Saving Award. I'll read this one as well. The City of Ypsilanti Police Department is proud to present this award for the honorable act of service in the line of duty on the evening of August 9th, 2003. Your immediate and heroic action saved the life of an infant. The life-saving award is awarded to an employee or employees for an act which saves or preserves human life by providing first aid, medical, or physical intervention, without which the loss of life would be imminent. Now, if we can get all three recipients to the front for a quick photo, please.
Yeah,
Take it this way.
sure.
Yeah, right in front.
You all jump in the back of it? No.
Thank you for your patience.
All right.
Congratulations.
Yes, congratulations to all the officers. Thank you so much for your service. Right. Well, that was heartwarming to start the meeting. Our next presentation will be from our city manager regarding financial capacity for the 599 South Mansfield purchase.
So I'll just jump right into it. An overview of the presentation is we're going to first look at a financial outlook, discuss 14 West Forest, then 599 South Mansfield, potential options, and then ultimately recommendations. So our estimated fund balance for fiscal year 23-24 is $10,800,000. Of that, unassigned is $9,402,281. Committed, which would not be included in that, it's $1,214,499. Non-spendable, $273,809, and then we have to keep a minimum fund balance of $1.5 million. So really, our total fund balance for this fiscal year is a little under $8 million. This past fiscal year, we had a budget surplus of $1.3 million, and then it turned out the unaudited amount was $3.3 million. We are projecting a shortfall for $1.8 million for this year. And then compounded with this purchase, it would increase to $5,574,000, which would be shouldered by the general fund. In addition to that, between personal and real property, this site has a revenue stream of $130,000. And also with a decreasing fund balance, it would have an immediate impact on revenues created through investments. So 14 West Forest is much like all city facilities and is in need of repair. The past few decades of austerity has really put our facilities in a place that they're going to need a lot of work to come up to the level that our staff deserves and to provide the services that the city needs. During the November 9th meeting, the DPS director did give a list of immediate and concerning items at the DPS yard, and those do need to be addressed. There needs to be a sound strategy moving forward, but we do need to stay within the means of the city, and also have a sound plan to do what to do with 14 West Forest once that property is no longer used for the service. At 599 South Mansfield, the purchase price was 3.7, and it was listed at 1 million 3 years ago. Some work has been completed, but then with the estimated total cost of the purchase, build out and transition is an estimated 7.5 million. There's a lot of concern in the public regarding comps in the city and the region. And we are currently going through a due diligence period, which would expire around the time of the closing of this sale. At the same time, we would have to replace the infrastructure needed at 14 West Forest. So that would be included in that 7.5 million cost. And then we would have an unknown cost for the decommissioning of 14 West Forest. So potential options are provide budget allocations to improve the current site, create sound process for the purchase of a new site, or continue with this purchase. Option 1, stay at 14 West Forest. We would need a complete and total analysis of all the needs at the current site. We would need a reasonable timeline for repairs, and analyze how to approach DPS tasks while updates are being completed. We would also need to amend the capital improvement plan to include all those repairs. And over the past few fiscal years, or maybe past 5, we've done some capital improvements there, a hydraulic hoist, which is around between 52 and 85 million, or 85,000, sorry. DPS truck port, which was around 55,000, and then solar panels around 24,000. And then we would also maintain the tax revenue that would be lost if we move to another site. So the pros and cons of this is we would maintain fund balance. Site is brought up to functional use rather than abandoned. We'd be able to maintain that location downtown, which logistically is useful. Con is it extends the project timeline. It will push out the needed repairs. I believe that the DPS director has been working on a timeline for this. And I believe it was around 2028. Yep, around 2028 for the repairs to be made. And another con, which is very important, is staff morale. And also the level of service could decrease or would decrease during that time while repairs are needed. Option 2, purchase of 599 South Mansfield. In this case, we would start again, but we would release an RFQ for a real estate attorney to assist with this process. We could seek bonds extending over several years with a sound repayment plan to ensure fiscal stability, with the understanding that the bonds will increase the total cost of the project. Pro of that is it spreads the financial obligation out over several years. It would have a more transparent process that would build the public trust, and also a better understanding of the needs of the facility. Con would it be to add to the structural deficit? There's high interest rates right now, and it's also a potential loss of the ability to purchase 599 South Mansfield if we pull back. There would be a loss in property tax captured at future site. Annual debt service bond would be at least $380,000 per year. Option 3, move forward with cash purchase or purchase using debt obligation bond. The pro would be increase the morale of the staff. We'd be able to move quickly to increase operations, and it would immediately, well, not immediately, but it would alleviate safety concerns that are at the current site. A con would be initially the DPS would have to work out of both sites. And then of course the price of the bond, and then it would drastically decrease the fund balance and eliminate it completely if the build out is addressed in the short term. The project cost of this does not include what we would need to do with 14 West Forest. And we do have an obligation to that site. So my recommendation would be to follow option 1 with including the creation of a comprehensive analysis of city properties, develop a plan for our structural deficit, which is largely as a result of payroll. With a full staff, we would, as I was saying, we'll continue that structural deficit. The structural deficit will be compounded as salaries increase to retain and attract talent. And we would need to develop a plan to increase safety at all facilities. And then yearly, we would need to budget in our 101 money to provide ongoing maintenance at our facilities. Once we repair them, we don't want them to get back to where we are now, because it's not acceptable for our staff, and it isn't acceptable for increasing the operations of the city. If you would like to go with another decision, I would suggest option 2. This would be building public trust and ensure the city is moving forward in a responsible manner. For my presentations, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I will be recommending that City Council motion to rescind Resolution 2023-016 and 017.
Thank you, City Manager. All right, so we had the presentation. What are your thoughts, questions, comments from council for Manager Hellinga?
I guess what changed this to be your recommendation?
It was really looking at the budget impact over time. We're to stay in line with our with the collective bargaining units, the new contracts there, and then the need to increase our salary to better better serve our staff and keep people here rather than creating a bunch of turnover, which is a large cost in itself. So by going forward this cash purchase now, while we can afford it, it's in the fund balance. It removes that cushion and it's going to push, it's going to bring up a financial issue sooner rather than later. It gives us time to increase revenue streams, or at least examine that, and we can push this out over a number of years. But that was kind of where my ideas changed. And also the way that the process was done, I trust the realtor that we used. I think he's a very honest person, but it created distrust, and we owe the public really following a sound process and ensuring that everything is done correctly.
Further questions or comments from council? Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess on the first page, the financial outlook, the compounded by purchase. So the $5,574,000 is the impact of the purchase and the renovations that need to happen at 599.
No, that just includes the purchase and then the current shortfall projected. So that's without the improvements done immediately. That would put our fund balance right around the minimum mark.
So this is just the sum of what was in the surplus plus the unaudited 3.3 million.
Correct.
On here.
Basically, if we go through with option 3, we're right at the 1.5 million.
Correct. I mean, you have another option to bond out. But yes, essentially that's where we would be.
All right. Further thoughts or discussion? Councilmember Sweet.
I guess upon further review with this and from this presentation as well, I will say that I'm in support of the city manager's recommendation going forward with the operations of DPS.
Thank you. I too support your recommendation for option 1. Any other comments from council or thoughts?
Yeah, that would be my inclination as well.
All right. Well, let's see. I'll entertain a motion.
As I understand it, the motion needs to, can we have the numbers of the resolutions and
The resolution to approve the purchase is 2023-016, and then the budget amendment, which we would have to go through again, but just to be clean, is 2023-017.
I move to rescind resolutions 2023-016 and resolution 2023-017.
Support.
There's been a motion and support. Discussion. All right. Well, seeing none. Clerk Smith, please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D Simmons.
Abstain.
5 yeses, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, City Manager.
Before moving on, I want to make a comment that we owe it to our employees to repair these facilities. We've waited way too long to
Yeah.
make any repairs. And it's really not acceptable. We need to do better for our staff.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. We are not public comment. Oh, thank you. So I wanted to poll council to see, we have a few things on the agenda tonight we need to get to. And so I would like to propose limiting the initial round of comment for an hour and a half, move to the business, and then complete the rest, if that's okay, if we get beyond folks who want to speak for more than the first hour and a half, so we can get to the business and then complete at the end. Are there thoughts? Council, what are your thoughts? It's just a suggestion.
Hour and a half.
We had 2 hours last.
Right.
Or more than 2 hours, but
Support it.
I'd support an hour and a half.
Hmm?
I'd support an hour and a half. That's 3 minutes apiece.
yeah,
Also.
okay,
Can I just
yeah.
ask, how many people?
Go ahead, go ahead. Councilman Kane.
Come again? Councilmember King?
Yes, I am just wondering, how many people do we have on the list already?
They're not numbered, but about 32.
Okay,
How
I-
about Zoom?
okay.
And on
So
Zoom?
so on Zoom, but I know
Right.
we don't necessarily have a count,
Yeah.
but
There's
how many
currently
people?
7 hands on Zoom,
Okay,
but I'm sure that will go up
Probably will, yeah.
okay.
Mhm.
So
as we speak.
Oh, okay.
I definitely understand for the interest of time, but I guess part of me is like, we don't have this already set up, like a limited time. So again, as Andrew just said, it may not be building that trusting relationship because
Mhm.
we have, you know what I'm saying? We don't have a barrier. So I would say I probably would not support it.
Thank you. So I will say that the comment came from remarks about us also making decisions late night hour and being uncomfortable with, deliberating on things that are important late at night. So that was the only reason that was offered. And that came from other members of the body too. So I put it forward. It's okay. We don't have to do that. We can go through every name on the list. I have no problem. I've done it for 9 years. It's no problem. All right, let's get it going. All right. We will have public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to address council. I will start with the names on the list. Please approach the podium and state your name and your address if you feel so comfortable. And we will stay to the 3 minutes this evening, please. So the first name is Sigrid Melvin. Good evening. Good evening.
Like a very important person today.
You are. You are.
So current. The main reason I'm here is I want to thank you, sent the building department to inspect our building, which hasn't been inspected in 5 years.
Okay.
They inspected it and we had a team of 4 people working and cleaning up the apartments for 3 weeks. There's still parts that need to be fixed in that because they had to order the parts. But I want to thank you for sending the building department and especially Jamaica. She basically restored my confidence in our intercom system that somehow got hooked up with telephones
Oh.
that don't really work. Because when you put in the apartment number, it says stuff and I don't know who's coming and who's going. And we need to get that intercom system restored. So it rings back into the apartments and seniors can push a button and say, yes, who is this, Joe? Okay. And before they change all that, good chance go turn to channel 12 and 19 and see who is in the lobby before you let that person in. Now they got it so you can be at shopping and put 6 on your telephone, but they can come into the building and we don't know who that person is. It's a big security issue. And second, I want to thank Papa Joe's, Papa Red for sending us turkeys. I want to thank EMU for bringing this gorgeous black bus to pick us up. They even knocked on department stores of East Tendon to come and take us over to EMU and serve us turkeys. Turkey dinner, and you got turkey to take home. There's other things to talk about, and now that the construction is done, we need to put business back in business. And well, first we need our bricks back in our sidewalk. The city was built 200 years ago. We don't want cement in there. We want our bricks back. It'd be a lot cheaper to pick up a brick, fix a pipeline, and put the bricks back. Instead, spend the $10,000 to have the cement truck come. Okay. And this is from the state of Michigan. It's called a restaurant meal program, which I guess operates in other cities, but not here. What it is, people that are on food stamps can go to the restaurant and charge the meal. And I would like for the mayor and the council to contact the governor to make it a shortcut, because this way they can use a bridge card, put it in like a Visa card.
Thank you. Can I have a copy of that?
Yes, of
Thank
course.
you. Thank you so much. Next is Raven Marin. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
Oh, you're.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, Sagred, your time was up. I'm sorry. Yes, it was up. Thank you.
All right, I
Thank you.
shall return.
Yes. Thank you.
That is
All right, thank you. Okay. Good evening. Thank you.
I was one.
Oh. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. Good evening.
My name is Raven. I'm a student at Eastern Michigan University and a human rights activist. I've come today to speak on behalf of my Palestinian comrades. I'm calling for a repassage of the resolution calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war and a return of all the hostages inside Gaza and a release of all the Palestinian prisoners who are being held without detention. Since October 7th, over 15,000 civilians have been killed in Gaza, the world's largest open-air prison where the residents are forbidden from leaving. Over 2.7 million people are crowded into an area the size of Detroit. They have been cut off from vital supplies. Some have even resorted to drinking seawater to survive. 47.3% of Gaza's population is under 18. These aren't terrorists who are being bombed. These are innocent children. Since the IDF resumed their ground offensive in Gaza, they have begun to push towards the south, telling civilians to leave the area. Where are they supposed to go? The sea? They've already left their homes and camps in the north. When will they be allowed to leave this prison of death? From the Nakba till now, Palestinians have been forcibly removed from their homes, murdered in the streets, and thrown into jails without trial. I would also like to remind those who are quick to call this movement anti-Semitic that this is not a fight against Judaism. This is a fight against Zionism and imperialism. I condemn the acts of anti-Semitic violence that have been perpetrated against the Jewish community. There's no excuse for hate crimes. I was born in this city, I go to school here, and I love Ypsilanti. But to facilitate the process of this great city, it is my civic duty to hold my political officials accountable. I'm calling for your support for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. We all like to think that we're on the right side of history, but now is our chance. When future generations look back on this event, will they be proud of us? Or will they be disgusted by our gross negligence? During the outbreak of the Russo-Ukrainian war, we were quick to condemn the war crimes of Russia. But when it's Black and brown children who are being murdered, why do we hesitate in our condemnation? When we saw the crimes that were committed in Bucha, we were quick to call it an act of genocide. So why don't we do the same with Gaza? I will conclude my speech with a quote from the late Nelson Mandela, a freedom fighter who fought against apartheid South Africa. The United Nations took a strong stance against apartheid, and over the years, an international consensus was built, which helped bring an end to this iniquitous system. But we know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Doug Geldorez, Geldorez, Doug? Okay. Good evening.
Excuse me?
No.
Oh, yeah. Hi, my name's Doug Geidner.
Oh.
I've been here before a couple times. I live in the city and I own property in the city. What I have to ask is, if you do agree to this, I mean, what about the poor people that were slaughtered? I mean, sitting in their homes, eating breakfast, and the next thing you know, they're slaughtered. I'm an ex-veteran, and I think this is wrong. I mean, how many people in this room after 9/11 would have came in and said, we want a ceasefire, we don't want you to hunt anybody else down and stop this? Really? Yeah.
Can you please address?
And if it,
One second,
It's my turn to
excuse me. In order for us all to have a voice and have an opportunity to speak, we have to let others speak. And I know we don't, but he's talking to council. It's not a back and forth with the audience. So I'm sorry. Please continue.
Thank you. So after 9/11, we didn't stop. We went out. This is evil. These people that perpetrated this event are evil people. Okay. I've seen that evil being in the service. And I tell you, if you don't stop evil, it's going to keep going. Why hasn't the Palestinian people pointed out these terrorists and said, these are the people that are harming these other people? Get them out of our city. They don't. They harbor them. They put weapons in hospitals. They do whatever they can to stop. They sneak attack on people. You know, the troops go in there, they hide up in the buildings and they shoot them. Yeah, it's guerrilla warfare. Okay.
Please continue and address.
Thank you.
Please.
All I'm saying, you know what? The city of Ypsilanti doesn't need to have this on their agenda. It's a federal government to handle it. Yeah, you can have your peace and you can have whatever but you bring signs. Where are the signs for?
Sir, please continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just pointing to the sign.
Okay.
Where are the signs for the people that died, that were slaughtered, the babies' heads? Excuse me?
Please, you have to address council.
Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry.
I disagree with it. I think if you don't start going after evil and stopping this world, you know, this is what it's going to have. You're going to have this in our streets, and it's going to get worse. And every day it's going to be worse. So I say, I hope you don't do it. You know, it does not have a business to be here. Do I think the people in Palestine that are not part of the terrorists should be helped? Sure. And I think they are being helped. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Next we have Sherry Wander. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Wander, and I'm a resident here in Ypsilanti. My comrade quoted Nelson Mandela. Today marks 10 years since Nelson Mandela's death. And what we often forget is that Nelson Mandela was on the terrorist watch list in the United States until 2008, that he was a leader in an insurgency against apartheid state, and that he spoke out every time he could against Israeli apartheid, against the settler colonialism of Israel, and against the war crimes committed by Israel. Several years ago, I had the honor of serving on the International Governing Task Force for the Nonviolent Peace Force. And I met a man who was imprisoned with Nelson Mandela. And when I introduced myself and said, my name is Sherry, I'm from the United States, he said, thank you. And I paused and I thought, clearly he heard me wrong. Because in these international meetings, people never said thank you when I was from the United States. But he said, I was imprisoned in Robben Island, and I knew the people in the United States were building shanty towns on their college campuses and pushing their universities to divest. I knew that city councils in small towns were passing resolutions calling for an end to apartheid, and it gave me hope. And I was able to stay alive in that prison cell because I had hope. Is this a local issue? Yes, because it matters, because what we do here today matters. Who was this man who fought apartheid, who was looking at me saying, what you did, those actions that might have seemed small to you mattered. This matters. To requote, we know our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians, said Nelson Mandela, speaking of his family and his countrymen in South Africa. In Ypsilanti, Michigan, we know our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of the Palestinians. I want to say something articulate, but I get up here and I look and I just want to start screaming, genocide, genocide, do something. Do something now. This is the least of what we can do. I know that there are people who are talking about, going to the borders and trying to offer aid. I know my time in Palestine changed my life forever. I learned more about nonviolent revolution from the Palestinian people than I ever thought I could. And I owe it to those people I lived with there to encourage my elected officials to do something to help give hope.
Thank you. All right. The next name is Raven Kalfian. Good evening.
Raven Calfan. Not that it matters, but I am a property owner. I pay taxes, so I guess my opinion matters more to you guys. So I want to talk about, because I've seen a lot about why should we pass this resolution that's on the other side of the planet? Why does it matter? Well, not only it matters to us as Black people who are survivors of chattel slavery, a form of genocide, not just as Indigenous people who survived the genocide when this country was founded, not just people who are Jewish here who survived the Holocaust, not just that, not just as decent human beings who can see genocide when it happens. Because what you did when you rescinded this resolution is you said that we're not going to take a stand. And when you don't take a stand, the hatred, the federal government continuing with this genocide incites violence here. It is the same thing that happened during 9/11. When we allow that to be okay in our city and our country culturally, it incites Islamophobia, it incites anti-Semitism and hate crime. So when you rescinded it, you said, we're going to take a passive stance on that. We actually don't care. Maybe you didn't realize that, but that is what that means. So I implore you to pass this resolution. I don't understand why it's a problem, because you all passed a resolution in 2022 condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So what the fuck is the issue? What the hell is the issue? That is all I have to say. Pass the resolution.
Thank you. Khalid Tarani. I don't know if I said that correctly. Good evening. Okay.
Thank you. Good evening. Today marks the 60th day since the start of Israel's assault and genocidal war against the Palestinian people in Gaza, where over 16,000 people have been killed, 3/4 of whom are women and children. In order to justify its atrocities against the Palestinians, Israel is using the old tried atrocity propaganda, talking about beheading babies and so many horrific things that they are a precursor to committing these genocides. Now, some started to walk back these claims. Even the Israeli media is walking back these claims. But now, because of the huge number of women and children who are being murdered and who are being killed almost streamed live all over the world. We're seeing now the Israelis are going back now, trying to claim there have been mass rapes. Even the Israeli media is talking about that the Israelis are not providing any proof. They're telling them there has been mass rapes, but there is no proof of these mass rapes. But we see media in the United States is repeating these lies and parroting the Israeli narrative without even attempting to verify it. This is precursor for more genocide against the Palestinians. Your resolution doesn't go far enough. It talks about Palestinians as if they're dying of the flu. Palestinians are being murdered. Their children are being obliterated into smithereen with our bombs and with our money. And for the gentleman who's talking about we should not pass this resolution, as weak as it is, by the way. He's talking about that we should not pass it. Well, if you have $306,000, which is Ypsilanti's contribution to this murder of those Palestinian children, then use your own money. Use your own money for the murder of the Palestinian children. When you went to Afghanistan or to Iraq, even though it was on false pretense, you did not attempt, I hope you did not attempt to murder women and children. 1.8 million of the Palestinians in Gaza are internally displaced. Where are those people going to go? How many more children have to die, have to be murdered before we say enough is enough and no more of our money going to fund this genocidal war against the Palestinian people of Gaza?
Thank you. Next, have Amber Fellows. Good evening.
We've only caught.
This is why I did tell the city manager that there was gonna be a lot of people here. There's an overflow in the basement.
So you have to count?
There is overflow in the basement too. This has already been warned. Council and the city manager were warned there would be a lot of people here and you should have prepared for that. Yep.
So
I can go turn on the
downstairs TVs, the screens, okay. All right. So okay, I've never experienced this before in here.
I count 76.
76, so
76.
12.
And people can't be in the hallway because that's an exit.
Okay, so 12 people have to go downstairs. Are there 12 folks who would volunteer to move downstairs?
Television screens downstairs. The meeting
Please.
can be hosted downstairs and you can come back up. You just can't all be in this one space.
Okay. Thank you. I think they're opening the room.
Or join outside. That sounds fun. Honestly.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right. Okay. So as we have folks transitioning, I want to wait a second to give. Oh, okay. So again, we have to maintain order, please. Thank you. I want to give Amber the floor. So can we allow Amber to give public comment as folks transition? Those standing in the hallway, you are not allowed to do that. I'm sorry. That is an exit. Oh, okay. It's downstairs. It's going to be downstairs. So that door all the way in the corner. I can meet you there if you need me to. Oh, Bonnie will meet you there. Okay. And the door should be open and you go down the steps and there's a conference room that has screens on the walls and you can watch the meeting. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And that for safety purposes as well. Okay. Amber Fellows, please.
Okay. So Yes, I heard Jennifer Simmons resigned. If that's the case, I will not miss her legacy of rubber stamping, advocating for more cops, and running uncontested over and over again. I would not miss the voting block between Jennifer Simmons and Nicole Brown, Nicole's brother Roland Tucson, and appointee Evan Sweet. Council, and specifically Ward 2, should do itself a favor and stop legitimizing mediocrity. Now that there could be a special election in May, I'll ask you, the remaining council members, to put a city charter amendment for the nonpartisan elections on a May ballot. We don't want to deal with this anymore. It's 10% of the city deciding everything for us. So besides that, the 50-year pilot is kind of unacceptable in my opinion if we're not prioritizing Ypsilanti residents for the proposed Avalon development. So Dorsey Estates has a prioritization window for Ypsi residents. You should add that to the CBA once you get to that. Okay, regarding the main issue I'm here for, first, I'd like to thank Michelle King and Desiree Simmons for being consistent on this issue and others. Only consistency I see on council. We are demanding for the original resolution affirming Ypsilanti's support and solidarity with the Palestinians of Gaza. The one that's on the agenda today is completely unacceptable. For nearly a year, I've been mourning a person I've never met who went by the name Tortuguita after they were murdered by Georgia State Patrol while sitting in a tent in a public forest, protesting the raising of a public park and forest for the construction of a police training facility that included a racetrack, Apache helicopter pad, shooting ranges, and the miniature city of Atlanta. That included apartment buildings, a bar, and essentially it was a cop playground that locals have dubbed Cop City. The reason why I mentioned this human loss and the arbiters of this loss, Israel's IDF is a collaborator of the Atlanta Police Department. The IDF trains the APD and police departments all across this country at the IDF playground where they practice killing Palestinians in a place called Gaza. That is a real thing. Our struggles are connected here. I've been mourning one loss this year. How am I going to mourn over 20,000 losses and counting for people resisting and just basically existing in a land that their ancestors to? This is ridiculous. What she did was so foolish. I can't even imagine like how you could have screwed it up even more. Like, why not make an amendment if you wanted to show more sympathy? But what you did was atrocious, and this is the consequence. Our struggles are linked globally and specifically to this region. In our backyard, the Michigan National Guard are hoping to expand Camp Grayling. That is another thing under our noses that will be a place to practice warfare on our own people. Our struggles are linked.
Thank you. Next we have Max Rickard. Good evening.
Hello, City Council. My name is Max Rickard. I am an Ypsilanti City resident. I'm not going to give you my address though, but I assure you I live here. So I just want to state the first thing that comes to mind when I first heard you rescinded the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Palestine and to end U.S. support of Israel. How could a council of elected representatives be so spineless? I mean, seriously, your history of flip-flopping these past couple of months is humiliating. It's really frustrating as a constituent. So please, for the love of anything and sake of your constituents, actually take a stand on something for once and stick with it, please. Your willingness to bend the knee to fascist dog whistles makes me and so many in our community so damn disappointed. You should all feel shame for falling for the crocodile tears of white colonizers. After your weak decision to rescind the resolution, it shows how ignorant and uneducated you are about the plight of Palestine. I mean, seriously, Mayor Brown, you have Starbucks, and you would be blown away about the funding that goes to Israel from Starbucks profits. So thank you to the two council members, Michelle King and Desiree Simmons. You actually have a backbone and voted against this decision to rescind. But I come here to demand you reinstate the original resolution and actually make up your damn mind on something for once, please. It's really just mind-boggling to see this happen in real time. I would also like to end my public comment by quoting a young Palestinian woman by the name of Bisan Auda, who has been documenting the Israeli terror and genocide on her homeland, because I cannot get her words out of my head, and neither should you. You are not innocent of what is happening to us. You as governments or peoples that support Israel's annihilation of my people. We will not forgive you. We will not forgive you. Humanity will not forgive you. We will not forget. Even if we die, the history will never forget. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have Shay Alani. Shay Alani. I wonder if that's someone who's downstairs. Shay Alani. I'll move to the next person and we'll come back. Hannah Hasper. Good evening.
Hello. I'm a Jewish Ypsilanti homeowner and a voter and a labor and delivery nurse. I've spent the last 2 months watching Palestinian babies being pulled out of rubble, NICU babies dying slow deaths as Israeli soldiers abandon them in their incubators, journalists and innocent families being bombed with our tax dollars. I am here to speak in favor of Resolution 222, expressing support and solidarity with the Palestinian people of Gaza, and to urge the council to pass the original resolution. As a Jew, I want to say with my whole chest that genocide is not a Jewish value. It is not anti-Semitic to oppose the apartheid state of Israel. And as anti-Zionist Jewish Ypsilantians, we are looking to you, City Council, to take a stand to support freedom. As Desmond Tutu said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor. Now is the time to take a stand. Last week, Zionist people from outside of Ypsilanti came in to comment on the resolution. Their comments swayed the council to withdraw support for the original resolution. These Zionists do not speak for the Jewish population of Ypsilanti. I am here speaking as a Jew committed to values of anti-racism and anti-colonialism, and I urge the council to listen to your constituents, get in touch with your humanity, and to stick to your guts and pass the quite wonderful original resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Gray Weinstein or Weinstein. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Gray Weinstein. I live at West Cross Street, and I am also here to oppose the genocidal state of Israel and urge the council to reinstate the original resolution. I don't think that I even have to say at this point that tens of thousands of Gazans have been murdered since October 7th. We've all seen Israel bombing schools, bombing hospitals, bombing humanitarian centers, using chemical weapons, including white phosphorus. And we've all seen how the international consensus has agreed that Israel is committing war crimes in violation of international law, yet the US continues to fund these atrocities with our taxpayer dollars. And of the $3 billion that the United States gives to Israel, over 300,000 of those dollars are Ypsi taxpayer dollars. So I am here as a Jewish Ypsilanti resident to express that Palestinians are my friends, are my neighbors, are my comrades, and I am made safer as a Jew when Palestinians are safe and when they are liberated. And as a Jewish person, I am not made safer by Palestinian death. I'm also here as a Jewish Ypsilanti resident to express my disgust at the Zionist comments that have been made by some of my fellow Jews last week who seem intent on associating Judaism with a genocidal ethno-state. I think that, as many other people here have already said, genocide is not a Jewish value, and to associate all Jewish people with the actions of the state of Israel, which has continued its campaign of genocide since 1948, that is anti-Semitism, not standing up for Palestinian rights. And lastly, I would just like to also voice my disgust at the cowardice of this council for retracting their original statement. I think you all should be ashamed of yourselves, and you should know that these actions do not align you with the Jewish community.
Thank you. Is Shay Alani, nobody but that name? Okay. Okay, I'll come back at the end. Jason, oh, there you are. Good evening, Cloutier. Good evening.
I'd like to speak first about Officer Hadley. He proved at the tree lighting in Depot Town that he does not have the appropriate discipline to have the ability to be an agent of the state, whereas the state has a monopoly on violence. Protesting is a First Amendment right and trumps the government from being able to use violence to get their way. He put hands on me and threatened to run me over with his car after I refused his order to get out of the road. As protesters, we had already controlled the street, and with my white privilege, I had no issues being the first person in front of that car. I understand that agitation can cause conflict, but as a veteran, I can speak from experience that he doesn't pass muster and needs to be removed, or at least, the very least, remedially trained. He's allowed to kill with impunity. His quick reaction to use violence to get his way is exactly why all cops are bastards, and most likely is part of the 40%. But that last part's just an assumption. As a kid, I was violently abused as a child, so I kind of know what I'm seeing. And on that topic of using violence to get what you want, I segue to Resolution 2023-222. We're here because there was a resolution that y'all weakened about. Last time you heard from fascist Zionists claiming that they need to be represented. However, we are a democracy. If you look at the numbers, the majority of democracy in our city are highly in favor of a ceasefire and condemning genocide. We live in a world where consent is manufactured by the media. The consent says Israel good, Palestine bad. The facts say otherwise. Look at history, and it shows that the Netanyahu regime, not Jewish people, but the Zionist Nazis, are trying to eradicate humans because they lay claim on land that's already occupied. The state of Israel is only in existence because of Western colonialism in the first place. Israel is propped up by the Iron Dome that our tax money pays for. It must end. I don't want war, but I don't want impunity either. I want people to live and thrive. I don't even like olives, but goddammit, I want to try some Palestinian ones because of their reputation. Just like I want to try Iranian pistachios. My brother, a Marine, killed himself over the atrocities that the military committed in Iraq and Afghanistan. The U.S. is not innocent in this. Why would you bend the knee to a few outspoken Zionists? Do they have more clout because they aren't renters? Look at the millage language from the schools that passed last year. Homestead houses are exempt. That means the renters pay the bills, not the Beals or the other people that extract resources that people that live here. We are the ones. With that, I suggest council takes up the resolution that speaks against the war crimes that Israel has committed, and our city stand with the majority of the world and condemn the genocide that is happening in Gaza. Being anti-Zionist is not being anti-Semitic. Other side notes, I hope you pass what we presented for 206 North Washington. It could be better. I hope you walk back the 599 Mansfield acquisition. Y'all are getting played like a fresh recruit buying their first car right out of training. With the sense of urgency presented by people resigning over it, you decided to enrich a former council person as a real estate broker. This is precisely the corruption that citizens hate and sort of expect from politicians these days. It's shameful that you all are okay with this revolving door and one of your own is making a mess.
Thank you. Julian Hyacinth. Sorry. Thank you. Good evening, Hyacinth.
Hi, I'm Julian Hyacinth. I'm Julian Hyacinth. I live in Ward 1, and I'm Palestinian. My grandfather was born in Palestine. He lived through the Nakba. And I find it extremely disgraceful of the city to rescind the original ceasefire resolution. I demand that you reinstate the original resolution in full. Your new resolutions are just awful. They're watered down. We don't want that. It's crazy. This is a genocide. Over 15,000 people have died in the past 2 months, more since I wrote this. And it is really meaningful for the city to call attention to this. And many of us here are obviously speaking. The city wants you to pass this resolution. It's crazy that you rescinded it. It's awful. And this is really serious. And we're going to keep showing up if you do not reinstate the original resolution.
Thank you. Ishmael Noor. Good evening. Hello.
Hello, Council, Mayor. And good evening, everybody. That is something that I could not say to the Palestinian people in Gaza or West Bank. to say good evening. I am a Nakba survival and also a 1967 Nakba survival, if you know about the Nakba. They wanted us to believe that it is only against Hamas or against Gaza, but it is obvious that it is against the Palestinian people altogether in the whole historic Palestine. And I have witnessed as a Nakba survival the atrocities of the Zionist entity since 1948. True, I was a young infant at that time, but with the time, and I was kicked out of Palestine in 1967. And that is the real aim, the real objective of the Zionist entity by committing atrocities and genocide in Gaza, is to kick out the Palestinians from their homeland. Wherever they want to go, that is fine with them. But this is the real aim. That is what they did in 1948. 750,000 Palestinians out of 1,000,000.3 were expelled from Palestine. And that is what they did in 1967. And I witnessed that. I was 17 years old at the time. And I was one of those expelled by the Zionist entity. And this is the second time that they are trying to do it. But the Palestinian people said, no, enough is enough. We will not leave, even with the size of atrocities and genocide that they are committing. Again, it is your business to show the humanity of your side. So you can call for a ceasefire now in Gaza and in Palestine. And I would appreciate if you readopt the decision that you had before, even if it is a little weak. I would like to have it more strong wording in that thing. I would finish with some numbers that to show you or to let you know about. Now we are in the third month of the atrocities against Gaza itself since October 7. And we have, for now, 16,248 dead
Thank you.
in Gaza. Of those,
I'm sorry, your time is up. I'm sorry.
73% of those are children and women.
Thank you.
They deserve your attention. Thank you.
Miriam Nagarin. Good evening.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Miriam, and I'm a taxpaying constituent of Ypsilanti. I moved to Ypsi over a year ago because it's a diverse, liberal town. Last week, when I heard that Ypsi had passed a resolution calling for a ceasefire, my heart was happy. I thought, finally, here was a city ready to take a stand against genocide. But I'm not here on my behalf. I'm here on behalf of the thousands of women, men, elderly, children, all Palestinian civilians murdered by the genocidal Zionist Israeli regime. This is Khalid Enrim, a Palestinian grandfather who adored his granddaughter. Khalid and Reem were inseparable. Her grandfather was her whole world, and she was the apple of his eye. The soul of my soul, as he called her. The same grandfather who found his 2 grandchildren and his own child dead, buried in the rubble of their home for the mere crime of being a Palestinian in Gaza. Imagine his pain and grief. But the history of the Israeli regime and IOF killing innocent Palestinian civilians doesn't start on October 7th. This is Razan al-Najjar, a 21-year-old unarmed volunteer medic who was tending to the injured protesting peacefully against the continued blockade and occupation when she was shot by Israeli snipers in 2018. For those of you who have lost people on both sides, we understand your pain. But what you need to understand is that the Zionist Israeli genocidal regime does not care about human life. According to an article in Haaretz, an Israeli newspaper, investigations found that half of the casualties on October 7th were from IOF soldiers shooting at their own civilians while trying to respond to the Hamas attack. These are not people who care for human life. There are countless videos posted on their own social media boasting of the killing of human animals, as the IOF like to call Palestinians. They justify the killing of civilians, the bombing of schools, hospitals, churches, mosques. The death toll in Gaza has surpassed 15,000 and is rising every minute we don't call for a ceasefire. Do you have any idea how demoralizing it is to know that our hard-earned taxpayer money is going towards funding a genocidal Israeli regime? To go to sleep with the horrors of Palestinian deaths fresh in your mind, just to wake up to even more death and destruction in the morning? But we get to take a break, to turn off the news, to sleep in the comfort of our homes. The people of Gaza don't get to do that. I read a post on Instagram yesterday that really struck me, and I'm going to share it with you. My name is Ahmed. I'm a Canadian citizen. I came to Gaza to visit and defend my thesis. My family was forced to the south while I was volunteering at the hospital. I couldn't leave people in the north and head south. My heart never let me. Today, we can't help. It's do or die. We are running for our lives. Basically, we're here representing all the Reems and the Ahmeds, and we're asking you to pass a ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Okay. Next up, Jabin Hanzavi, Hanzavi. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. How do you say it? Jabin? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello to our Ypsilanti mayor and our council members. I'm a physician here in Ypsilanti. I don't do public speaking, but I'm here on this very important issue. I was brought up in Ypsilanti, right by the old Cleary College, which is no longer there. Spent many a night studying in the Eastern Michigan Library, completed my undergraduate education at the school next door, known for something about football and freeing some football coach, completed my medical training in Detroit at Wayne State, and now I service a population in Ypsilanti that some feel have been forgotten, following my father's legacy. I come to you today as a parent, physician, and longtime Ypsilanti supporter. Only few of you know the name of Ypsi. Ypsiltucky is what it used to be. Honoring the auto workers that came here from Kentucky. Our little town of Ypsilanti was happily catapulted to a national stage because it became the first city in the country to call for a ceasefire. The first city in the country. I could not have been more proud in the city that I practice in. The city right after that called for a ceasefire is Detroit, Motown. But then you rescinded, and I ask why. It's okay, sometimes there's pressures, but we're here and you've already heard from so many people why it is important to pass the initial resolution. So I invoke the spirit of Muhammad Ali, the man who transcended boxing rings and became a symbol of courage, conviction, and most of all, peace. Muhammad Ali, the greatest of all time, as all of my kids, especially my oldest, will argue, was not just a sports icon, he was a beacon of hope. A man who risked everything. In the 1960s, when the Vietnam War raged on, Ali stood tall both in the ring and outside. He declared his opposition to the war rooted in his unwavering commitment to justice and his refusal to participate in an unjust conflict. Whether you call this a war, a conflict, or a genocide. It was not popular at that time to stand up, but he did. As a physician, I have seen the broken bodies, the shattered minds, the pure devastation that the TV and social media has put on for us. Shattered mental health trauma that lingers way beyond the battles. Living in a post 9/11 era where I brought up my children and taught them that to be Muslim or to wear a hijab, you're not a terrorist. I've seen the rise in hate crimes and Islamophobia that has resulted with unjust wars. And we think we fight the terror. and don't realize what those unjust wars do to the people living in this country. So why should we raise our voices for a ceasefire and ask for no more military aid? Number one, our children deserve better. Like the 6-year-old that was stabbed 26 times, like the 3 students that were shot and paralyzed. Be like Ali, stand up for the original resolution, and be like the auto workers that represent Ypsilanti and the first union that called for the ceasefire.
Fazia Ahmed. And I apologize if I did not say that correctly. Oh, thank you. Okay, good evening.
Hello, council members. When I heard that Ypsilanti City Council passed a resolution in support and solidarity with Palestine, I was elated. In calling for immediate ceasefires, an end to military aid, lifting of the siege, a return of the hostages on both sides, acknowledging that Palestinians face collective punishment by Israel, and condemning anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and ethno-nationalism, you all demonstrated that as our community representatives, you are leading by example, and I thank you. But then I heard that the statement was rescinded due to concerns that it is anti-Semitic and imbalanced by failing to condemn Hamas. I believe that as a community, we should acknowledge everybody's pain and statements should be balanced. Therefore, if a revised resolution will include the condemnation of Hamas, I would request that it also include a condemnation of Israel. It would be disingenuous for us to address recent events without looking at the root cause, the illegal occupation and system of apartheid that is imposed by Israel upon the Palestinians for decades, well before October 7th. If we are to hold one group to account, we must be consistent and hold all parties to the same standard. It is important to note that criticism of a country's policies is not criticism of its citizens. When I criticize Saudi Arabia, I'm not an Islamophobe. The conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism is incorrect and reductionist, and it is meant to remove the criticism of the colonial apartheid state of Israel and try to turn it against or turn it into people hating Jews, which can't be further from the truth. Judaism is a beautiful and peaceful faith. The reality is that this is not a religious conflict. It is about an occupier and the occupied, a colonizer and the colonized. Since 1948, Israel has repeatedly violated numerous UN security resolutions, including but not limited to resolutions 194, 242, and 2334, which grant Palestinians their legal right to return, calls for Israel to withdraw from Palestinian occupied territories, and defines Israel's settlement building on Palestinian occupied land as illegal and a flagrant violation of international law. In order for a settler colonial state to survive, the people it displaces must be dehumanized. We've seen it throughout history, and we see it now in Israel. I am shocked that we can witness Israeli leaders and cabinet members refer to Palestinians as animals and worse. In the West Bank, there is no Hamas, but we're seeing unchallenged settler vigilantism and hundreds of kids imprisoned without charge or due process. Israeli leaders have verbalized their intent for ethnic cleansing in Gaza several times, and we see their disproportionate response in their bombing campaign, which has targeted internationally protected structures and people. These are war crimes. We are witnessing a live genocide on our screens, yet people are failing to see Palestinians as human enough to deserve life, dignity, and freedom. Doesn't everyone deserve these things? The existence and rights of one people should never be reliant upon the subjugation and killing of another. What Israel has done to the Palestinians using our tax dollars is inhumane, and as Americans, if we are not outraged, then we all need to assess our humanity. We need an immediate ceasefire, as well as all the original points in the original resolution, as a first step to providing justice for Palestinians and peace in the region. Thank you very much.
Josh Winston. Good evening.
Good evening. 2 weeks ago, I was grateful this body decided to rescind resolution 2023-222. I thank you for that courageous effort. And now I ask you tonight to vote against the revised resolution 2023-222. I ask you for 3 reasons. 1, this body is not a place to adjudicate international issues. Please Each of you take the stand that your moral compass guides you. Having done the necessary research for understanding the nuances and intricacies of this 100-year-old conflict, do that as individuals and as private citizens, not as elected officials who are elected to deal with the issues of Ypsilanti. 2, the revised resolution has inconsistencies. For instance, the resolution states, quote, "We celebrate the release of some Israeli and Palestinian hostages and political prisoners," but then calls on representatives in Congress to support a resolution that refrains from calling for the release of hostages. There's not one word about hostages in HR 786. And 3, last week I was shocked. 2 weeks ago, I was shocked as Councilmember Simmons stood before this body and said, quote, "When talking about October 7th, one of the things that I know is true is that the story keeps changing. It reminds me of weapons of mass destruction, and that we will look back and see that there are more than one truth that has been put forward," end quote. This sort of rhetoric should bring a chill over all of us. This sort of rhetoric is the same sort of rhetoric employed by Holocaust deniers. Councilmember Simmons, Jewish women being raped is not a weapon of mass destruction. Councilmember Simmons, you cannot claim to love all people as you did in that same statement, and then tell them that their pain, their lived experience doesn't exist and doesn't matter. No, we don't need reporters or the Israeli government or even victims of the atrocities of October 7th to tell us what happened. No, all we need is Hamas's own videos that they gleefully sent around the world in real time. I may not agree with your politics, your position on this war, but when we allow our own pain to blind us to the pain of others, that is when we lose our humanity. There are dozens of
Allow him to finish.
There are dozens of community members that sit here with real pain, some of who are yelling behind me right now. We must never deny their pain. We must never suggest that their stories keep changing. Yes, Israel, there is real trauma on both sides of this conflict. And you even mentioned that in this resolution, and need to respond to that you need to respond to community members suffering from mental and emotional health trauma. You know what brings me trauma? Hearing members of this body deny what happened to my people on October 7th.
Thank you.
Vote no on this resolution. This body has been tainted enough.
All right. Next, Kat Layton. Oh, there you are. I'm gonna ask again for the audience to please respect the speakers. We all deserve the same level of respect, even if we don't agree. Even if we don't agree. No, ma'am. I will not be doing back and forth. I'm asking. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Kat, good evening.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Kat, resident and property owner, for those who do find that relevant. I first just want to say hypocritical. When you get a book, you typically start from the beginning of the book, and sometimes you start at the end when you hate surprises, but you never start in the middle of the book. And so someone here said that it doesn't matter on a local issue, leave us to the federal government. But unfortunately, because of things like the 10th Amendment and the Home Rule Act, things get done on a local matter. And what we do here on a local matter matters globally, and it does do something. And so I just kind of want to bring back to the middle of the story. So some of y'all might be here in the middle of the story. And so I want to talk about the community benefits agreement, because I was on the committee for that. And I think it's relevant to this idea we're talking about as being anti-violence and wanting to not solve violence with violence, but still allowing the housing crisis to go on and on and on unmarked, unsolved. And it's really interesting to me because back in March 2020, the city of Ypsi released a request for proposals. And And July 2020, 4 months later, there was a great committee through the Planning Commission who put together an amazing report with recommendations that asked council to consider Ypsi residents who majority are renters, renter occupied city. And they denied it. They canned the recommendations that were made, which would have protected affordable housing and accessible housing in our city. But instead, they performatively decided to take a contract in September 2020, accepting a proposal from Avalon Housing for an affordable housing development. So I'm asking, when we do that affordable housing development, I'm really grateful that that is happening, by the way, and I was very grateful to serve on the committee. I'm asking that we also protect our rights to affordable and accessible housing by actually making it in the ordinance and in our charter, which for those who don't know is the constitution essentially of Ypsi. So I ask you to please, instead of always talking about what we are going to do and what we want to do and what we plan to do, because our actions and inactions are killing people, including people in our own home and people across the sea. So thank you.
Thank you. Danya Layton? Did I say that right? Yeah. Okay. Good evening.
My name's Danya Layton. I am also, owner of a home in Ypsi, if that matters, with my wife, Kat. Anyway, sorry. In 2001, my parents advised me to conceal my Arab and Muslim identity. Looking at me, you wouldn't guess I'm 100% Syrian or that my parents sought a better life in the US by learning English while receiving their master's degree at Wayne State, making me the first Arab American in my family as I was the firstborn here. However, over time, with age and community, I've realized the importance of embracing my background. Over time, I came to realize that I had internalized my parents' plea to hide my background due to safety to an extent that overshadowed its significance. As an Arab American, I found myself navigating a white-centric bubble, torn between conforming to assimilate or authentically living as myself by risking my comfort and chance being singled out and being seen as other. However, the current situation compels us to confront this narrative. Instead of conforming, we are now actively seeking recognition, acknowledgement. We are not shying away, we are passionately advocating for our voices to be heard. We implore the use of precise language to articulate the gravity of the ongoing genocide. We demand access to uncensored information, believing in the power of transparency to foster understanding. In this plea for acknowledgement and empathy, we fervently call for a ceasefire, a collective effort to halt the suffering, to rebuild the bridges of communication. We are here, we are safe, while there are bloodlines currently being completely wiped out from a genocide from ethnic cleansing. While you sit here tonight and choose to drink your Starbucks and pass through the videos of children dying on your newsfeed because you can, please consider the gravity in which you play in local politics. Also stop funding genocide so you can get your quick fix of a caramel fucking macchiato. Also, if you can pass the community ordinance benefits agreement and let's get our city more involved in local politics. If anyone is interested in educational workshops, come find me. I have blue hair. Bye.
Thank you. Mike McKivicius? Mike, MICKEVICIUS. Going once, going twice. What is happening out there? Okay.
Mayor, could it be someone that's in the basement?
Yes, they can hear us on the screen downstairs. So I'll go to the next person. If they come upstairs, I'll let them speak. George Wagner. All right, Decky Alexander. Oh boy.
There are 1,773 cities, townships, and villages in the state of Michigan, and only 3 have made a resolution on the Israel-Hamas war. Why? There are a myriad of reasons, but perhaps many like Ann Arbor, don't believe it's in their purview to comment on a geo-global conflict in which they have little or no direct influence on, or why put forth something that, no matter how you frame it, will marginalize some and reward others, and thus will only foster more divisiveness, hate, make your city less safe, less inclusive, less whole. As I shared last night at Ann Arbor's council meeting, Ann Arbor is too diverse in beliefs and backgrounds for a resolution to speak the right words and hit the right tone for now. That is the same of Ipsy. In writing for the public space, I always start with the audience. Who are they? Who are they not? How does one write for something for the public without knowing and understanding who their audiences are? The council's rescinding of last month's pro-plagiarism, one-sided, misguided, wonky, and tone-deaf resolution was courageous and just. As many council members noted, it made its residents and those who work here, like myself, feel not just less safe, but also that they don't belong here in Ipsy. Your resolution, though less one-sided, with a recognition of Israel's right to exist, is also peppered with disinformation. There is no occupation of Gaza, but a blockade of both Egypt and Israel. There is also no mention of Hamas in your resolution, a striking omission given its catalytic actions on October 7. As I'm sure you will hear tonight and have heard, any resolution that does not call for a ceasefire will have no weight. Most of the calls for a ceasefire do not include foremost the return of hostages in Gaza or the request that Hamas lay down its arms. As Ghazi Hamad of Hamas said on Lebanese TV, we will repeat the October 7th attack time and time again until Israel is annihilated. We are a nation of martyrs and proud of it. We will sacrifice as many Palestinians' lives as possible. Hamas's words, not mine. In war, author Phil Clay wrote, multiple things can be true at the same time. You can vote to approve funding for the Ypsilanti Choral Association and then organize a protest a couple days later to drown out their voices. You can rally humanitarian support in Gaza while stepping over an unhoused homeless person on your route. You can believe that Hamas attack on October 7th was an indictable atrocity, a pogrom, and also that Israel's military response has been incredibly disproportionate. I encourage you to not support any resolution on the Israel-Hamas war. There are just too many factors, factions, and fictions. I believe it will continue to divide this remarkable space, place, city for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have, excuse me. Next we have Blaine Coleman. Good evening.
Good evening. Okay, I know the city does not want to be united for genocide. I know the city does not want to be united for murdering 20,000 Palestinians. 7,000 Palestinians are dead and buried under the rubble where no one can reach them except hungry dogs and rodents. That's your tax dollars that killed those 20,000 plus Palestinians in Gaza. I know you don't want to be a city united for the murder of 20,000 Palestinians. You don't want unity around the murder of 20,000 Palestinians. This city is divided. There are people in this city who maybe do want to murder 20,000 Palestinians, but in this room, you will find virtually none of them. Don't be united for the mass murder of Palestinians, please. That is not the kind of unity you want. On November 7th, you made history by unanimously approving a resolution not just to stop bombing the Palestinian people, but also saying we are against military aid to Israel. Good. That historic resolution must be immediately reinstated before Israel kills thousands more Palestinians with your tax dollars and mine. Only a psychopath could possibly want to give the Israeli military enough weapons to kill 20,000 more children, women, and men crushed under buildings, crushed under layers of concrete in Gaza. Only a psychopath would want to give Israel more military aid to kill more Palestinians. Israel was the very closest ally of apartheid South Africa because they were both apartheid states. Now, the apartheid state of Israel is dead and buried and never coming back. Thank God. The apartheid state of Israel is going the same way. Please, at least register your objection to giving Israel military aid so it can kill 20,000 more Palestinian children, women, and men. Please, at least do that. It won't take much work because you already passed that resolution November 7th. Just reinstate that resolution and do your part to stop killing 20,000 more Palestinians. Enough damage has been done. Gaza has been blown down to the ground.
Thank you. Osman. Good evening. Osman.
Me. Yep. Ypsilanti, you will win. You be sure you will win. We will kick them out. And
Please address, can you please address council?
I'm
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
Hello, council. Thank you so much for letting me speak here. My name is Mojgan. I was here before. I was very, very proud of you when you passed that resolution, even though it could have been a hell of a lot better. But I said to myself, this is the first city in Michigan, and Ann Arbor would be next. You said no military aid to Israel, and you said immediate ceasefire, and I appreciated it. And I know you were, pressured to change that or take it back. I want to tell you, take heart, be strong, and restate it. Say it again. You were right, and nobody can bully you into taking it back. What's happening in Palestine is a genocide, a full-scale genocide. If you want to count how many people died in Palestine since we started talking here, the few hours that we've been here, 25 people have already been killed. If you go to Twitter and you look at the feed that people send in, only today you will throw up. It is disgusting. Little children are dead all over the floors of I don't know what kind of a hospital. Little babies bleeding to death. There is nothing to do for them except to stop dropping them. Stop dropping them. This is a genocide. I can't say anything else except all that these good people have said. We have to be humans. We have to be humans. This is inhumane. We are giving them millions, billions, and billions, and now we're coming up with excuses why we should continue to do it. Imagine your children in a few years will ask you, what are you going to say? A couple of Zionists came here, cried, and I took it back? That will be embarrassing for you. Just do the right thing. You did the right thing and continue to do it. Bring examples to the rest of the American cities. Doing justice every day, everywhere. Hundreds and hundreds of cities are seeing crowds like this sending somebody to Israel. They are seeing this, and this is the future of America. America is no longer a slave place. It's no longer a place where you can pay your way through things. Of course, yeah, you can. But we're going to change that. We can change that. So let's stand up and say, no, we don't want this genocide on our time, on our watch, and do something about it. You can do it. I can't even know what to say. People who are not white outside of the United States, the world that is non-white, they know that the West is morally bankrupt. It's true. What's happening in Palestine now, it's telling them the West is morally bankrupt. Show them that you have morality. Show them you have humanity. Say again, you are against military aid to Israel and stop the genocide of Palestinian children.
Thank you. Tom Banks. Tom Banks. All right. But Tanya Miranda? Oh. Good evening.
Hello, Council.
Good evening.
I live on MS Street, Ypsi, and I am a South American immigrant. In 2017, when Trump was elected into office, I lived in rural Michigan, where I endured constant discrimination from teachers, peers, neighbors, and businesses. They repeated phrases stated by this nation's leaders and used them to justify their verbal, psychological, and sexual violence towards me. In 2021, I moved to Ypsi, where I have felt safe and respected, and my neighbors care for me as I care for them. I did not deserve the hate I received as a teenager, nor do my Arab neighbors and friends now. To remain silent with your positions of power is to allow Arab children, teenagers, and all Arab Americans to be subject to the hate and discrimination that this country is no stranger to. Complying to the screams and threats of Zionist individuals makes you an ally to the genocide of Palestinian people. You should have never rescinded the original ceasefire resolution. Zionism is dangerous venom. It is racism, it is white supremacy and terrorism. It harms, and its harms are not absent in the Ypsilanti community. I urge you to represent our voices in your decision. I urge you to not let another week pass to do the bare minimum and reinstate the original ceasefire resolution. Both the new and alternate proposed resolutions leave out essential pieces, such as recognition of Israel's war crimes of ethnic cleansing, genocide, and collective punishments, as well as crimes committed by Israel previous to October 7th, such as apartheid, controlling water supply, extrajudicial imprisonment of children, as well as preventing Palestinian travel and medical treatments from entering Palestine. You need to call upon state and federal representatives to sign their names demanding for a permanent ceasefire now. We cannot allow for $305,056 of Ypsi's tax money to fund the bellic industry, which kills, pollutes, and destroys people, culture, and the earth. The Ypsi community needs this money to address public housing. I also urge you to extend the Community Benefit Agreement Ordinance. When I first learned about this, I felt so proud and inspired by the things that a small city can accomplish in response to its residents' needs. And it is now expired, so I urge you to extend it and vote yes on this ordinance once again. I also want you to amend Chapter 58 of the Human Relations Commissions. Among a few things, its vague language in regards to felony and misdemeanor charges allows for interpretation and fails to protect individuals with prior records. Ypsi is also overdue for a revision of relationships between tenants and landlords anyway. I stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people, and my heart breaks for the apathy I encounter on a daily basis here in Turtle Island, here on stolen land, here in Ypsilanti. Thank you.
Thank you. Shoshana, are you going to speak? Good evening.
My name is Shoshana Wechter. I live at 310 Maple Street in Ward 3. I've lived here since 2001, the whole time in Ward 3. I saw online what looks like a version of the revision of the resolution. I really appreciate that it's much more balanced. I appreciate it saying that Israel has the right to exist. I really appreciate it calling for both countries to cease fire. I was really, really happy during like Thanksgiving days when for a short time there was a truce and we got to see, you know, people being released from both sides, going back to their home countries. That was like a really big deal. I really wish it could have continued, and I was really happy to see Egypt and Qatar helping their neighbors with these negotiations.
Please allow Shoshana to speak. Continue.
I don't agree with everything in the new version, and I'd really like to see the horrors done by Hamas on October 7th spoken to, as well as the horrors done to thousands of innocent Palestinian civilians that have been killed, having no connection to Hamas since the 7th. Ultimately, I'd love to see two sovereign democratic countries living next to each other in peace. I grew up as a kid. I saw the Oslo Accords live as it happened, not there, just on TV. And so I still think of Yitzhak Rabin and Yasser Arafat's handshake and still hope for two states and for peace. I don't really think that passing any resolution will necessarily help bring peace. I'm happy to see these improvements. Thank you all for your work, and thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you. Maria, Rhiannon Willow? Rhiannon Willows? Oh, good evening. And if I'm sorry if I said your name wrong.
Thanks. It's Rhiannon Willow,
And okay.
and my pronouns are she, her. I'm a tax-paying constituent of Ypsilanti. I live over by the brick water tower. I'm asking you to repass the original resolution supporting a ceasefire in Gaza. That should be obvious. That's a bare minimum. And you passed the resolution once. You know it was the right thing to do. That's different from in Ann Arbor. It felt like talking to a brick wall last night. But I want to know, how did we go from that to the cowardice of rescinding it and the violence that happened at the tree lighting last week? Yes, violence. I personally was holding the line that night, along with one of the previous speakers who mentioned the conduct of your police officers. 2 officers placed their hands on me, unprovoked, shoved me around, and threatened to hit me with their car. By the end of the night, officers were throwing your constituents to the floor in the historic freight house you all claim to love. Is this violence what you stand for? Back to Gaza, I'm asking you to say no more violence. That's what ceasefire means. No more genocide. That shouldn't be controversial. And I know you know it because you passed the resolution. I'm just, lots of people have said all these numbers, all these figures to try and explain what's happening. You should know by now, but I'm going to leave you with this. Did you know that the Israeli government deems it illegal for Palestinians to collect rainwater for consumption or farming? I'm literally not kidding. Google it. What would be the purpose of that if not genocide? Okay, and I know there's pushback. I'm asking you to do this anyway. Do it scared. That's my motto in life. Often the right thing is hard, but listen to your constituents. There's a very clear consensus here. We want the violence to end. We want a resolution asking for a ceasefire. So listen to us and do it scared. Thank you.
Thank you. Shihab Jackson, is he in here? He stepped out. Okay, I will come back. Jennifer Hagland. Good evening. Hello.
I'm Jennifer Hagland. I am a business owner in Ypsilanti. I would first like to say how confusing it is to me that many people have talked about the horrors of October 7th, but they have never said anything about pre-October 7th, and just the hypocrisy in that is really disappointing. The last meeting on November 21st, the death toll in Gaza stood at 14,500 Palestinian civilians killed. Today, December 5th, 16,200 Palestinians have been murdered in Gaza, 200 Palestinians in the West Bank, not affiliated with Hamas. That's 1,900 Palestinians that have been killed. We're talking women, children, doctors, teachers, journalists, since we've rescinded the first ceasefire. So I feel like this resolution really needs to be passed because we're talking 1,900 people that we have erased. We have said they don't matter because we don't want to take a stand on this. A ceasefire means exactly that, a ceasing of fire. Both sides stop firing, both sides stop bombing. And I'm so sorry, sir, but we listened to your riveting talk about financial crap for buildings, so thank you. 1,900 lives, and we go tit for tat to see who deserves a special mention because the word ceasefire isn't enough. We need to put in a special little package for Israel to make sure that they feel like they're able to exist. A ceasefire means ceasing of fire. I think we can all agree on that. Having to rework this call for a ceasefire just inherently tries to sweep under the rug any of Israel's offenses in the past that have led up to October 7th and every day until now. This is the 59th day that the Israeli forces have started and almost completely erased the Gaza Strip, civilians in the Gaza Strip, and they are working their way toward and through the West Bank. This is not about the north of Gaza. This is about Palestinians. This is not going to stop at the very tip of the Egyptian border. The war crimes are crystal clear, and no one on this panel should be okay with war crimes, bombing schools, bombing hospitals, bombing refugee camps, bombing journalists. And in fact, you aren't okay with it when it's happening to white children in Ukraine. This resolution should have been passed 2 months ago. It's the very bare minimum that we can do, and I just don't see an argument against it.
Thank you. Sandhya Metapuram. Sandhya, Sandhya. Maybe. If you're downstairs, you can come up. I will come back around to the folks who were not in the room. Malika Warsham. Malika Warsham. Okay. Shay Alani. George Wagner. Mike McKivius, I think is how you say it. Tom Banks. Or Shahab Jackson. Okay. Those are the names that I have signed up. I will now take hands in the audience. I'm going to just start in the front and work my way back. So please come. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Chloe Gray. I live in Ward 3 and own a business on Pearl Street. First, I am asking that the council approve the community benefits agreement. As is, the community benefits agreement will legally prioritize affordable and accessible housing in Ypsilanti, which we are in desperate need of. Lastly, I am asking council to pass a second ceasefire resolution to stand in solidarity with victims of genocide in Palestine. On November 7th, I used graphic imagery that has been passed down to me since I was a child in order to get through to all of you. Arab children are not shielded from the horrors our parents escaped, horrors that were directly inflicted by the IDF. Israel's crimes stretch beyond Palestine, which I bring up not to pull attention from the pain of Palestinians, but to highlight that this terror extends far beyond Gaza in the Middle East. On November 21st, I pleaded with council to keep hope and safety alive among the Ypsilanti Arab community by not rescinding the ceasefire resolution. The resolution could have been amended rather than rescinded, but it is clear that members of this council didn't feel like working that hard for us. Starbucks and convenience seem to rule this council, not the people of Ypsilanti. It is true on November 7th, opposition to the resolution was not present, but to say that Jewish voices were not present would be a lie. We heard from Jewish community members who spoke in support of a ceasefire. To say that this council does not have the moral or legal authority to use language like genocide and ethnic cleansing is to question census among genocide scholars, the United Nations, and international law. You had the legal and moral authority to call this a genocide then, and you have it now. In reference to the Israeli government threatening Beirut with the violence in Gaza, my stepmom said to me recently, "Chloe, we get used to it. We know that Israel wants to expand and we will have no home. We just accept it." My despair and acceptance of governmental betrayal is starting to mirror hers. I have no faith in this council to support the Ypsi Arab community. Remember Nicole Brown, Roland Tucson, Evan Sweet, and Steve Wilcoxon. We will not forget this betrayal of our humanity, and we will not support you.
Thank you. There's a hand on this side. Please come. Good evening. Oh, I'm sorry. I called on. My apology. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael Beaudry, and I am a resident, and I live on Westmoreland Street. And I want to thank you for appointing me again to the Board of Commissioners of Ypsilanti Community Utilities Authority. But I wanted to come and support the elimination of the purchase of the property on 599 South Mansfield. I know that this has gone on a long time with the problems down at Forest Street, and that it should have been addressed long ago. The tree that fell on the building itself should have been taken care of much sooner. So we need to get fixing of the facility down there. We've got to find a way to do it. And I appreciate the city manager's presentation to bring that up and suggest it to council. And I appreciate all your votes to support the withdrawal of that resolution. I hope this does not come back up on December 19th when you have another meeting to discuss that. But I know you can't answer me now in public forum. Anyway, I also want to support the passing of the resolution for Palestine and for the Gaza question. I think this has been going on for way too long. The gobbling up of the West Bank in the Mideast has been a problem. It moves people out of there and sends them to Gaza Strip. And where else have they got to go from there? They're not allowed anyplace else. So I do support that resolution for that. You know, we think this is all a national thing and we don't have any say in this, but I was here for the Vietnam War. And I can remember when we protested in the streets about the Vietnam War, and we had an effect. We took down a president. We can take down more if this doesn't change. So keep your eyes on the ball. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't, in the brown shirt, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. I apologize. Come, please come. Good evening.
Oh, goodness. All right. Hello. My name is Sasha Anisimova. I am a resident of Ward 3. I am a student of social work at Eastern Michigan University. I am a commissioner on the Ypsilanti Police Advisory Commission, and I am here because as I can tell, I'm an active member of this community, and one thing I know for certain is that Ypsilanti is not a city that supports Zionism and the apartheid of the Palestinian state. Let me get back to where my place is. I really was ashamed of my city to hear that you rescinded the resolution that you came up with calling for solidarity with Palestine and condemning Israel. I believe this expectation of us to instead condemn Hamas at every attempt that we make to stand up for Palestine is nothing more than an attempt to derail our progress and label our diverse movement as inherently anti-Semitic or in bad faith. I do not think it needs to be said that we are not a group who supports the deaths of civilians, who praises terrorist acts, or who longs for far-right extremism. We are here because of what does need said, and that's how one of the largest foreign benefactors of our military aid is continuing daily war crimes on an oppressed group of people right before our eyes after decades of occupation in occupation, apartheid, and destruction. When the council passed a resolution condemning the Russians' invasion of Ukraine and asking for more sanctions against the Russian state, they didn't mince words. But if a group of outraged Russian nationalists arrived at that meeting, I have doubts that you would have repealed that resolution at that time. Even despite, Ukraine's own far-right terrorism with groups like Azov's Battalion. The fact of the matter is that we are witnessing a genocide before our eyes, and we as citizens of America cannot continue to tolerate endless war against our Gazan brothers and sisters. Thousands of children are already confirmed dead in the culminating humanitarian disaster that will torment the region for decades even if the hostilities were to end tomorrow, will be tremendous. We condemn Israel because of what they are capable of, and because we are the reason that they are capable of those things, we as Americans. If this conflict was as simple as condemning Hamas, it would have been over decades ago, or in 2007 when Hamas rose to power. It's easy for us to condemn Hamas. It's not easy for us to condemn powerful states like Israel and nuclear powers. And us as Americans do know that Muslims are used to disproportionate punishment for the crimes of their extremists. When a terrorist attacked our Twin Towers and about 3,000 people died, we went back to the Middle East and led to the direct and indirect deaths of over 2 million Muslims in 20 years.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I see you in the. You already spoke. I'm sorry. You can only speak once during public comment. Not you. I'm sorry. In the back with the blue shirt, but the gentleman with the scarf. You spoke already, didn't you? You spoke earlier. Yes. So you can only speak once. I'm sorry. Please proceed. All right. Good evening.
My name is Max McNally Hodgson. I'm a longtime Ypsilanti resident, grew up going to Lincoln schools. I'm now a graduate student at the University of Michigan. I don't really feel like I have too much more to add to this conversation than the stuff that's already been said. I just feel like it's really necessary to reiterate just like the sheer scale and horror of the events that are going on. I don't know how many people in this room have experienced a truly catastrophic, horrific event, but I see so many things on social media, and I don't know if you guys see them like as well, but I feel like I just keep waking up and seeing children mangled, blown to bits, and I don't know. There's a certain amount of this stuff that people can take and like comprehend genuinely. It really saddens me to know that like my tax dollars and everybody's tax dollars like would fund this. I don't mean to say this to reduce any pain that like the Israeli people felt after the attacks on October 7th. I just like hope to contextualize this within, like, you can't talk about this without talking about 1948 and everything that's happened since. You can't grow up in a situation where your family has been evicted from their, not evicted, forced out by gunpoint from their home. I know the city passed the resolution and then they rescinded it, and I'm not sure what, turned around in your guys' head that would made you not want to support the Palestinian in their struggle for basic human rights and dignity and a life free from bombs and violence. It's so hard for us to consider like how we would act in these situations. It's so, I mean, I don't know. It's just like the events are so baffling and so catastrophic and horrible. It's sort of the least we can do, and we can go to bed knowing that we don't have to worry about dying. We don't have to worry about our families dying. You don't have to worry about the thought of your family member or friends. I don't know. Again, like, I'm not sure, if I'm seeing the same stuff as you guys on social media. I know that's where I'm seeing a lot of this stuff, but I just feel like I've seen the most atrocious, horrible, disgusting things I've ever seen in my life just broadcasted on social media. And we can't say that it's bad. We can't call it out because I know you guys, I don't know, you have interests on multiple sides and everything, but what's happening is really, really horrible. It's a horrible loss of life. I don't know. I just hope you all can search like within yourselves as to what you think is like the right thing to do in this situation. Is it to stay silent and not condemn these actions, or is it to call for a ceasefire? I don't want to see more children. I don't want to see more people. I don't want to see more people in general dying with our tax dollars in such a horrible, like, gruesome, disgusting way. But yeah, you guys are elected officials. I hope you consider this and pass a ceasefire, however you guys want to do it.
Thank you. Okay. You've been here a long time in the blue, and then I'll take the person in the scarf, and then the gentleman in the hat, and then I see Shahab. I see your back, so you can go. Good evening.
Hey guys, just gonna switch gears. My name's Gianna, but they call me G. I'm originally from New York. I'm a resident here now in Ipsy, literally 10 steps that way. So I just want to read something. I'm a board member with Circling Back. Peer Support Network. We are a grassroots nonprofit sponsored by Interfaith Council for Peace and Justice, dedicated to providing peer-led, peer-focused services to people experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. Trust me, I know from being homeless from this, past winter myself. Our mission is to ensure that the voices of the people with lived experience of homelessness are represented at every level of the systems that are directly impact their lives. Our participants lead from their experience to assist others experiencing housing crisis. We currently offer a weekly peer support group in Ypsilanti that provides food, social support, and resource connection for the community. We are preparing to launch our peer support provider program in 2024, which will provide part-time paid positions to people with lived experiences who will offer one-to-one emotional and practical support, navigating the challenges and resources of our housing assistance system. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Just don't forget about, the homeless. My heart is with the Palestinian people. Really. I wish I could fight every fight, but we have a great community for that. But I just want to be a good reminder, like, don't forget about the homeless community. Again, your Starbucks, just ridiculous. I mean, $7, $6, that can get me 2 day passes. And I would have died for that shit, sorry, excuse my language, but man, do more than advertising. I understand that, advertising local Ypsi businesses on TikTok, but really, let's really talk about what's going on here in Ypsi. Let's put that on TikTok. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Thanks again, guys.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the name of the organization? I couldn't hear.
Oh yeah. So it's called Circling Back Peer Support Network. I'm a board member. I actually facilitate the groups on Mondays from 11:30 to 2 p.m. behind Solidarity House right over there at the hall. I open it. I try to help people set up with EPT cards, applying for jobs, charge the phone, a nap on the couch. You already know. We've talked about this. You guys know. So yeah, you're welcome.
Yep, please come. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Carly. I'm a longtime resident of Ypsilanti. I went to Erickson Elementary. I went to Weima for middle school, and I graduated from Y High. I'm currently a master's student studying social work at the University of Michigan. And I guess I just have one question. I won't spend too much time reiterating what has already been said, because at this point, if you choose to ignore it, that is your viewpoint, and we all see that. What more can be done for you to actually respect and represent your constituents? I have seen numerous people from, the other perspective that are showing up to multiple board meetings that, don't live in this community and are swaying the decision of the Ypsilanti community. And I think it's completely appalling that we initially passed the resolution and then rescinded it. I think that says a lot about where we stand in injustice. It disheartens me as we're just moments away from the Black Lives Matter street, where we choose to stand so proudly on certain injustices and turn a blind eye to others. I think it's completely disgusting that we're still having this conversation to begin with. As others have pointed out, this is not a new conflict. As Kat beautifully said, people don't start choosing to read a book in the middle. You should read from the beginning. And as we know, this has been happening historically since before 1948. We know that this has been a historical injustice, and we've completely chosen to turn a blind eye. And as many have pointed out tonight, you stand with the side of the oppressor when you remain neutral on the sides of injustice. And so I ask you, what more can your constituents do for you to actually represent them? I feel like we're forgetting that you are elected officials, and we offer our support. And when you are not representing us, you're out of a job.
Thank you. Mr. Tucson and then Shahab. I'm sorry, you can't. Oh, you can only speak once. Mr. Tucson and Shahab Jackson. Yeah. Good evening.
I'm gonna make it real short. About my business. It's a disturbing night. Should be a disturbing night for everybody.
Can you come to the podium, please?
You can hear me. I know you can hear me.
But there are people,
There can hear me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Tucson, there are people online who can't hear you.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I don't want to get to this mic off. I don't know who been up here.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna make it real short. It's a disturbing night for me and should be a disturbing night for everybody in this room here. My heart goes out to the Jews, goes out to the Palestinians, for all the things that's happening to them. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. I'm the one that got the short end of the stick. Yes, I'm the one that got the short end of the stick. My great-grandmother was raped. Listen to me. Osmond Abraham raped my great-grandmother, and he was a Jew. He raped her. Palestinians raped some of my folks. White folks raped some of my folks because they was all in the slave trade. You hear me? I want you to hear me real good. Now, council, I want you guys to and I don't talk a lot of things to my children. I don't talk a lot of things to my children, but I got to start telling them the truth. Council, let me tell you all something. I don't feel that you made no mistake at all. I got a Conrad in the back there, a Marine. He fought for this country. We fought for this country. And guess what? People are still fighting for this country. And I don't care what resolution you pass. I don't care what resolution you're rescinding. Palestine and Israel ain't gonna never stop fighting. They was fighting then, and they fight now, and they're gonna keep on fighting. So I don't care what you pass. But for me, I'm a Hebrew. I won't bow, I won't bend, and I won't bun. Now y'all do what y'all want to do.
Thank you. Shahab Jackson.
Well, that was interesting. So let me I don't have anything I didn't have anything prepared. I just as usual, I sort of sat back and listened to what the community had to say, and got to thinking to myself, as a Black Muslim whose family's from South Carolina, last name Jackson, born in Egypt, so my other side of the family fought the Israelis, fought them nobly, I guess, as y'all would say, in army to army, right? Not militant group to militant group. Anyway, so I bring that up. I think everybody has a sense of what I'm supposed to say, but actually I feel like a lot of that has been said. So I just want to speak to like what I saw tonight, and specifically with the young woman here and with a couple of the other Jewish voices. I feel like I would be remiss as a Muslim if I didn't extend my solidarity with the Jewish voices that extended their solidarity with us, because this is fundamentally not a religious issue. Thank you. That wasn't just for brownie point, y'all. I mean, I'm really concerned about this. We had all politics, by the way, all politics is national politics. That's the saying, right? We had a representative right here in the state of Michigan, Andy Levin. I want to quote from him. Okay, and this is specifically for my AIPAC crowd here. I'm really Jewish, but AIPAC can't stand the idea that I am the clearest, strongest Jewish voice in Congress, standing for a simple proposition that there is no way to have a secure, democratic homeland for the Jewish people unless we achieve the political and human rights of the Palestinian people. Full stop. He got primaried by AIPAC, right, and ended up losing by 20 points. So in other words, a Jewish voice for peace, right, was railroaded by AIPAC. This concerns me, a Muslim, because this goes to show that nobody is really safe. I want y'all to take, everybody in this room today, including my Jewish comrades here, we've had plenty of Jewish voices express solidarity for the Palestinian issue. I don't see it the other way around, and I don't see that as a statement of anti-Semitism. But honestly, I mean, I think we keep talking about the past, and I think that my Jewish comrade will agree that we want a better future for our children and for our children's children. Damn it, like the past is messy, right? That's just the fact, right? We want a better future, and I think that our generation could let go of the. I'm not going to say let go as in forget the past, but to learn the lessons from the past on how to build a better future. So again, I want to say I want to point out for again some of my Israeli friends that this tragedy occurred under Mr. Security himself, right? Itamar Benjamin Netanyahu, Itamar Ben Gvir, one of your head of securities, is a convicted terrorist. So when we talk about supporting terrorist governments, we have to be accurate about that. Anyway, I just want to express solidarity with everybody trying to, bring some positivity. Salam and shalom, y'all.
Thank you. The scarf, yeah, yep. Then you can come next in the purple. Yep. Good evening.
Good evening, Council. I also did not prepare anything to say, but I will say that Ypsilanti has a long and deep history of having a community here that fights for the rights of oppressed peoples. This goes back to the founding Black community of Ypsi, which is one of the first in the North and was a base for struggle during the abolition of slavery and the long years that followed. I was extremely proud of Ypsi when we passed the resolution asking for a ceasefire in Israel. I think that stands well in line with the history of the community of Ypsilanti and the people here who are deeply engaged in an ongoing struggle for justice around the world. The people of Palestine are being victimized by empire, much in the way people throughout American history have been victimized by empire. And the community here in Ypsilanti is wise and kind and brave and came to you to demand that you stand to represent the will of the people here who see those connections and live that history every day and can see the path for a better world, a better future, and a better community here in Ypsilanti. And I was frankly disgusted when you rescinded that resolution. I believe that was an act of cowardice, and I demand better from my elected officials. I know that you are capable of better because you are members of this community as well. And more importantly, you were elected by people here, and it is your job to represent them. Not special interests, not people from outside coming in with money. The will of the people of Ypsilanti who have, for many, many decades, stood on the side of justice and taken brave stances. And that is what was done with that initial resolution. And I'm going to ask that you reapprove the initial resolution as it was submitted, not a watered down version, not one that is bowing to forces of empire, forces of genocide, forces that would see people wiped from the earth for the sake of money. We all know where that goes. I don't think that this fight is going to last forever. It started 75 years ago, and we can end it just as we have ended many other injustices throughout human history, and we need to continue that struggle. And this is part of it. Every level of politics is interconnected, from the most intimate to the most international. And we have a part to play here, and we are asking that you do your part to represent us. Thank you.
Are you okay to state your name for the record? Your name.
Tegwin, Tegwyn. Hi.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Please do your jobs.
Thank you. In the purple. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Please come. In the purple, and then we'll have you. Yep. Thank you. Good evening.
I'll speak quickly. I'm not going to speak as eloquently as the last few people, but I just want to point out that as people living in the most imperialist country on earth, we don't have the right to people living in the imperial core, condemn what Palestinians and other indigenous people worldwide do to gain their freedom. And I'm not going to sit here and let people make false equivalencies between what Hamas did, aka take hostages for leverage to release some of the thousands and thousands of children and mothers and Palestinian men that are rotting in Israeli prisons in occupied Palestine, and making false equivalencies between that and the 75 to 100 years of genocide, of slow genocide, occupation, illegal settlements that the Zionist entity has done in Palestine. Next, I want to speak specifically in support of the demand of every city from its people to cut commercial and financial ties with Israel. And I'm going to speak to specifically the 2 to 3 main ways that Michigan is embroiled in the business of war. Now, a lot of people like to say that this is a local city council that is speaking, out, or that isn't equipped to speak to an international issue. But Michigan sends, out of the $3.8 billion that the US sends to Israel, $89 million. Ann Arbor sends $1.8 million. Detroit sends $10 million. Ypsilanti sends around $300,000. Now, that's a lot of money that can be reallocated to public projects, some of which people here have spoken to today. So there's 3 main entities that I think kind of peak in terms of Michigan's contributions to Israel. Michigan is number 1 when it comes to military vehicle production in the country. So what does that mean? There's a company nearby, MTU, which is a subsidiary of Rolls-Royce, based in Novi, that actually manufactures engines that go into Israeli death machines. So they're a huge site of how Michigan arms Israel. Now, the Michigan Israel Business Accelerator in Ann Arbor fundraises hundreds of thousands of dollars under the guise of creative, innovative solutions for expansionist settlements and expansionist Israeli businesses. So there's multiple ways that Michigan has embarrassed itself on the national stage as well, right? With Ypsilanti police brutalizing Black and brown people outside who are trying to support the demand for the resolution to be passed today. The city of Ann Arbor has brutalized students who are demanding divestment from the University of Michigan. So I don't understand what more needs to be said, but anyway, I just wanted to point those few things out about how Michigan invests in Israel.
Thank you. And can you state your name for the record? I'm sorry.
Andia.
Oh, yes, you are on the list. Okay. Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, there she is.
Hi, my name is Aya. I also didn't intend to speak today, but I'd also just like to bring to light how close this genocide is to a lot of us. I know we look at a lot of the bodies on our screens and we don't realize that these are children, these are our cousins, these are our nieces and nephews, these are our uncles and aunts. And my close friend is from Gaza. She's a US citizen, and she shared a story that when she was in Gaza this past summer, and I'd like to share that with you guys today. While I was in Gaza this summer, I spent most of my time with my cousin and our friend Islam. She lived just down the street from us in Shajaya. She would have us over every night. Her home was bombed while her entire family were inside. They received no warning. Her mother tried to cover her and was killed. Her mother's dead body laid on top of her for 5 days while she was stuck under the rubble. Her entire home demolished on top of her. She was stuck there for 5 days. Her dead mother laid on top of her for 5 days. Her entire family was murdered. She was the only survivor. She was in critical condition and died today, which was 2 weeks ago. Her name is Islam. She's 22 years old. Just a month ago, I was sitting in her house talking about her wedding, which was supposed to happen this summer. She was so excited about getting married. She was so happy. Last time I called her, she told me not to forget her. I don't want her to become another number, another body bag. Right now, my friend is sharing images from her cousin of what Gaza looks like, and it looks like the end of the world. This is what our taxes are funding. Please speak up against this genocide that is going on. This is affecting us, and this is affecting your constituents. These are our families that are being affected. This is close to us. It is not something far away. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. So there's with the hat and then the person behind them, and then right here. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is David. As an Ypsilanti resident, I was proud when I initially saw that the council passed the initial resolution. And I was proud with the understanding that, of course, Ypsilanti City Council passing that resolution was not going to magically stop the genocide in Palestine, nor was it going to bring any of the slaughtered Palestinians back to life. However, I was proud because I'm a firm believer in the idea that there are some battles you engage in, not because you expect victory, but because it's the right thing to do. When I wake up every morning and I check in on the journalists that many of us have accustomed ourselves over the past 2 months to check in on, I can't help but see the parallels between the violence, the state-sanctioned violence that is taking place in occupied Palestine, in the so-called state of Israel against indigenous Palestinian people, and the state-sanctioned violence that not only has taken place in this country against Black people and other people of color, but continues to take place as we have witnessed outside and as we saw a few weeks ago at the Christmas tree lighting. I can't help but ask myself, when I saw that that some of you rescinded or voted to rescind the initial resolution, and then found it within yourselves to bring up these new watered down resolutions, I can't help but ask, what would you do and where would you stand? Not if, but when that same scale of violence begins to affect all of us on this soil. And as previous speakers have brought up before, it's already here. They've already talked about Cop City. We already know how many of the police departments in the United States here on Turtle Island, how they are trained by Israeli occupation forces. And so, as many people have already pointed out tonight, yes, it is an international issue in the sense that it is directly affecting another country, but this does also directly affect us financially, emotionally, mentally, on every conceivable level. This definitely affects us. And so I demand that the initial resolution be reinstated, that whatever that amount of money is that's up on that window right there be recirculated locally to local services that directly help Ypsilanti residents. And yeah, that's it.
Thank you. So after this speaker, we'll have the person, I'm sorry, I don't know names, but behind right here. And then we'll go 1, 2, 3 in the back. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Eugenia Quintanilla, and I live right next to the water tower on Washtenaw. I'm coming to speak in support of the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Palestine, which is not surprising, and a condemnation of Israel's actions and an end to military aid to Israel. I urge us to remember the words of civil rights activists and human rights activists of years past. It is uncomfortable to work in opposition of white supremacy, of settler colonialism, of American greed and imperialism. Prioritizing community harmony at the expense of speaking to the genocidal violence experienced by your constituencies and their families is farcical. We all condemn the death and suffering of Israelis and Palestinians. It is a public embarrassment to suggest otherwise. Also, I need to remind us of something because I was very upset by comments said previously. Language implying inherent violence that will always be there forever among Middle Easterners is abhorrent and it's racist. It is important to not forget how apartheid states oppose justice by arguing that the oppressed were homicidal maniacs who could not left to their own devices with liberation. Israel projects its own guilt and the US is backing it, and it is our job to reverse this country's history. We took land from the Native Americans and we justified that violence by saying that if they needed to be civilized, right? We can't keep doing that. We owe our community better, and y'all promised to serve us, and you need to reclaim your backbone from a handful of dissidents and their crocodile tears. I don't want us to all get along. And if it means that people have to come up here and recount the countless violence that their family, like, why do they need to come up and cry about their family under rubble? And we're crying about potential disagreement in classrooms. I would rather us argue and remind ourselves of what humanity is. I hope you act better this time. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Alyssa.
Thank you.
Last city council meeting I attended on Zoom, and it was disheartening to hear blatantly false, disproven information shared by community members. It was even more disheartening to hear the city council members who I initially felt proud of for passing the original resolution, absorb this blatantly false rhetoric and go back and reverse this resolution because of fear. Some have suggested that a resolution calling for a ceasefire is outside their jurisdiction. However, as you know, other city councils have listened to the voices of their constituents and have passed similar resolutions calling for a ceasefire, including our amazing neighboring cities, Dearborn, Dearborn Heights, and Detroit. A resolution for a ceasefire, the original resolution, not a lukewarm one, belongs here in this council because this country is a federalist state. Small government action leads to big government action. Many other countries have been in support of this, but the US as a whole has been gravely behind. It is our job to do everything that we can to stop this ceasefire. Community members are doing everything that we can, protesting, voicing our support, and mobilizing to call for this resolution and divestment. But we need the council to do their part and doing everything that they can. Tonight, there is a clear majority of what the people want you to do. And if you do not pass the original resolution for a ceasefire and also divest, you are not listening to them. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. I will say it again. Resistance is justified when people are occupied. October 7th cannot be used as justification for the continual bombing of defenseless innocent people. Oppressive states find a way to appropriate and manipulate the language of the oppressed to justify their violence as self-defense. What is the state of Israel defending themselves from right now? A genocide is happening, and I'm hopeful that this city will be on the right side of history, like they were a couple weeks ago, when the United States ultimately finally fully accepts this for what it is. This will be in our history books as a genocide. I hope you will be on the right side.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Hayden Nickel. I'm a constituent from Normal Park, and I'm here to talk about two items on the agenda that I think are intrinsically linked, like Kat had mentioned earlier, and several other people have already mentioned. The community benefits agreement, I would like to request it be passed as is for the protection of accessible housing for Ypsilanti residents. It's intrinsically linked to our safety in living in this city, but I also think that passing a ceasefire resolution much closer, if we have to amend it to the first one passed, is going to promote safety in our community. By not taking a stand, we allow hate speech, we allow hate crimes, because we're not making a difference in any way by just rescinding. And I think that is all I have to say on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, council. My name is Logan Fortino, and I'm a constituent actually from right down the block here. And I'm here today to ask you to reinstate the original ceasefire, call for a ceasefire. 20,646. Do any of you know what that number is? That is actually the population of Ypsilanti. 21,000 is the amount believed to be dead, including the people buried under rubble in Palestine right now. That would be all of your constituents, all of them, the entire city of Ypsilanti. And I want you to really ask yourselves if you can sit here tonight and be able to go home and go to sleep and not reinstate the original proposal for call for a ceasefire. Because what we're witnessing is a genocide. My stepbrother is indigenous. He's part of the Menominee tribe. I grew up watching how genocide and colonization deeply impacted him from generations past. That doesn't go away. That sticks with people. That's passed down. That's generational trauma. If we for a second think that the genocide is going to end with the killing, that the people aren't going to still be experiencing pain and trauma for generations to come because what Israel has been doing to Palestine, we're wrong, and we should be on the right side of history. We have had many opportunities to be on the right side of history, and we haven't. And this is an opportunity for us to do the right thing. And I really, really urge you to see the impact that local government can have by kicking it up the chain. You passing a call for a ceasefire, that kicks it up the chain to higher government. That says, hey, in the city of Ypsilanti, we stand with our constituents and we are standing for a ceasefire because we won't stand for a genocide. And that's all I have to say. I was really disappointed with this council, except for the 2 members that did the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sir. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. Good evening, everyone here today, tonight. And thank you all for taking the time to listen to us. I've been a constituent of Ypsilanti for the last 10 years. I live 3 miles up the road, and I'm also a healthcare worker. So I just want to talk initially about the unified consensus out there in the international humanitarian community about the fact that a ceasefire needs to occur, and it needs to occur immediately in order to prevent the catastrophe that's unfolding there. It's a disproportionate catastrophe that is being inflicted upon a population that is entrapped in a small piece of land where they cannot escape. So that, having talked about that initially, and many people have talked about it, and it's been echoed around everywhere, and that the facts about that are clear. So let's set that aside. I'm a healthcare worker, and I understand what it is to deal with severely traumatized and injured people. And these people are being exposed to the most destructive forces out there without any protection. Beyond that, I want to talk about another important component in my life, which pertains to the situation, is that I am an ex-South African, and I came to the United States 20 years ago, and I grew up under apartheid. So I can give you firsthand information about what it is to be oppressed and what it takes to live in an apartheid state. My extended family, in fact, I live 3 miles from here, and my aging mother-in-law, who was probably sitting and listening to this conversation, was a child. And when Nelson Mandela came to her home, her family was active. She actually sat on Nelson Mandela's lap as a child. So there's a strong family background of activism in my extended family. It took 300 years. And to those people who have talked about fighting not ending in any particular environment, Nelson Mandela never put down the fight for 70 years. And that's the length of time that the conflict is going on in Palestine and even beyond that. So doesn't that give us hope that we can support what Nelson Mandela said, the most famous son of Africa? So taking from his precedent, I'm here again to ask for you to reinstate the ceasefire resolution that was rescinded a few days ago, and ask for you to take a stand. Because in any conflict like this, there's an oppressor and there's the person that's oppressed. It is clear who's the oppressor and who's the oppressed. And in this situation, we have to stand and echo the voice of the oppressed, since they do not have a voice. It took multiple years for people such as yourself in halls all over the world, Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor, London, Tokyo, everywhere, to come up with a resolution and call for ceasefire and to call for peace in South Africa. This is what we need at this point in time.
State your name. I'm sorry. State your name for the record.
My name is Farhad Ibrahim.
Thank you. Are there other members of the audience that have not spoken that would like to address council? Please raise your hand. Oh, please come. And then you in the back. And then I saw someone in the hall. Yeah. Good evening.
Evening. My name's Annie Wallach, and I am not a citizen of Ypsilanti. However, I am an EMU alumna, and I come here as a board member of the Jewish Federation of Greater Ann Arbor. And I'm going to ask you to vote no on this resolution, and certainly not on the last one.
Please continue.
I want to say that I'm awfully sorry for this person's loss. I'm horrified at what's going on in the Middle East right now, in Israel and Palestine. This is such a hugely complex situation. We talk about generational trauma. As a Jew, We know generational trauma.
Please, please allow.
You want to know genocide? The Holocaust was genocide. What's happening now in Palestine is an atrocity.
Please, we need order for folks to be.
I don't deny that
Thank you.
it's an atrocity. It is in direct response to an evil group, as Doug earlier said, Hamas, who is not representing the Palestine people, just like Trump doesn't represent me. Just as long as the right-wing government in Israel doesn't represent me. This is a hugely complex, thousands-year-old conflict.
Please continue.
Jews are indigenous to the land called Israel.
Please, I'm begging you all, please, to allow everyone to have the same opportunity to speak, please.
Someone named Cole said, we get used to it when we're referring to the oppression and the anti-Semitism that's going on. I don't ever want to get used to it. Period. I request that you just leave the situation, let it go, vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. The gentleman in the back who had his hand up. Excuse me. Gentleman in the back by the thermostat. Excuse me. Your turn. Your turn. Oh, okay. All right. We're gonna take a recess, please. We're gonna take a recess right now. Brian, I'll come back to you in 1 second. We're gonna take a recess. We need a break. We are gonna return. It's almost at our adjournment time, so we're gonna have to extend. We'll return in 9 minutes. All right. Okay. Huh? So I'm gonna call the meeting back to order. If everyone can take a seat, if you were sitting. So before you give your comment, Brian, I'm sorry, we have to extend the meeting because we're almost at the end. So if a member of council can move to extend for us, please.
I move to extend the meeting to, let's say midnight.
At least, yeah.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. All those in favor of extending?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Of course. Of course. All right. Brian. Good evening.
Good evening, council. Really appreciate some amazing people out here tonight. I cut 2 people online. I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me do that. Specifically because I wanted to respond a little bit to what was just said. I know I'm supposed to speak to you.
Please do.
Okay, I'll speak to you. So I am the grandchild of Holocaust refugees. Their entire families were wiped out. So about 2 of 10 children survived the Holocaust on both sides. They fled within Europe into the UK and then moved to the US around 1947, 1946. My dad was born in 1953. They're Jewish. My dad's Jewish. I'm Jewish. I've had I'm very much a diaspora Jewish person. I'm completely disconnected from that family. Most of that family doesn't exist. And I just want to say you can't build a holy land on the graves of dead children. So to bring up the Holocaust, is not an excuse for another one. I think council knows how I feel about all this. I think you need to bring back the original resolution. I think it was a moment of strength for you all. And that part of your charge here is to be moral leaders of the city. If one person tells you it's raining and another person tells you it's sunny out, it is not your job to split the difference. It's your job to look outside, right? I looked at a Wikipedia page today. I have 45 seconds left. So let me just list the war crimes that have occurred by Israel to Palestine in the last 2 months. You ready? Collective punishment, blockade, water access, forcible transfer, white phosphorus, indiscriminate attacks, airstrikes of the Al-Shadi refugee camp, airstrike of the Jabalia camp market, airstrike of the UN Relief and Works Agency school, airstrike of the Church of St. Porphyrius, airstrike of Einada in Lebanon, airstrikes and targeting of hospitals and ambulances, targeting of journalists, of whom at least 37 have been murdered by Israelis, by Israel, executing surrendered Palestinians, abuse and sexual humiliation of detainees, and genocide. So pick a side.
Thank you. Did you still want to speak, sir? Please come. No problem. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Slim Ben Youssef, and I live about 5 miles down the road.
Yeah. Can you
Sure.
speak to the mic? Thank you.
Yes, I've had I don't live in Ypsilanti proper, but I've had an Ypsilanti address for last 30 years out of 40 years that I've been in this country. I would like to, first of all, say how courageous your initial, resolution was. I really commend you for that. And I'm totally disappointed that you had rescinded it. And what I'd like to say is that I would like to go back to the original resolution. And I'm not asking you to be pro-Palestinian. I'm just asking you to be pro-justice. That's really what, And so I'd like to appeal to your sense of justice, And for this, I I recall the word of Norman Finkelstein. You know, his parents were victim of Holocaust, and it was an interview that really struck me. And one thing he said is that Gaza is not just an open air prison, like it's a concentration camp. And this is not, when he said that, he said, it's not his word. He said, this is the word of Bin Salem, I think that's the name of it. It's a human rights organization, very credible human in Israel that said that. So, so that's, and he was asked, he said, no. He said, I'm not, this is Norman Finkelstein word. I'm not pro-Palestinian. I'm not anti-Israeli. I'm not pro-Israeli. I'm pro-justice. And that's what I'm appealing for your sense of justice in this, and go back to the original resolution. The other thing I'd like to say is that when the lady over there before me, she mentioned Muhammad Ali. I actually met Muhammad Ali here in Ypsilanti Savings Bank. He was here when he came here. And so I have very fond, memory of that when she. So, and he was, as you know, he was pro-justice. So, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Are there others physically in the audience who have not had an opportunity to speak, who would like to speak? Oh, please come. Good evening.
Hello, I'm CJ. I did not come with anything prepared. I was just driving down North Huron, saw the protesters, went home, grabbed my coat, double back, came here. I think that kind of reflects the sentiment in the community. These involvements in the Middle East make me embarrassed to be an American. My mom was deployed for a war that did little to nothing to lastingly stabilize the Middle East back in the 2000s. That did a number on my childhood, and I can only imagine the number it did on the tens of thousands of children, whether Middle Eastern or American, considering the age of the typical enlisted American soldier killed in the conflict. While today's situation in Gaza may not hit as close to home for me as it does for others in our community, I don't know why we're blowing up kids. I just don't really care about, to an extent, at least, the Palestine-Israel thing. That's not what gets me. What gets me is the number that I can't pay attention to of how many kids have been blown up in this conflict for, I don't know how you can justify that. I don't know why our unassuming small town is handing $300,000 to weapons funding in Israel when that money could support the health care for over 100 children in our community. As a town of about 20,000, I know we're not going to be able to single-handedly stop a holy war, but we have a very clear opportunity to redirect funds from artillery directed at civilians, largely children, halfway across the world. Redirect that money towards life-affirming causes in our own community. Let's be a small part in breaking the cycle that has affected me and is undoubtedly affecting others, as we've seen at an immeasurably greater scale. Let's value community health over global war for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience before I move to Zoom and give an up? Oh, yes, please. Right here. You can come. Good evening.
Hi. So I'm here speaking as a graduate of EMU and a resident of Michigan and as a Palestinian. So I want to just talk about just like in general, my relationship with like city councils and the different judicial systems. For me, growing up Palestinian American, I really wanted to have a lot of hope within these different systems that they would support me like other BIPOC community individuals when I needed support. In Ann Arbor and in Ypsilanti, unfortunately, I have not felt that sentiment. I have been the president of Students for Justice in Palestine at EMU. I have been an integral part of the community, and every single time we talk to our community members, we are not heard, we are not listened to. And, you know, the reality is, yes, the ceasefire might not, you know, bring world peace or peace to the Middle East, but it tells you that you're standing with your citizens. It tells us that you care and that the people who are listened to by you guys. You represent us. You represent us, and we have not felt that even outside when the cops were escalating and brutalizing us, you guys. This is one of a systematic problem, not just the Palestinians. We have our Black community comrades. We have our Native American comrades who have stood by us. And yet, you guys gave into the pressure of a couple of people who told you can't stand with the people who are being oppressed. 75 years, you guys. This didn't start October 7th. Please stand with us. Please. I beg you guys to give us hope in the system and going forward to listen to your people because we are screaming to be heard. I beg you guys to look us in the eye and tell us we care. We care about you guys. And so I urge you to bring back that resolution you rescinded and say, no, we will not listen to bullies. No, we will stand with the right side of history. I urge you guys. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can I have your name? I know you made it all the way to the back. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Please come. No, sir. Good evening.
Yeah, I'll just be brief. Hi, my name is Madden. So when you do reinstate this resolution, right, because that's the right thing to do, and you did it once, so you'll do it again. Can you just squeeze in there the revised aspect that includes whereas according to the United States Campaign for Palestinian Rights, Ypsilanti residents federal taxes contribute $300,500 to Israel's weapons, which could instead fund, for example, 36 households with public housing for a year, 106 children receiving free or low-cost healthcare, 3 elementary school teachers, or cancel loan debt for 8 students. Also, City Council Member Simmons, thank you for adding that. But yeah, just squeeze that in there when you do reinstate the original solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. And I'll remind folks, if you could just at least state your name for the record when you come up. Thank you.
So my name is Samaya. I'm a resident here. I don't have anything prepared, but I do have the copy of the resolution that was the replacement copy. I have some comments on here when it says, whereas the security of every state depends on it having defined borders. I don't know what we're referring to because Israel specifically doesn't have any defined borders. And when they refer to mowing the lawn, it's because they don't have defined borders. They can mow whatever lawn they want. And when they say statements like from the river to the sea, Israel is all you see, then they're reinforcing that they are the ones who are for one state solution, which is only for Israelis. When we call for a one-state solution, we're referring to a place for the Jewish and the Palestinian people. Another thing here, it says, whereas since its creation, Israel has faced armed resistance. Of course it has. They didn't have any say with the Israelis coming in and doing what they're doing. They gave them a free passage to come in and have a home and a place to be safe from the war that they just experienced. So yes, I don't agree with that statement. Everyone has the right to resist arms if they're being occupied. Another thing here, it says that 2023, more than 11,200 people have perished. Excuse my language, but what the F? What do you mean they're perished? They were killed and murdered. So the language here is very important. Another statement in this, it says the United States use of its veto more than 30 times. It just ensures that the hostages are still going to continue being under risk if they don't do a ceasefire. A ceasefire makes sure that the hostages on both ends are safe and secure and returned back to their homes. On a personal note, it's been very difficult hearing all of this especially when we got a little bit excited that we finally had the chance to be heard without having to argue and fight and prove our existence and prove our suffering. Every day because we are connected to these countries, we are seeing the horrors that are coming out. I cannot explain how bad my mental state is, especially being someone who just newly got married and wants to start a family. I cannot imagine myself getting pregnant. I cannot imagine myself holding a baby after all the images that I saw coming out from Palestine, because it also enforces the fact that we are not human, we're not seen, and we're only seen as dead corpses. And it's the only place that we have in this world. So I would really hope that you guys can reinstate the first resolution, because it did allow us to be heard for the first time in our lives without having to fight for it. And I really appreciate it. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Good evening. Hi, I'm a resident of the south side of Ypsilanti. I'm going to keep this brief and elevate what people have already said to reinstate the ceasefire resolution. I know that you see the bombing, the mangled children, the people digging themselves out of rubble, and the brutality. I see the IDF use the same violent tactics on Palestinians in the West Bank as our police force does here on Black people. This is not a metaphor. Our police literally receives training from the IOF to brutalize people here. The way we've seen Zionist, white supremacists call Palestinian people terrorists or animals, I've seen this country call Black children animals, or call Black people terrorists as justification for gunning them down on the street when all they wanted was our liberation. There's so many comparisons. The dehumanization is disgusting. What's not clicking? Don't let these white supremacists scare you. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience before we move to Zoom? Please come. Good evening.
Good evening. رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. I'm not very comfortable with public speaking. My legs start to wobble and my hands start to shake a little bit. But for every time my hand shakes, I have to remember the children in Gaza whose eyes are unblinking but tears overflowing, their hands shaking with a consistent tremor from anxiety caused by the bombs and missiles that are consistently launched into their schools, residential areas, and into their living spaces. So I'm here to reiterate a message and a demand that has been written, shouted, and screamed throughout Southeast Michigan. It's the same message that has hundreds of thousands protesting across the United States, practicing civil disobedience and disruptions, compromising their jobs and opportunities, all in order for those that hold power in their institutions, in their cities, to hear and represent them as they are paid to do. This message I'm here to relay is not a new one. It has been reiterated here today and also in other places in the form of art, journalism, poetry, chants, science, statistics, philosophy. And yet here I am before you, here we are before you, coming to reiterate the same message because it seems we are just not being heard. But I want every one of you to look me in the eye. And I need you to fully grasp the severity of this situation and the part that you should be playing in it. Council, you, like all members of society, have a job to represent the people of Ypsilanti and to be our voice. Your job is to be a loud microphone through which we can firmly express our opinions, a catalyst through which we can incite positive change in the city and by extension, this country. With hundreds, maybe thousands of us contacting politicians every day, praying the horrors we see on our screens will end. How dare you continue to misrepresent us? Why must I watch as my tax dollars contribute to schools being destroyed, churches and mosques turned to rubble, hospitals being horrifically bombed, children being orphaned or killed, their parents sobbing, holding their body parts in bags? It is horrific, it is gruesome, and it must change. Thousands and thousands of people have been brutally and cowardly murdered in Gaza.
I realize that after hearing these numbers all night, you might have become desensitized, but we have many Palestinian people here. If it was their limbs being strewn along Gaza, and if it was them being decapitated, would you still look at us with these blank stares? We, your constituents, need you to step up. You were elected for a reason, and our future votes will reflect whether you lived up to that reason during your term. As community members of Ypsilanti, we demand you and your colleagues call for a ceasefire now. Approve the resolution.
Thank you. Were there additional hands before we move to Zoom? Because I know there are folks who've been waiting there as well. So we'll go to Zoom and then I'll come back to the room if there are more individuals who haven't spoken yet. So on Zoom.
If you want to speak on Zoom, press the raise hand button. We'll start with Nadia Nazir.
Good evening.
Respected council members, I hope you can hear me.
Can.
All right. My name is Nadia. I'm an EMU alumni, as is my husband, and we have been in the area for over 25 years. I ask you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine waking up to no food, water, or electricity. Imagine losing your whole family in one airstrike. Imagine your father being shot in the head right in front of you. Imagine collecting pieces of your children in bags. Imagine getting to a hospital with severe injuries and having surgery without anesthesia or painkillers, and then have those injuries get infected with worms. Imagine being forced to leave your newborn in an incubator in the NICU to die and wither away alone. Imagine your child screaming from under the rubble to be saved, yet no one is able to help due to lack of resources. This and many more atrocities are part of the Palestinian reality. They have been living this extreme injustice and much more for the last 2 months and more. Their resources are dwindling with little to no aid coming through. Most hospitals have stopped functioning either because of Israel's siege on them or because of a lack of fuel and medicines as a consequence of the total blockade imposed by Israel on Gaza. We have the luxury to turn off our phones when it's too much to watch, but they don't have an escape from this mass murder and destruction. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. There has been an uptick of hate crimes locally, like the 6-year-old Palestinian child, Wadia, who was stabbed to death by his landlord. Our Jewish friends are also facing such challenges here at home. The path to justice may not be easy, but it is a path that we must take to be able to look our children in the eye and tell them that we did what was right within our capacity. I implore you, respected council members, to do what is in your capacity and your power and pass the ceasefire resolution, not to satisfy your audience, but for yourself. Stay firm on that path to justice and stay on the right side of history. We can and we must stop this. Never again means never again for anyone. A future of peace and safety for all, grounded in justice, freedom, and equality for all is still the only option. We must demand a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sophie Ohm.
After this person, I'll have you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. To express empathy for the victims of a genocide and then take it back is wrong. To identify that genocide is evil and then take it back is wrong. To call for a ceasing of bombs and blood and murder and then take it back is wrong. To call for Israel to stop killing children and then take it back is wrong. Almost 20,000 people have been murdered. This is a land grab, made clear by the stated intentions of Israeli officials. Anyone who wants to think that this is about Hamas, think harder. The average age of a person killed by Israeli bombs is 5 years old. 5 years old. Israel is at war with kindergartners, and the USA is providing the bombs and money to murder those kindergartners. Over 7,000 children have been murdered by bombs funded by and shipped from the USA. These are children whose corpses have been identified with name, location, and ID number. For racist reasons, Palestinians are the only people on earth who have been forced to show the corpses of their dead children to the world and list their names in order to prove their humanity. 2,000 more children are still buried under the rubble. 10,000 children are orphans. So the child is not dead, but his father is dead, and his mother is dead. Almost 1,000 children have lost limbs. Some have lost multiple limbs. Babies have lost limbs. Many of these 1,000 are also orphans, children who have lost limbs and lost their mothers and fathers. If all the children in Ipsy had been murdered in a month, if all the kindergartners in Ipsy had been murdered in a month, you would say that this is evil. You would say that this killing must stop. You would cry out, cease the bombing, cease fire. The UN has called this a war on children. The Pope has said that Israel has gone beyond war and is committing terrorism. Bernie Sanders said that Netanyahu is a racist and that his actions are immoral. Ceasefire means stop the bombing, stop the killing of children, stop the bloodthirst. Redeem yourselves from the shame of taking back a call for peace. Redeem yourselves from what you did by rescinding a call for ceasefire. You started calling for violence. This is your second chance to condemn bombing. This is your second chance to choose peace.
Thank you. Hold on, Aaron. Aaron, give me one second. I'm going to let this person speak and then we'll go back. Good evening.
Hi, I'm Sphinx. I live here in Ipsy and I've lived here for about 5 years now. I'm here to demand a ceasefire now, not the watered down version, but the original that was passed. What is happening to the Palestinian people is genocide. I want to remind you to be on the right side of history, and Israel is a terrorist state. Ceasefire now.
Thank you. Next, we can go back to Jane.
Next is Salima Nawab.
Good evening.
Hello, may I be heard?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Salima Nawab. My deep gratitude to everybody that came here today, especially the Ypsilanti residents that came and told the council members that they are from this city and this is what they think. And shame on all those that have come from out of the city to confuse the council and bring up a minority opinion that is not representative of the council, the city itself. For the one attendee that was sad about what's happening in Israel and the October 7th attacks, I'm sorry for all the propaganda you've been hearing. I'm sorry for all the lies you've been hearing, because it's very hard to see the truth when you've been fed lies. I want to tell you the word pesticide. We all know what this means, right? It's used to kill pests. Pest, aside. Aside means to kill off, and pest is referring to the insects that we want to kill off. And we're hearing this term genocide as killing off a whole race of people. You can look to Raz Siegel, an associate professor of the Holocaust, who is an Israeli citizen trained in Israel at Tel Aviv University, and he will tell you that what is happening in Gaza right now is a textbook case of genocide. It is imperative that the city council and every city council whose constituents are demanding it vote yes on your original resolution, because it is stating the truth of a genocide being committed against the Palestinians. And if Ypsilanti does not call for this, call it for what it is, what is going to happen is that we are going to enable more extreme terrorists, like the landlord who stabbed his 6-year-old Wadia Fayumi because he was listening to lies, and there were no elected officials or leaders that were calling this a lie. This is why we need every council and Ypsilanti who already did this to call this for what it is, a genocide. We will be enabling more hate-filled men, like unfortunately the man who spoke at the beginning of this meeting. We're going to enable more hate-filled men that are coming from their own backgrounds and listening to their lives, to shoot at Palestinian students, like the 3 men that were shot in Vermont, that now one is left paralyzed from his chest down here in our country because leaders like Bernie Sanders could not call for a ceasefire. Again, they're listening to lies being repeated and not seeing their leaders stand up for what is right. This is why we need Ypsilanti to stay firm on its first resolution. You need to represent your constituents, as other people have already said. If you look at this room, that is the majority. And many of those brave people have told you they're from your city. 60 members of Congress are asking for a ceasefire. 60, that is 15% of our government that is asking for a ceasefire, when 66% of Americans are asking for a ceasefire. Are we living in a democracy? Are we representing our people?
Thank you.
I don't think we are.
I'm sorry, your time is up, but thank you.
Next is Sarah E.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm losing my voice, so I'm going to make sure to get in at the beginning that I think it's really critical and necessary that the resolution is supported. The fact that some anti-Zionist or some Zionists came in and tried to speak against it is pretty obscene, considering how much information does in fact exist. I think at this point, all of us are really making a choice about what we're doing with the information that we're just completely inundated with. There's a lot of ways to kind of fact check what's actually going on. And yeah, again, like at this point, we're all really in a situation where we need to make a choice about whether or not we're ignoring the reality of the situation. Getting all of the information about the genocide in Palestine, to say nothing of genocides in Congo, Sudan, the Uyghurs in China and Armenia, is completely overwhelming. And also like roles reversed in this ethnic cleansing between Palestine and Israel, I don't think we would even be having these conversations. It feels pretty obscene and like a massive waste of resources to be spending time debating whether or not we should acknowledge this like absolutely devastating experience. Also, just the sheer number of resources, particularly taxpayer dollars that are going to this genocide, but also to Israel overall, is devastating, considering Israel, through their funding, is able to access free housing, free colleges. They're able to have access to healthcare. Like these are all things in Ypsilanti that we do not have, that we desperately need. I recently saw a figure that with the $105 billion request from Biden, if we had $20 billion in the US, that would eradicate homelessness. And I don't think that is removed from the reality of a lot of other things that are being addressed in this meeting today. I think a lot of people have made amazing points. I'm not going to reiterate things that have been said. I am also going to throw out there the fact that like it doesn't seem like a coincidence that on October 29th, Israel announced it was going to award 12 licenses to explore offshore natural gas fields to 6 companies, knowing that the Levant Basin sits on about 122 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. And the Gaza Marine, which is smaller than that, in 2019 was estimated to hold like $4.592 billion worth of natural gas. So like this has happened before, that a place with a ton of natural gas resources and oil is being decimated for false claims. And ultimately, again, like it's just obscene that we're having these conversations. And I really want to invite you all to go back to supporting a resolution that deserves support. Thanks.
Thank you.
Renee Simri.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is Renee Kimmery. I'm an Ypsilanti resident, and I was also at the 7th November meeting where the Palestine Solidarity Resolution was originally passed, although I wasn't able to attend in person tonight. It filled me with hope and pride to see Ypsi's City Council vote unanimously to be one of the first cities in the nation to pass a resolution expressing solidarity with the peoples of Palestine and demanding an end to the ethnic cleansing currently being perpetuated in Gaza with the blessing of our government and tremendous amounts of military aid. And it was absolutely disgusting to see the immediate about face from the majority of the city council in their decision to repeal this resolution in the name of some false balance, claiming that it is anti-Semitic to believe that no one should be subjected to permanent siege, apartheid, or ethnic cleansing. It is nothing of the sort. Never again means never again. If you read the resolution that was originally passed, it was extremely clear. I'm going to quote from it. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the City of Ypsilanti condemns anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and ethno-nationalism in all of its forms. And later, be it resolved that the City of Ypsilanti advocates for the dignity and safety of residents in every community, regardless of what crimes its leadership may commit, and that peaceful diplomacy is the only way to achieve this safety and dignity. Anyone claiming that this resolution is unbalanced or anti-Semitic is lying. The stakes are clear. Will the City of Ypsilanti take a stand to support genocide or to reject it? By repealing the resolution, you have already taken a stance in favor of war crimes and against human dignity. But it is not too late to turn back, to avow Ypsilanti's support for peace and to an end to the violence our government and our taxes enable. It may seem like this is too big of an issue for a city council, but local government is the closest to its people and the most representation that we have, especially considering how out of touch Congress and the White House have been about overwhelmingly popular demands for a ceasefire in Gaza. I implore you to affirm that Ypsilanti is a city that loves peace, that cares for human dignity, and that refuses to allow violence in its name. To echo several of our Jewish comrades earlier, genocide is not a Jewish value. You can act here to affirm that it is not an Ypsilantian value either. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Zuni.
Good evening.
Good evening. May I be heard?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you to the respected council members for hearing me today. I'm speaking to urge the council to reinstate the original resolution. We have been witnessing the genocide of Palestinians for greater than a month. Israel has violated multiple international humanitarian laws, and we cannot continue to fund these atrocities. Over 7,000 children have been killed, and we have a duty to act to stop the ongoing violence and ethnic cleansing. No premature baby should be decomposing in a hospital. No child should have to bury their baby brother. No fetus should have to burn in their mother's womb. Listen, please listen to us and to the Palestinians. Do they see us? We are recording our death. Do you see us dying? Sir, is this a dream or reality? Said a child. Please don't take her from me. My daughter doesn't belong in a fridge. She never liked the cold, said a mother. Council members, do what your constituents and humanity calls upon. Reinstate the original ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dima.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, council members. My name is Dima Hassan. I'm Palestinian, and I want to tell you a little bit about me and then tell you what I'm asking you to do. So I'm Palestinian. I actually became American about 6 months ago now, in July. And before that, I didn't have a nationality at all. I was completely stateless. I remember actually being 11 years old and my dad saying to me, Dima, like, you don't have a place in the world that will accept you. And the only thing that you got to like move through the world is going to college, having a degree. That changed about 5 months ago. I can't be deported from here. I'm safe right now. I have family back home, and like I have a cousin in Gaza and I have family in the West Bank. And both have reported like the terrible things that are happening over there. My desire for myself and my people is a right to return, is being able to go to our homeland, to grow our trees, to live our life. My grandfather was a rancher. But I'm not even asking you to support our right to return. I'm not even asking you to like fight for our equal rights, to live on the land that we are from alongside our Jewish brothers and sisters. But what I am asking you to do is at least go back to what you said originally, which is that we deserve to live. We don't deserve to die. And that you don't support your money going to kill us and murder us and honestly take us completely extinct. The story of a Palestinian today is no different than the story of a Native person living in America like 200 years ago, 300 years ago, where you see your people dying and you're afraid. Is this going to be the end of us? And if we look at the American story, it was nearly that. The Native population in the US is like 3%. And that is a terrifying future that I have for myself. So I am asking you, I'm pleading with you, can you please reinstate your resolution for the ceasefire and ask and like demanding that your tax dollars do not go to support the killing of my people. This is, yeah, that's really it. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
Next is Venus Pasha.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, good evening. We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Venus. I just came on the mic to say that I live in Ypsilanti. I am incredibly disgusted that you guys decided to rescind your resolution in favor of the Palestinian people. I just do not understand how you had someone share that tragic story of her friend under rubble and also a Nakba survivor come on the mic and you guys just feel no remorse at all. Like that's what's coming up for me right now. This is not equal. This is not a war. It's a genocide. Palestinians are not equipped to defend themselves. Literally, they've been occupied for the last 75 years. This has never been equal. And it's insane to me how everyone is seeing people die in mass numbers. I think it was either today or yesterday that 1,000 Palestinians were killed in one day. In one day. How does that not make you cry? How do you not break down crying? People are actively dying, and we're coming on the mic asking you to simply state, hey, we don't want these people to die, and we have to argue with you about this. 4 council members voted against this. What is wrong with you people? I'm really asking, what is wrong with you? You should feel deep, 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 deep shame. And I promise you, I want you to remember the 4 members who rescinded the resolution. I want you to remember my name. My name is Venus Pasha, because I will be campaigning for people not to reelect you when it's time. That is terrible. And you do not represent the people of Ypsi, and you never will. And I want you to know that long as me and my friends and the people in the audience are alive, Palestine will never die. We will never forget Palestinians. We will never forget the atrocities that Israel committed against Palestinians. And we will never, ever, ever, ever forget what you did. We won't. We won't, because it's not equal. Everyone always wants people to condemn Hamas, condemn Israel for their war crimes, condemn Israel for what they've been doing for the past 75 years. Do the right thing. I hope at the end of this that you do the right thing like you should have done in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Basit Ahmed Panzafar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So I am actually a resident of Ann Arbor. My son we live in the King School District. Ann Arbor is supposed to have very good schools, and they certainly are very good schools. But we send our eldest son to a charter school in Ypsilanti, and the reason for that is because of the diversity of the student population. So that's something I wanted to mention, that in Ann Arbor, we like to think that we live in our liberal woke bubble, but it really is a facade, as you can see. The only positive thing that has come out of all this carnage is that the masks that people were wearing have come off. It's certainly, of course, that is not worth what's happening in Gaza. So that was the background. And I was really pleasantly surprised when I first heard that Ypsilanti had passed a resolution. And then when I later heard, and it was unanimous, and then when I later on heard that it had been rescinded, I was just shocked. A lot of people have gone on and spoken before me, so I'm just not going to repeat why you should be reinstating the resolution, I think it should be obvious to each one of you what the right course of action is. I just want to mention a few things which have been tried. I want to take apart a few arguments that have been mentioned by people who are asking you to not do anything and to not pass a resolution or to reinstate the previous one. I want to be clear what that means is they're asking you to be a silent bystander. And being a silent bystander here means being complicit in the murder of innocent children and women. This is the first genocide in my lifetime that has been live streamed. Like, it doesn't take much to go out and see evidence of what's happening out there. I certainly know you know what the right course of action is. I just want to emphasize not doing anything is not being neutral. You are taking a stand. You've already taken a stand by rescinding the resolution. And I think it's unfortunate, but it's never too late. So I really want you to go back and to reinstate the first resolution. And I also want you to take apart this argument that has been thrown around yesterday in the Ann Arbor City Council and was mentioned by a few people today, that, our communities are very diverse and things are very complicated. No, things are not complicated. There's always only one truth, despite whatever people tell you. I think all of you are smart enough to know what that truth is. So this mumbo jumbo that like things are complicated and our communities are diverse are just total BS. Sorry, excuse my language, but it just doesn't make any sense. And I'm sure you're smart enough to see through that. I'm not going to mention the statistics. I think you have probably already seen this. People before me, much more eloquent than me, have spoken about this. I just encourage you to go back and do the right thing. And I want to mention one last thing. The language, Palestinians just don't perish and die. They are killed, okay? So show a little spine, at least more spine than the New York Times, and call a spade a spade. People are being killed.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
your time is up. Thank you.
Next is Sidra Asan.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you for allowing me to speak here. I'm not going to take much of your time. Many people before me have already made a case for why you should reinstate the ceasefire resolution. I just want to say that I am absolutely amazed and deeply disappointed that in 2023, this is 2023, a ceasefire resolution is so controversial that there are some people who are against it, and the city council felt the need to rescind it. It's a ceasefire resolution. It is not taking one side or the other side. It's baffling. I also want to make the point that, and the gentleman before me actually made that point really well, that, this does affect the community in Ypsilanti and actually all across the US. Hate crimes are on the rise all across US. And you know what perpetuates those hate crimes? War does. That's what perpetuates hate crimes. If there is a ceasefire, if there is a cessation of hostilities, then we can go on to building our communities and trying to understand each other. So really, some of the people who are actually opposed to the ceasefire are perpetuating hate within the US. The last point that I want to make, which is about jurisdiction, is that at this point, I really do feel that city councils across America are more representative of its constituents than the federal government. You guys seem to have less pressure of external interests, or at least, seem to be. So it's just deeply disappointing if a city council can't represent what the majority of its constituents want, which is a ceasefire. So I hope you move forward with this ceasefire resolution and some of the other points that the residents have made throughout this city council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Omer.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, sorry, just 1 second here. Sorry, just one second. Okay, I'm gonna start now. The boy keeps asking for his parents, and he wants to get up and walk, but his parents are dead and his legs have been amputated. This is the plight of Ahmed Shabat, a 4-year-old boy whose parents were killed when their home in the town of Beit Hanun in the northeastern corner of the Gaza Strip was hit by an Israeli airstrike. I'm requesting the council members to reinstate the original ceasefire resolution that was rescinded. Any person who gave money to city council members to allow genocide to continue are not your friends. They are your enemies because they are purchasing your eternal soul for transient perceived gain. Please note that I am not speaking at all to support Hamas, but rather I support the civilians and children of Gaza, the indigenous Palestinians who are not Hamas. If Israel was fighting in the tunnels, we would not be here. But Israel is bombing every civilian place, hospitals, schools, churches, mosques, refugee camps, you name it. And they have given leaflets for people to go to South Gaza. And now they have given leaflets of people to go to Rafah, the city that borders Egypt, because they want to take their land. Why are the people in Gaza there? Why are they there? Because they were removed from their homes in other parts of Israel for one reason, because they were not Jewish. They were either Christian or Muslim. I am not, this is not a Palestinian or Jewish resolution. This is a human resolution. There are many hundreds of my beloved Jewish Americans who have sacrificed their freedom by getting arrested, doing civil disobedience to call for ceasefire. There are 0 Jewish Americans who want the bombing to continue, who are sacrificing themselves to get arrested because they know in their heart that this is wrong. This is wrong to put people in rubble. These are not Hamas fighters. Max Blumenthal has shown that almost everything that we have heard and other journalists have shown that they are false propaganda. Please go to thegrayzone.com and you will see all that. And I just wanted to take the remaining of the time for us all to remain silent and imagine if every single person, including the council members, were murdered, because that is the population that has exceeded Ypsilanti. So if we can take a moment of silence and reflect.
Thank you.
Next is Holland Knight.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Holland Knight, and I live on North Hamilton Street in Ypsilanti. When I first heard about the initial bombings and violent attacks on Palestine, I was plunged into a history of Israel's violence against a group of marginalized people. And I could not comprehend how my education in this country had glazed over it. But actually, I can. The United States was built, the literal land we stand on right now, was built through the violent removal and brutal, inhumane, catastrophic murder of many, many indigenous peoples, nations eradicated. We celebrate violence in this country. We live in a police state that targets Black people. We attack trans and queer people and threaten their right to exist. The history of this country's economy is intrinsically tied to the violent capture of African peoples, and our disgusting legacy has continued to back violence to encourage profit over human lives. Land, money, prestige will never equal one human life, let alone 20,000 Palestinians. Your contribution and failure to condemn white supremacy and colonization are not eradicated because you are a descendant of survivors of the Holocaust, and utilizing the Holocaust to justify a genocide is extreme cognitive dissonance. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, I'm gonna go to, thank you. Good evening. Yes, you can.
Good evening, council. I really don't have anything prepared, but I just want to say that I'm here to stand with the Palestinian people, the oppressed Palestinian people. And I'm also here to reiterate and to kind of summarize what everyone, almost everyone has been saying, that Israel is a terrorist state, that Zionism is racism. Justice is needed here. For the Palestinian people, a genocide is taking place. As we sit here now, there is a genocide taking place. Again, over 15,000 people have been killed. Your passing of the resolution means to stop the killing, stop the injustice towards the Palestinian people who have been oppressed since 1948. It didn't happen on October 7th. It happened way before that. And I should know because I'm Lebanese American and my country is being bombed now in the South. We have lost over 80 men already to the war that Israel has started in my own country. A lot of the people in the South have moved over, left the South to Beirut because of the bombardment of Israel. It not only bombed Lebanon, but it's throwing white phosphorus chemicals that is internationally banned by the United Nations. So I ask you, Council, to please reinstate the resolution and to keep the original one, not the watered down one. So that by doing that, you're stopping the killing of the people. And that you are on the right side of history. And that you stand to stop the heinous genocide that is ongoing as I stand here. Israel has used, like I said, international forbidden white phosphorus bombs on men, women, and children who no longer exist in Palestine as well. They have been obliterated. This is ethnic cleansing. We need to condemn Israel for this genocide and to stop funding this war criminal Netanyahu and his apartheid state and demand for an immediate ceasefire now. Be brave, please. Be brave, be human. That stands for justice and humanity. And I ask you to reinstate the original resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Zoom.
Next is Trisha Duckworth.
Good evening.
Good evening. Oh my gosh, what a night. I was thinking, wasn't gonna say anything, I was just sitting here listening, but I want to share something. I heard somebody say that they honor that what's being done is wrong, but that you all shouldn't do anything. Last night I was at the hospital with my goddaughter and she was wheezing. She had a horrible cough. She has asthma. And we got there were 5 people ahead of us. And I was like, oh my God, we're going to be here all night. But, you know, I get it because kids have an RSV, you know, there's respiratory problems going on. It's a lot going on. So I just purposed in my heart to be patient. And a nurse heard her wheezing and pulled her into triage and began to give her and administer her a breathing treatment because she recognized that she was in distress and that she couldn't breathe. There were people that were out there and they were upset, and I could understand. because their children couldn't breathe as well. And all the kids there were there because they were sick. But there's something called a priority. There's a prioritization of how things are when you go to the hospital. And right now, today I seen a baby that looked like it was a statue because it had been burned so badly. So I don't know how anybody could say, don't do anything. What you do here tonight won't be justice, right? Because justice would be us living in a world where we are not oppressed, us living in a world where we could understand that we are all one human race. That would be justice. But tonight, I'm not going to tell you what to do because you already know in your hearts what is right to do because that is what you did before. And I get it because I understand as even as an activist, the pressure sometimes that you have to go through, the threats. I know many of you on this board, I know your hearts, I know what you stand for. So some of the attacks I feel are not appropriate because I know your hearts. And sometimes you have to make decisions that are very hard, but I believe you know what's right to do. This is genocide. It's not right. Children are dying. They're being murdered. They're being slaughtered. I'm tired of seeing the pictures, but I can only imagine that they're tired of going through it because they're living through it every day. Peace is what we need. Ceasefire is what we need. I appreciate your time and I love you all.
Thank
Peace.
you. I'm sorry. We have to keep going. Please, please contain yourself. Please, please. Who's the next person?
Next is Brenda Steller.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. Hello, my name is Brenda Sundberg. My husband and I are property owners in Ypsilanti in Ward 1 on Hawkins Street. We have two children, two elementary children who go to Ypsilanti community schools. I am asking the council to reinstate the original decision on the ceasefire. It doesn't take a historian in this moment to learn about Palestine. We have already been provided the historic perspectives, if not just from historians, but from those that are living the occupation. If you are tiptoeing because you are afraid to offend, shame on you for your ignorance at this point. Why are you not afraid of offending the oppressed? Why are you not afraid of offending those heroic journalists who choose to go back into the war to document the truth? They are asking us to speak for them. Why are you not afraid of offending the children suffocating under the rubble or undergoing multiple amputations without anesthesia? Those dying of hunger and disease now. I moved to Ypsi because of the energy in this town, and I want to raise my children in this beautiful, diverse community. And I am here to ask that you call for the original proposal unapologetically. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Hadija.
Good evening. Hello?
Hadija, if you're saying anything, you're on mute.
Mute. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi. My name is Hadija Hamadi and I'm a resident in Michigan, and I just wanted to come here to urge you to prioritize the life of innocent civilian and focusing on the people, the children and dying. This is important to consider to reinstate the original resolution to ceasefire because clearly you knew what to do prior to do that. And now you're under some kind of pressure to consider something else. And with not the specific reason for to do that. Ceasefire doesn't mean that it's anti-Semite. It doesn't mean that it's anything religious. It's just helping everyone in this this situation, and here in particular Palestine. The Palestinians are suffering, and I think if we take a moment to see that it can be our children, and it can be your sister, your brother, your little kids that are just murdered for absolutely no reason, and just taking a time to imagine if someone is doing something wrong once in the school, and then we just decided to bomb the whole school because somebody is there potentially. For us, it could be just insane logic. It's an insane logic to just decide to take money. It's not a war, it's genocide, because they have nothing to defend themselves, absolutely nothing to defend themselves. So this is completely silly to say that it's very complicated. It's very clear. We just need a ceasefire, a permanent one, the original one. We just need to stop it. It just needs to stop, and it doesn't have to be conflictual. It doesn't have to be one side against the other. It just needs to stop. And it's a human thing to do. It's a justice thing to do, and it's important. And I love that somebody earlier mentioned about not being a bystander, and being a bystander is to being complicit. And let's be in the right side of the history, because way back when we were just thinking, how could the Holocaust happen when today it's happening and nobody's doing anything about it? It's happening. So we urge you to just take that into consideration. It's not something that it has any conflict. It's just a very simple thing to do. Ceasefire, just reinstate the original resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is Keisha.
Good evening.
Let's be very clear. Israel has no right to exist. Israel is a genocidal settler project that can only exist through the complete eradication of indigenous Palestinian people off of Palestinian land. Anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are not the same, and Israel does not represent Judaism. This is a genocide, plain and simple. Now that we've gotten those things out of the way, Nicole Brown, Evan Sweet, Roland Tucson, Steve Wilcoxon, I can't even in good faith call you cowards for your decision. You have proudly taken a stand on the side of genocide. Thousands of dead children, men, women, dead mothers with their dead babies still inside of them, murder, assault, terror, destruction. You shake hands with the war machine. You hold hands with death. You, the city council members who voted to rescind the most basic of resolutions, did so because you know where your bread is buttered. According to the U.S. military funding to Israel map, approximately 300,000 of IPSI's taxes go straight to Israel. That's 300,000 that could go to a homeless shelter, maybe, but it's more important to pump funds into genocide abroad, just like it's more important to pour money into the cops locally rather than invest in resources for your most vulnerable community members. As was already pointed out by other incredible speakers tonight, Michigan happily plays its role in creating parts for the death-making machines ravaging Palestine right now, and Ypsilanti City Council has, equally as happily, gotten in line for your role in genocide. Blood is on your hands. You bow to oppressive forces. You bow to genocide enablers. You are genocide enablers. What is the difference? It has never been about doing the right thing. It's about blood. It's about land. It's about investing in death. This is not metaphorical. Not when Palestinian fathers tenderly hold their dead daughters in their arms, or just body parts of their children, or nothing at all because they can only dig through rubble for so long. There is only one option. Stand with Palestinian liberation. Stand with oppressed peoples everywhere, both abroad and in your city. Reinstate the original resolution. Divest completely from Israel. Invest in your most vulnerable here, and hope you can be forgiven for what you aimed to do here tonight. And don't thank me.
total liberation for Palestine now. That is all.
Thank you.
Next is Vidya.
Good evening.
Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Here's some things that are true. The US has signed accords agreeing that collective punishment is a war crime. Israel is engaging in collective punishment in the forced displacement of Palestinians. Israel would not be doing this to their own cities if Hamas were hiding there instead of Gaza. Most of us can agree it would be unconscionable if we carpet bombed American cities in response to domestic terrorism that happens here, stateside. Relative to total populations on both sides, Gazans have experienced an October 7th's worth of death every day since then. There's a 75-year history of the displacement and ethnic cleansing of Palestinians that predates this most recent, completely asymmetric quote-unquote conflict. None of this has changed from the time the original resolution passed till the time it was rescinded. Is genocide suddenly no longer genocide because some people tell you they're a fan of it? Did we suddenly unconvene at Geneva because Zionists feel insulted? It is our moral duty to call out genocide and imperialism wherever it lies, regardless of how popular it is, especially when our country is complicit and especially when it costs us something politically. Anything else is unconscionable levels of cowardice. I demand this resolution be reinstated with the original language that declares Israel responsible for the genocide of Palestinians and maintains our refusal to be complicit in it. And if not, I demand a new resolution that honestly declares Ypsilanti's commitment to remain complicit in genocide, imperialism, and fascism, especially wherever the victims are brown and predominantly Muslim. Jewish people have lived peacefully in Palestine before Israel and will live there again in peace after Israel without the need for an ethno-state. Ceasefire now, ceasefire forever. It is our duty to set Palestine free from the river to the sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Weissman.
Good evening.
Nancy, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. So I just said thank you to the city council and the mayor for this opportunity to speak. I'm a resident of Ypsilanti for 30 years, EMU alum and retired nurse. I was at the meeting, the last meeting you had when the resolution was passed, or when it was rescinded. And the reason I think that the council members rescinded that resolution was because they had more input from the constituents and people in the community, and felt that it wasn't an accurate representation of all of the people involved. The resolution was proposed 2 hours before the meeting, and I think there was very little input. The last time I had suggested that the community look at a way of addressing this together where we are talking to each other as people. Not only are there bombs, but words can be used as weapons too. And I think that we need to stop some of the rhetoric that only divides us more. We all want peace. I don't know of anybody that doesn't want to have a ceasefire, that would be opposed to that, other than Netanyahu. There was a ceasefire, and the first one lasted until Hamas refused to free the women that had been captured from hostages. Their voices are silenced. They are buried in tunnels without their families knowing if they are alive or dead or being fed. Yes, schools, hospitals, and homes have been bombed. Israel has taken every step, now and in the past, to have people relocate. Hamas uses the Palestinians, The Palestinians are hostages as well. They are shields to Hamas, where they hide their weapons and their command centers. I do not envy the council members having to make these decisions. I think that you have been painted with a broad brush, just like most of us have been, in that as Jewish people, we don't want peace and that we don't believe in human rights and that we have marched for
Thank
civil
you.
rights. We've worked.
Your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Hajra.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Hajra Khan. Thank you all for coming tonight. I'm calling to express my support for the ceasefire resolution. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. This issue matters to all of us who live in and around Ypsilanti. This region has a diverse population that includes both Palestinian and Jewish citizens demanding an end to this genocide. Most importantly, this is a human issue. I want to insist that the ceasefire returns and is permanent, putting an end to lost lives in the region. Our very own tax dollars are going towards supporting this genocide, and we, the taxpayers, don't accept it. The International Criminal Court has called this a war crime. It is a war crime we are funding, yet you all are hesitant in passing a ceasefire resolution. How many more human beings, including thousands of babies and children, need to be killed before this will get your attention? Please listen to your constituents. I demand the Ypsilanti City Council members to move the resolution calling for a ceasefire and for you all to vote for a ceasefire. We have elected you to keep us safe, to hear us, but you aren't doing your job. Our neighbors in Detroit, as well as Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, have already taken action to call for a ceasefire, and they have recognized that in doing so is the humanitarian thing to do, the human thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next is Ken Tokars.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment to include the following additional invasions. In 2022, Al-Shabaab invaded Ethiopia. In 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. In 2018, the United Arab Emirates invaded Socotra. In 2017, Senegal, Nigeria, and Ghana invaded Gambia. In 2016, Turkey invaded Syria. In 2014, Israel invaded Gaza. In 2014, Russia invaded Ukraine. In 2011, Kenya invaded Somalia. In 2008, Israel invaded Gaza. In 2008, Russia invaded Georgia. In 2008, Comoros invaded Anjouan. In 2006, Ethiopia invaded Somalia. In 2006, Israel invaded Lebanon. In 2004, Israel invaded Gaza. In 2003, the United States, United Kingdom, Austria, and Poland invaded Iraq. In 2002, Israel invaded the West Bank. In 2001, United States, United Kingdom, Canada, Austria, Northern Alliance invaded Afghanistan. In 1999, Pakistan invaded Kargil. In 1998, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi invaded the Republic of Congo. In 1998, Eritrea invaded Ethiopia. In 1994, the United States invaded Haiti. In 1991, the United States, United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Syria invaded Iraq. In 1991, Iraq invaded Saudi Arabia. In 1990, Iraq invaded Kuwait. In 1990, Rwanda Patriotic Front invaded Rwanda. In 1989, the National Patriotic Front of Liberia invaded Liberia. In 1989, the United States invaded Panama. 1988, China invaded Spratly Islands. 1984, India invaded Siachen. 1983, United States invaded Grenada. 1982, Iran invaded Iraq. 1982, Israel invaded Lebanon. 1980, Iraq invaded Iran. 1979, Soviet Union invaded Afghanistan. 1979, Vietnam invaded Thailand.
Thank you.
I could go on.
Your time is up, but thank you so much.
Next is Zoom user.
Can you please state your name for the record? Good evening.
They disappeared. Next is Mo.
Good evening.
Mo, are you there? Try coming back to you.
Yep.
Violet Shreve.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so my name is Violet. I live on the east side of Depot Town. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. So this issue that we've been talking about tonight makes me very upset and very emotional. This amount of indiscriminate violence disgusts me and offends my very sense of humanity. But it's done so since the beginning, and I just don't really understand why the council rescinded its original resolution. But I'm getting this sense that appealing to humanity isn't really cutting it. So I want to take a different approach to appealing to you that you should reinstate the original ceasefire resolution. So first, I argue that you will take a stance, regardless of whether you want to. When you choose to make a statement, when you choose not to make a statement, that's making a statement. And choosing to remain silent is a choice. Second, I acknowledge that we are a very small community and we can't solve this issue ourselves, let alone by a simple resolution, a mandate. But I argue that taking a stance, you are still making a difference. You know, a 1% chance compounded every day becomes a 3,700% change over the course of a year. Every little bit of difference contributes toward the larger goal. Thirdly, and most importantly, I argue that a ceasefire should be considered standard procedure in this situation. When police respond to a domestic violence situation, perhaps one where a person is brutalizing another, they don't let the parties sort things out by themselves, and they don't let the violence continue as they begin the investigation and try to open a case and bring it through the judicial system. They start by stopping the violence so that they can begin to figure out what justice looks like. And that's what a ceasefire does here. It lets us save innocent lives while we figure out what justice looks like. How do we move forward in the most just way possible? So in conclusion, I argue that you are taking a stance, so you might as well affirmatively make one, no matter how small our overall impact will be. And I also argue that your stance should first and foremost be to stop the violence so that we can find justice. Both Jews and Palestinian Arabs deserve to live. Please reinstate the original ceasefire resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mo, if you're there. Hey, Molly Rayner.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Molly Rayner, and I'm a proud anti-Zionist pro-Palestine Jew. I've been protesting Israel's occupation of Palestine for the last 20 years, and I'm praying that we won't still be protesting in another 20 years. I'm urging you all to be on the right side of history and reinstate the resolution for a ceasefire. And I want to share a poem I wrote years ago that's sadly more relevant today than ever before. I wear a dress of potato peels, a gown of garlic cloves sewn by long winter women, my hard-headed ancestors. I wear their writhing roots across my scalp, pulled from earth when they left in the night before Kristallnacht. I wear shattered glass in my gums. I wear their leaving like a long cloak, like a heavy brooch, child brides marrying first cousins for green cards, tongues cut, sad stink from ship bottom stuck in the fabric. I wear their gloom-swallowed Sundays, their gold-given Fridays, Shabbos candles hanging from earlobes, frog leg bracelets, evil eyes dangling over all of my days. I wear their warnings and their worries, matreshkas for feet, hamsas for hands. I see the news. More babies died in Gaza this week, and all my layers shudder. Necklace of swallowed song tightening around throat. I wear the dead ones too, the ones who didn't make it. In the hook of my nose, stubborn curl at my temple that refuses to straighten, refuses to pretend it is anything but itself. Whiteness allowed my people to forget where they came from. But as the elders like to say, a dressed up potato is still a potato. We all think we perform Americana so well, but no matter how glamorous my grandma is, her old country shines through. Trips off tongue when Yiddish slips out and no one's left to translate her memories. I wear her dead language as lip liner. All the ghosts rattling my ribs, begging me not to forget. I wear our country's ugly in my skin, in pale curve of hip that deems me more worthy of protecting now, but cleansing then. Nothing I wear is clean. Blood-striped cotton flag woven into wardrobe. I see the news. More babies died in Gaza this week and all my layers shudder. I wear a shawl of prayers and it is not enough. I always read about the Germans who resisted, the woman who seduced Nazis and then killed them. Who would have risked their life for me then? What am I willing to give up now? I wear a dress of potato peel sewn by long winter women. I wear their terror and their chutzpah. I wear the unborn ones too. How will we answer our grandchildren when they ask, what did you do? When they look at us and they are wearing our faces, small mirrors, will I lace their necks with swallowed song? Or will they pull this shattered glass from their gums and wield their words like weapons? Thank you.
Thank you.
Try Mo one more time.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Muhammad Ali, and I'm from the Ypsilanti, Southeast Michigan community. Everything that's there to be said has already been said. I'm not really a great speaker, but I'm gonna just leave you with this quote from Albert Einstein. The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything. We're calling for a ceasefire in Palestine, and we're calling for you guys to reinstate the original resolution right now, and we're calling for a forever ceasefire. And if you guys are gonna keep canceling this resolution because you're scared of these dumbass Zionists that are scaring you or paying you off or bribing you, then you guys really need to do some self-reflection. You need to research what Zionism is. You need to research what the state of Israel is. Israel is not a Jewish state. This is not a religious issue. This is a humanitarian issue. There's children being killed. There's innocent mothers, fathers, grandparents, elderly being murdered every second. Every day we wake up. And I don't think you guys know the consequences this is going to lead to in the future and what it's already leading to right now. And I don't think you guys actually know what's happening, because I don't know if you just watch CNN and Fox News, but I challenge you, city members, right now, when you go home, to open your Twitter and Instagrams and type "Eyes on Palestine" and just see for yourself. Don't be afraid of watching the uncomfortable videos of what's happening. You need to know what's happening. We call for a ceasefire, and this issue has been going on for 75 years. It's not about October 7th. And if you guys still believe on the propaganda that the Israeli media has been trying to spew about beheaded children and rape and all this, I will give you guys every penny in my bank. I will sell my business and give it to you guys if you can show me any proof of that. That's all propaganda, and you guys need to wake up.
Thank you.
And to the Zionist, and 1 second, to the Zionist lady that said the Holocaust was a genocide, we're not denying that. Palestinians didn't cause the Holocaust. What's happening right now is a genocide. And we need to address this. And to the other cowboy Uncle Ruckus sounding guy that said he's a Hebrew and that Palestinians raped his family, that's false. I don't know what he's going on about. And to the piece of shit veteran that said after 9/11 we would have been calling for a ceasefire. We'll call for a ceasefire wherever innocent people are being killed. Palestinians and innocent Muslims didn't cause 9/11. The United States government did with Israel. I think more of you need to wake up. And we're calling for a ceasefire right now, and we won't stop talking about this. This is not going to be an issue where we go quiet again like the past however many years this has been going on. We're going to show up every day and every damn week until a ceasefire happens.
Thank you.
Olivia Harris.
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name's Olivia Harris, and I'm a constituent of IPSI. I live down the street on Grove. And as a queer master's social work student with a bachelor's degree in social work from Eastern Michigan University, I have a duty to fight for social justice for all. And the bare minimum is to ask for a ceasefire against a genocide. And I was one of the ones screaming outside and watching and experiencing the disgusting and lack of de-escalation skills of the Ypsilanti Police Department as they taunted, scoffed at, and attempted to incite violence with their unprofessional behavior. They should be ashamed of themselves, and they need to do better. I wake up sick to my stomach every single day. My mind is consumed with videos and pictures of dead babies, children, and family under rubble and displaced people. And I was the one at the protest with the sign stating the death tolls, which have risen much higher since I made that sign. I'm absolutely consumed by this and simply baffled at the decision to rescind the original resolution calling for a ceasefire. Anti-Zionist does not mean anti-Jew. And as a person who worked at the only emergency homeless shelter in Washtenaw County for 2 years, I know that our $300,000 funding genocide can be allocated to better resources. And as a city, along with Detroit and the other ones that other people mentioned, we have a duty to stand up and call for a ceasefire. I appreciate you for letting me speak, and I do appreciate the 2 people on the council who did not vote to rescind the ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marion?
Good evening. Hello?
Marion, if you're saying anything, you're on mute.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you now.
Okay, 1 second, please. Good evening. All of Israel's unlawful actions, sanctioned and supported by the U.S. government with billions of dollars in military arms, using American taxpayer dollars, and our government's incessant calls that Israel has a right to defend itself, has amounted to Israel believing it has the right to carry out state-sponsored terrorism and the ongoing uprooting of Palestinians from their lands. This unquestionable support and arming of Israel has contributed to the October 7th attack in response. Israel calling the October 7th operation its 9/11, while it was in response to decades of ongoing Palestinian oppression and hostage taking, has now culminated in Israel openly carrying out a genocide on Gaza and numerous operations in the West Bank to take over even more lands. And it's all being done in the name of Jews from around the world. The Israel lobby under AIPAC has been pressuring government officials and the mainstream media to officially label pro-Palestinian and Palestine marches as being in support of terrorism and as an anti-Semitic threat to Jews. However, while they make these outrageous and dangerous claims, Jews who are not all Zionists in support of Israel are supporting Palestinian rights by organizing protests that say, "Not in our names." And while activists of all kinds of religions, including Jews, and from all different walks of life, are participating in these activities, supporting the human rights of the occupied Palestinians as equal to their own. When will U.S. government officials stop listening to AIPAC and the military industry and start listening to their people? When will they stop supporting Israel with no accountability? This irresponsible support of Israel's ongoing illegal occupation and expansionism in the Middle East region by the U.S. government in American citizens' names using their tax dollars is not only anti-Semitic, it is Islamophobic and anti-Christian. It is also inhumane because it is in support of what is state-sponsored terrorism and genocide of an occupied civilian human population. I would like to ask you to please reinstate the resolution you rightfully passed previously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sakina C.
Good evening.
Sakina, you're on mute if you're there.
Hi, my name is Sakina, and I'm a new resident of Ypsilanti. I was very pleased that I had moved to a city that supported the oppressed, but sadly, that quickly turned into a lie. This issue is no longer about being pro-Israel or pro-Palestine. It's about pro-humanity, pro-morality, pro-innocence, pro-children and childhood, pro-pregnant women and elderly. Imagine the elderly being displaced at the age they should be secure and comfortable. Their children and grandchildren killed, murdered in front of them. Imagine infants losing their entire families before they even got to know them. Infants and toddlers who are still learning to crawl but losing their arms and legs before they even can crawl. How can we stand and watch this? I used to wonder how people silently watched other genocides in history, but now I'm living it and realize it's because a few are controlling the rest of the voices. Let's not repeat history. Just as the Holocaust will never be forgotten for its horror, neither will this genocide. Not 50 years later, not 100 years later, no matter how hard they try to control how it's written in the history books. Please bring back the original resolution, fight for ceasefire, and be known in history as the voice that supports humanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Zainab.
Good evening.
Zainab, you're on mute if you're speaking.
Hi, can I be heard?
Yes.
Um, I just wanted to clarify, I'm not a Ypsilanti citizen, but can I still speak on this?
Yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to say and just say it's very wonderful to see people from all walks of life like speaking on this. And I just wanted to kind of as an observer tell you my thoughts really on the hypocrisy that lies in rescinding the original resolution. Because in what world, in any way, is the things we're seeing okay? In what world is killing so many children okay? Like, no matter what context, and the context is so important, but no matter what context, this needs to end. And everyone has already talking about the points of the history of occupation, and the history of horrible war crimes and the worsening war crimes we're seeing today. But I just wanted to speak with logic right now to a lot of the people, not in this room, obviously, because the majority supports a ceasefire, but the people who say we cannot support a ceasefire because it's something anti-Semitic lies in that, or we can't support a ceasefire because we need to get rid of Hamas. If Hamas is using citizens as human shields or using hospitals as bases, nothing makes it okay then to continue a war where there's so much damage. But a lot of the time, these things are not true, and these things are still being perpetrated. So, by any kind of logic, we need to call for a ceasefire to end the loss of life simply, rather than continue to fall for these lies that are trying to get us to forget our humanity and believe that this continuation of horrific bombing is okay. And yeah, I'm sorry if I didn't speak very as eloquently as some others on that, but I just wanted to convey my confusion at the lack of logic in not supporting a ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Imaya Sahin.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I am a resident of Canton. My name is Sumaya, but I previously lived in Ypsilanti in Hickory Point for 3 years. I just wanted to share some facts about what's going on. If you could please excuse my toddler in the background. Israel has been bombing Gaza relentlessly, destroying homes, schools, hospitals, universities, cafes, cultural institutions, refugee camps, water desalination plants, and other essential civilian infrastructure. Its brutal siege has cut Palestinians off from food, water, and fuel, and has torn Gaza's healthcare system to shreds. Winter is coming, and the vast majority of Gaza's Palestinians have no stable housing, with many living in tents. They are starving and falling ill with no one there to offer care. Still, Israel continues to bomb them. At least 21,000 Palestinians have been killed by Israel in the past 2 months alone, including over 6,000 children, if not more. Even if Israel's bombing stopped tomorrow, it has sown genocidal conditions in Gaza that will take Palestinians generations to recover from. But Israeli and US officials have indicated that they won't stop. They want millions more dollars in weapons paid for by us. Please make the motion and commitment to save lives. Please use your voices to call for a ceasefire. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good evening.
Thank you. Aaron, can you tell us how many more hands are there?
The only hand left is from somebody who's already spoken during this comment. There is one comment that was submitted to be asked to be read into the record. If anybody else on Zoom wants to speak who hasn't already spoken, please press raise hand while I read this comment.
Thank you.
Sarah Harvey from 719 Charles Street. Dear Council, today I contact you all regarding item 8 on the agenda for the December 5th, 2023 Council meeting, revisiting Resolution 2023-222, expressing support and solidarity with the Palestinian people of Gaza. Because this council could not possibly accurately express through any resolution, regardless of how carefully worded, the varied views held by Ypsilanti residents regarding either the support or solidarity that is involved in such a complex international issue, I ask that you not try. Please vote against this resolution. Instead, please refocus council attention on the local issues which you are charged with governing and upon which you are actually able to affect change. The path of resolutions like this one invariably leads to division in our community. Please attend to and respect the diversity of perspectives that live within our city. There is not and cannot be consensus here on such an issue. Please do not attempt for any reason, regardless of how noble seeming, to manufacture it. Such an attempt would be a lie. Given this, I also contact you today to ask that council bring forward a resolution and then an ordinance to modify the rules of council to disallow any resolution that falls outside the ruling grounds of local government. I ask that council do this in order to maintain respect for the diversity of our community. Thank you for your valuable service to our community. Please read these remarks into the record.
All right, thank you.
So now there's 3 more Zoom people.
Right.
Shaikh Kadir.
Good evening.
Hi, this is Kadir, ex-resident of Ypsilanti. Yes, I have been listening this thing for a long time. Yes, some of us agrees and some of us do not agree. One thing that we agree that either we are Muslim, Christian, or Jewish, we have God. Did God tell us to kill people? All of us will say that no. If that be the case, then why can't we be in one point, then ceasefire? I mean, this is the thing that Allah, our God, created us. So he would not allow to destroy his own creation. Then how come we be a supporter of either of the religion can support killing the human? So my request would be stop killing and ceasefire now. And I would request the Ypsilanti councillor to go for ceasefire. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Faiz Saeed.
Good evening. Good night.
Good evening, everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I'm from Ann Arbor. I wanted to speak to this resolution that was rescinded, that this affects the local community. You can see how many people have gathered today to speak to you about this seemingly conflict in a far off land. However, this is close to people's hearts. Why? Because this is about killing children, killing civilians, thousands, unimaginable, unfathomable misery visited on humanity. And people in this community are in anguish. It affects community members when they go to work. It affects the children when they go to schools. So this is a local issue. This is not as much as it is a foreign issue. You took a brave stand when you called for a ceasefire, but is it a brave stand? Where is our civilization when we have to plead with our leaders to call for a ceasefire, stop killing children and civilians? Where is our civilization? What point are we at? So that we have to mobilize hundreds of thousands of people just to call for to stop the bombs. But I am very happy about the community coming together and reminding you of the stands that we have to take. And I'm sure it has been clear over this hearing and over the past hearings that what you must do is to call for a ceasefire. And this has been reiterated, the bare minimum. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Julia P.
Good evening.
May I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Julia. I am an Ypsilanti resident, going on 7 years. I'm here to ask that you reinstate the original ceasefire resolution. I was a really proud citizen that day when you originally passed the ceasefire resolution, because amidst all the grief and pain and torment we've all been seeing, it gave me a glimmer of hope, and I'm sure it gave a lot of us a glimmer of hope that like our city was taking a stand. I really think this is a chance for Ypsilanti to this is a chance for Ypsilanti to be a leader and take a stand and be an influence for other cities who may be considering a similar resolution. And then, as other people have said, like that will go up the chain from state to federal. This is urgent. People are dying. And I think everything has already been said by all the other speakers today. So I just want to echo all of their messages and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Last call for Zoom comments.
While you're doing that, please come.
Super quick. Brian Jones Chance. I'm not going to say anything that you haven't already heard or don't already know about the situation in Gaza. Obviously, I have religious beliefs that, I'm against any taking of human life of any kind. But you all have things that you have to take into consideration, and you will do that. And I think you have done, and it sounds like you're still deliberating. So I have every faith that you guys will figure that out. Other reason I'm up is as a member of the DDA, there is a candidate for not nomination, but for approval to be on the board. I would urge that we, not add people to the DDA board that don't live in the city of Ypsilanti, and that we don't add people to the DDA board who don't own businesses in the district. The applicant owns a property, a residential rental property, but does not have a storefront, doesn't own a business, and doesn't live in the city, much less the district. So please take that into consideration. We have quorum. We can find someone else to fill that position. I don't think we need to resort to that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the audience? I feel like everyone here has spoken, but is there anyone who wants to speak who has not? Okay. Is there anybody on Zoom? Last call.
No hands who haven't already spoken.
Okay. So seeing none, I'm going to give a little pause. Last call. You want to speak? Oh, go. Good evening.
I'm not from the Ypsilanti area. It's not where I live. Can I still speak? Okay. So I heard mention the term indigeneity, the term indigenous, and I wanted to talk a bit about that. So one can't convert to indigeneity, but one can convert to Judaism. I am I just want to draw attention. There are indigenous Jews in Palestine. There are Palestinian Jews. And there's been a misuse of the term indigenous during in addressing you all. And I just wanted to draw attention to that. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. All right. I will close.
There's a hand on Zoom.
Oh, okay. Yep. Good evening.
Kamdar.
Hello?
Kamdar, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
I was born and raised in Ypsilanti all my life, and I really loved living there because of its diversity and its inclusion for all people. And to rescind this, it really hurt us as people that were born and raised there, because this inclusion means that we are all part of humanity, and we are all concerned constituents, and we're all voicing our opinion. It's almost midnight here, and all human life is precious to all of us. And targeting of civilians, no matter their faith, ethnicity. Imagine this was happening in Ypsilanti. This is a violation of international humanitarian law. None of us have to educate you on this, but maybe we're not all seeing the same images. The most horrific image was the NICU babies that were left to rot, and they only found them when there was that brief pause, and aid workers and journalists were allowed to enter the space amongst IDF, Israeli soldiers. But between October 7th and December 2023, this armed violence has claimed more than 22,000 lives. And it pains me to see the annihilation of life and dignity of people, whether it would be here in Ypsilanti or in Gaza. We're all part of the same humanity. Gaza has been a concentration camp of innocent people, 2.4 million residents. And there's an avalanche of suffering that is man-made. It's man-made by targeting hospitals, peaceful places of worship, schools, wiping out multi-generations. It's a very intentional genocide, and it's supported by our tax dollars. And I don't know why you would rescind something you had so much detailed information about. I urge you to support and go back to your original resolution, and so that we can be a voice for the voiceless and a shining light for everyone across America. Ypsilanti should be the leader, just like our neighbors in Detroit and Oakland and in California. And throughout it will start picking up across the nation. Thank you for your time, and thank you for letting us all speak.
Thank you. All right.
Mother.
There's another one? Okay.
Amy Clarice.
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I am making a comment in support of the resolution being reinstated as it was originally passed. It was extremely disappointing to see the city council members given to a group of pressure that doesn't represent the constituents of Ypsilanti as a whole, and also let down many of our community members. We have many people here in Ypsilanti that are directly impacted and know people in the region, and I believe it was a great disservice to our community that you rescinded it after passing it, and I'm very disappointed in that. I've lived in Ypsilanti for the last 8 years, and the city leadership has just continued to disappoint us on many fronts when it comes to a variety of issues, including the housing crisis and affordability crisis and all of the people that need access to services. We are grateful that the Freight House is able to be used again as a warming center, but it's not enough. And as many of the other speakers tonight have stated, this is genocide. It's a humanitarian crisis, and the fact that our city leaders can't even stand up for that, it just makes me feel like they're not going to have many of our backs when we need them most, and they continue to show that through actions like this and others. So I would like them to reinstate the ceasefire as it was originally passed. And Debbie Dingell herself, even 6 days ago, also called for a bilateral ceasefire. So I don't understand why this is a controversial issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There are two more hands. Google Pixel 7 Pro.
Good evening. Can you state your name for the record? Hello? I think you're trying to speak, but we can't hear you.
If you're saying anything, we can't hear you.
Is it possible to go to the next person and come back to the?
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Ceasefire now.
Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. This is Tuba Yasmin from Ann Arbor, and I'm here. You know, from my name there, I'm here to just call for, what your I'm just requesting you to go back to your original resolution, and I don't have a prepared speech, and I'm really uncomfortable speaking publicly. But you know what? I read somewhere that speak the truth even if your voice shakes, and this is literally what's happening right now with me. But I'm here. I'm here because silence at this point is a crime. Silence at this point, when you see the truth, like you see children getting bombed, schools getting bombed, hospitals getting bombed, and everything, the whole city getting just destroyed, people getting killed, and they have no military or anything to support them, or nothing, no food, no water. So at this point, my silence is a crime. So I'm just calling you to please go back to your original resolution. It's an honor to be on the right side of history at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Try Google 7 again.
Right.
Hello,
Oh,
can you hear me?
yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm just calling to make a couple points. We do call for the original resolution again. And as the previous young lady perfectly said, silence is a crime. And any of our silence is a crime, especially when children and innocent people are being murdered by the Israeli government and United States taxpayer dollar bombs and the support of the United States government to Israel. And to the speaker, about 4 speakers ago, that said, oh, we feel bad for Palestinian lives, but we shouldn't agree on this resolution. We should vote no because it's going to have our community divided. How the hell is voting no on a ceasefire? All we're saying is stop killing children. We're not saying go lace up your boots, city members, and go fight Israeli army. We're saying stop the bombing with our taxpayer dollars. The least you can do is vote for a ceasefire when $300,000 from Ypsilanti goes to murder those innocent Palestinians. That's the least you can do. So screw the community and all that bullshit. We need a ceasefire now. And all we're asking for is stop killing innocent children and Palestinian women and men and elderly and everybody in Gaza and in the West Bank that have been occupied for 75 years. So when we have to sit here and try to justify that calling for a ceasefire to stop bombing, when we have to justify it and have to argue, this just shows you the evil world we live in and these evil Zionists that try to do anything to scare you city members and scare our government and scare our politicians and AIPAC paying off our prostitute politicians that accept any dollars just to murder as many people as possible just to get a blood money in their bank accounts. They don't care. And if you're going to go to your homes tonight.
Hello?
Are you still there?
Oh. Okay. Is there anyone? Okay.
Sadaf Shaukat.
Hello, everyone. I am calling for you to please reinstate the ceasefire resolution. I'm speaking to you as someone who lives here in Michigan, who made a deliberate choice here to live here in this community, to raise my family here. I want my children to know that they have a voice with their leaders and representatives. We have watched over the last 2 months as Gaza has been decimated, as homes, churches, hospitals, schools, and over 5,000 children have been killed and 1.7 million people have been displaced. But what adds to this devastation is that our leaders not just watch it and allow it to happen, but are justifying it and actively supporting it. So our city must do more than just express sympathy for the loss of lives. And I just wanted to briefly share 3 reasons why you should do this and reinstate your original resolution. The first is so you're on the right side of history. So when our children and our children's children ask us what we did to stop this genocide, we can tell them without shame that we did our best. And it's not hyperbolic to call this a genocide. We have a moral duty to oppose violence actively taking place. And the second is for the trust and credibility of your constituents. Almost 70% of Americans support a ceasefire. People here in Michigan have lost multiple family members. We want to know that you care about these families. The third one is to join the growing list of cities that have passed ceasefire resolutions, because you could be a model and inspire more cities to call for a stop to this senseless violence. We want you to join the rest of the world, be our voice, and reinstate the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So it is 11:55. We will need a motion to extend.
I move to extend the meeting to 2 a.m.
Oh, okay. Is there support?
Support.
Oh, God. All right. All in favor? So you say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Are we all set on Zoom, Aaron?
The only hands raised have all already spoken.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience? We're here. Please come. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd really like to say that yesterday I'm from Ann Arbor, and I was in an Ann Arbor City Council meeting. And at one point we felt like we were talking to pictures on the wall, not human beings. Compared to that, you guys have been listening. You guys have not been the pictures on the wall like the Ann Arbor City Council. And I see here like you have pride, diversity, and heritage. Take pride that with the original resolution, you are always on the right side of the history. And I see diversity here. Look at the diverse people who have been sitting and standing here for more than 5 hours. Do you really want to drag them more time? No, right? Respect their diversity. They have been asking for a ceasefire. And make it your heritage that this town of Ypsilanti will always be on the right side of the history. And it will call for a ceasefire, which is just stop shooting at an unarmed children and young women and elderly women, and that we are just asking for the guns to stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Feel like now everyone in the audience who has not spoken has spoken. So I'm gonna close public comment.
No new hands on Zoom.
Right.
I'm going to lower all hands. There's a second public comment at the end of the meeting.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. And so with that, we're gonna move to, we already extended, right? Yes. Okay, move to our consent agenda. Councilmember Tucson.
Yes, resolution number 2023-237 resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti as the following items be approved. Resolution number 2023-238 approving the minutes of the November 21st, 2023 city council meetings, and resolution number 2023-239 approving ordinance 1422 and ordinance entitled an ordinance to add a new division 9 to chapter 2 administration article, that's 7. Yeah, Article 7, Departments of the City of Ypsilanti Code of Ordinances to create the Department of Community Services, create the position of Director of Community Services, establish the functions of the department, provide for the prescription of departmental rules and regulations, second reading, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Yes. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Yes, as the motion carries.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Simmons, you have our first resolution. And you are able to choose which to read into the record. All right,
All right. Resolution in support for the congressional and worldwide calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of innocent civilians. Whereas the city of Ypsilanti advocates for the dignity and safety for all residents in every community, regardless of religion, race, or nationality. And whereas local community members have expressed fear due to rises in anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, racism against Palestinians, and repression of opposition, along with suffering from mental and emotional health issues due to a feeling of helplessness while witnessing a war and humanitarian crisis unfold. And we believe that these tensions will be subdued with a permanent ceasefire. And whereas we condemn the loss of innocent lives in Israel and Palestine, where over 1,000 people in Israel and an escalating number of more than 15,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed in a matter of weeks, of whom over 5,000 are children. And whereas we celebrate the release of some Israeli and Palestinian hostages and political prisoners, though we recognize that there are still children and women being held captive without being charged with any crime, not only in Gaza, but also in the West Bank. And whereas Gaza is still in dire humanitarian crisis that is getting worse with each passing day, with the only remaining hospitals running out of fuel and medical supplies, and over 1.5 million Palestinians facing displacement, homelessness, and starvation. And whereas international organizations like Amnesty International, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the U.S. Agency for International Development, the International Rescue Committee, and many others have made a call for a ceasefire in order to prevent the further loss of life of civilians and to be in accordance with international humanitarian law. And whereas, according to the United States Campaign for Palestinian Rights, Ypsilanti residents' federal taxes contribute $305,056 to Israel's weapons, which could instead fund, for example, 36 households with public housing for a year, 106 children receiving free or low-cost health care, 3 elementary school teachers, or cancel loan debt for 8 students. And whereas the federal government holds immense diplomatic power to save Israeli and Palestinian lives, and local governments play a role in our democracy to urge needed legislative and policy changes at all levels, now therefore be it resolved, the city of Ypsilanti urges the Michigan delegation, including Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, Senators Debbie Stabenow and Gary Peters, and Governor Gretchen Whitmer to support HRES 786, calling for an immediate de-escalation and permanent ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine, put forward by fellow Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib and others. And be it further resolved that we call for an end to funding wars and military activity across the globe so we can focus our shared resources on addressing issues experienced by our residents in Ypsilanti. And I so move.
It's been moved and supported. All right. Discussion from council. I guess my first question is just for more information on the $305,000 and like where that came from and where is that in our budget?
No, that's so it's from the site. It's not from our budget.
Right, not a line item, I mean, but like where the information came from, yeah.
Yeah, it came from the United States Campaign for Palestinian Rights.
Right. I guess.
And so you can go on, so they have a map where you can put where you live and it will calculate how much of the federal taxes from the residents of that area go, how much of that money is going in that way. And then it gives some examples of what could be funded. All of them are not listed here.
Got it. Thank you. So this is not like, so this is just our tax dollars, literally, when we pay our property taxes or the tax money that comes from the city, where it goes without our, we're not directing that.
Yes, it's not
I
the
just
city
wanted
of
to
Ypsilanti.
clarify
Yeah,
that
that's
we're not
the federal
directing
taxes
right.
of residents in this area.
Got it. All right. Yes, please.
All right. So just a few things. So part of my role as a representative is to be a vehicle through which the people can speak and to expand opportunities for people to speak for themselves. This resolution has and is doing that. I do see Ypsilanti as a model city. We are not in a place that shrinks into the background and the time for ceding power and resources to others is over. We have seen the consequences of what happens when that is the case. We are leading and there is a steep learning curve to reach where we are trying to go. But we have the ability to get there and appreciate all of you who will help us get there in the ways that you can. That doesn't mean every issue will always be exactly what you want. Democracy is about conflict and resolving said conflict. Sometimes that means compromise, and sometimes that means one group of ideas loses. My personal role in this space is to make sure that people who have been left out, dismissed, discouraged, disempowered, dispossessed, and oppressed aren't always on the losing side. Not anymore. The replacement resolution that I put forward is a compromise that came from listening and working alongside people who have been silenced, who are too afraid to put forth their own voice due to the harm and violence it may bring upon them. This includes Jews, Palestinians, Arabs, and Black women. When folks have been saying that this is not a role for us, besides my knowledge of understanding of democracy and things that I've learned back in my school days, recently I was just, this is a handbook for municipal officers from the Michigan Municipal League, which is, all local governments go through training, they do all these things, that their focus is on local government. And within this document here, it actually says pretty clearly that resolutions may be used to state the council's position, such as to support or oppose a piece of state or federal legislation. Stop. So when we say that local government is not a space, this is saying actually it is. And this is actually not from a progressive state organization. And so I think that that's important to say. The other thing that I think is important to say is how many people are tuning in just for this issue and speaking out. And this may be the first time or only time that they've tuned into council. And I think that that matters. We've been talking about divisiveness, that this is a divisive issue. I just want to name a couple of other divisive issues. Housing affordability is divisive in this city. Bike lanes and sidewalks are divisive in this city. Cannabis is divisive in this city. And so we have many issues that actually divide the community on really real things, and with really real resources. And so I think that's something that we need to keep in mind. Also, when George Floyd was murdered, that didn't happen here either, but across the country, people were speaking up for Black Lives Matter. And so to say that we can't speak on things, and also I didn't know exactly, many people on this council voted against the Ukraine invasion just last year. People have said, oh, well, why don't we speak on all wars? Well, I haven't been here for all of them. Previous councils in different places have actually put things forward for them. And while I'm here, and as long as residents ask me to, I will continue to put things forward here. We are also partisan. This is a partisan city council. And so I think that's important to also name. And we have unions who I know I was supported by unions. And so I will also support when they're supporting things. And this is something that unions are speaking up against. And also the votes speak for themselves. When the city, in relation to our neighbors in Ypsilanti Township and Ann Arbor, Pittsfield Township, when we look at, for instance, when people were voting for the governor, when Gretchen Whitmer was running against Abdul El-Sayed, Ypsilanti was the one place where Abdul El-Sayed won. When people had a choice between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, people chose Bernie Sanders. And so that's just to name that Ypsilanti as a city is actually more progressive than our neighbors. And so this kind of thing is actually in line. So again, when we're thinking about, what is the population saying? And I think tonight, this is now our third meeting where we've had people talking on this issue. And this was the one that had the most notice of all, because the last council meeting, people have said that the first resolution, it wasn't 2 hours ahead of the meeting. But even with that, the last meeting, it was added during the meeting that it was going to be rescinded. That was during the meeting. But this one was noticed very much. And we actually heard, I did keep count to a point. Most of the people actually were from here, specifically from Ypsilanti. And so I think that that's important. And the first night, a lot of the people were also from Ypsilanti as well. And so I think that that is important to note, again, like where people are, where the community is, and recognizing one of the things that's so difficult is it's hard in these situations not to be in a purely oppositional stance. As somebody said, right, we're thinking about harm and trauma that is generations deep. And also, we have to think about how we move forward. We're not going to move forward by holding on to past harms, and we're not going to do it by remaining silent. And I think that it is important for us to recognize that, when people talk about, there's the things, right, this for here, and what happens when we have gone through this and then we silence ourselves, how many other places become silenced as well. This resolution, there were a lot of things. I mean, to me, I know people were asking us to I can't, to add to renew the original resolution. And so I would definitely support that. And if if the rest of council would not support that, I think that this replacement is really a bare minimum, as it is a compromise. It takes in what a lot of people said, but still names ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of council, comments?
It's helpful, council. There were 95 public comments tonight.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
This is the third time that we've had this discussion in council. There have been lots of characterizations that were not accurate about council members for sure, but also our community. After the first meeting and during the second meeting, a lot of people showed up, and it's been construed that those people were not from Ypsilanti, but I saw more of my neighbors at the second meeting that I've seen here. And so that's just not true that those people were not from here. There are lots of people here tonight that aren't from Ypsilanti as well. And there were at the second meeting and there were at the first meeting. So let's get that straight. There were a lot of people from Ypsilanti at the second meeting. The outpouring of requests to me personally to rescind the first resolution came from Ypsilanti residents and came from a large number of people. And so when I voted for the first resolution, I voted on my personal beliefs. And then was confronted by a large number of my constituents that please refrain from speaking while I'm speaking. It's called grace.
I'll go back and forth. Please continue your comments.
And I honor my role as representing people in this community. And there are a lot of people here that showed up tonight to say that they wanted the first one reinstated. There were a lot of people that have contacted me personally saying that that was not acceptable. And I look at the thing before us, and there are parts of this that I don't find acceptable and would choose to remove. The question has been put, or the comments have been put, that people on this council are not humanitarian. They're not in favor of a ceasefire. I am totally in favor of a ceasefire. But there are things in this resolution and the first resolution that I can't support. So if this simply said, we the people of Ypsilanti support a ceasefire, an immediate and permanent ceasefire, I'd be all for that. But there are things in this that I would not support. So
Such as?
I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there other members of council who want to give comment? All right. Is there any further conversation about this resolution as presented? Just trying to give time. All right, seeing none. Clerk Smith, please call the roll.
To clarify, are we voting on the resolution that Councilmember Simmons read?
That she read into the record, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Tucson?
No.
Councilmember D Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
4 yeses, the resolution passes.
Councilmember Sweet, you have the next resolution, but I have to pass the gavel. I have to go to the rest. Sorry. Oh, I mean,
I'll pass it down.
yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry. Go ahead with your resolution.
Next resolution.
Yep. Resolution number 2023-240, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti agreed to a payment in lieu of taxes for Avalon, and whereas the city and Avalon have agreed that the city form a citizens ad hoc community benefits committee to discuss community benefits. And whereas the committee met 4 times over the past 6 months to negotiate a community development with the developer. And whereas a public hearing was held on November 7th, 2023 on the community benefits agreement. And now therefore be it resolved, the Ypsilanti City Council approved the community benefits agreement for 206 North Washington, and I so move.
Support.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you give us a presentation on this?
I do not have a presentation. I think we have already had it.
Here for questions.
But do you guys have any questions on the community benefits agreement that we have already presented on November 7th? We also have both Wendy and Michael here. I think we also have a few of the community members in attendance as well. I'm happy to go over it if you have questions.
Anyone have questions? Does anyone have comments?
Oh, I think the one thing that I saw that was asked was to add that there would be a prioritization for Ypsilanti residents. And I don't know, I feel like I remember that there was something like that in it, but
I'm getting down to it.
So I just want to make sure in case that wasn't the case, or that there was a reason that wasn't.
That it wasn't in there. So I believe that was, Michael, was there was a reason. We discussed this one. Feel free to.
I'm not sure where I should be
Up at the mic, yeah.
Hi, my name is Michael Apple. I work with Avalon Housing. It was discussed probably at least one of the meetings. With federal funds, it's often a challenge to have local preferences. It has to be built in very carefully because the money we're getting is from everybody. And I know that so we weren't sure it was doable, was part of the reason. We didn't get a full formal response from MISTA or the county or HUD for that matter, but indicated rather that in general with federal funds, it's not usual with the home funds we're getting and the tax credits.
And then the other piece was one of the things that was for an action for the city to do was to amend the Human Relations Commission. And so just to say that I know when this came forward that there have been some people who have raised concerns about doing that directly. And so I just want to note that that's going to definitely take I think further study to think about that, but that, just to say I definitely support us thinking about ways that we can have ongoing and focused attention on thinking about housing needs and trying to figure out where the best space for that is. And that I do see that there could be a role within the Human Relations Commission, but it's kind of tough to really think about that strategically or what that might mean, or even have conversations with people when we don't currently have a functioning Human Relations Commission. But that definitely makes sense to think about where something like that could sit. So thank you to the CBO ad hoc committee for volunteering your time and attention and working with Avalon and putting something forward that I think you all can be proud of. So thank you for all of that.
We're on discussion, I'm assuming. Okay. Further discussion from council? Councilmember Sweet.
Just real quick, say that there was a lot of thought and, put in by the citizen-led group, to echo what Councilmember Simmons said. Some of those folks, were in the room tonight and had a great presentation at our 2 meetings ago, about this. So, looking forward to the development. And it'd be great to have Avalon in the city.
Further comments from council? I'm sorry, I missed what was said previously, but I want to echo what Councilmember Sweet said, and also just again, thank the folks who are part of the committee for all of their hard work. And I'm just excited to see this project moving forward. Anything else? Anything? I'm sorry.
Nope, no. Okay. Nope, sounds good. And stand by. Hopefully we have an update soon from the Human Relations Commission. We're working on it. So
Right.
hopefully we'll have something in the new year.
Thank you. All right. If there's no further comment, discussion, Clerk Smith, you can call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
6 yeses, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. We are now at the discussion regarding the Ward 2 City Council seat. I'm gonna, Aaron, are you gonna talk to us about this, I think? Or
Yeah,
City Manager?
probably better.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Simmons did submit her resignation over the weekend effective December 31st. So per charter, that seat will need to be filled by the first meeting in February, which is 3 meetings after the vacancy occurs. We have the same process that we've used in the past ready to go. If just is that the way council wants us to go, this seat will have an election, a primary in August, and then a November general to fill the 2 remaining years of the term. So this would be a very temporary appointment.
The county has already been informed that it will be, as city manager said, August primary and November election.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, discussion from council about the Ward 2 seat.
So I guess I have a question. When she submitted her resignation, by any chance did she state if she would attend the meetings until December 31st?
She just said that she is resigning as of December 31st.
Yeah, that's okay.
Further discussion or comments about filling the seat? Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, I'm trying to like get my thoughts around this. And I mean that this is part of I think that this, she this we probably should have addressed this a while ago. Because it's been months really. And then I'm thinking how a person like can decide to resign. Is that primarily in order to keep us able to go through the process for appointment in the time?
I'm sorry, you said how a person can decide to resign.
Well, because I'm just wondering, like, so if she's not coming, she's not here tonight. We have one more meeting in December. If we're to expect that she's not going to come, then why isn't a resignation immediate? She's been, getting our paltry checks like the rest of us for months, and has come to, I think, maybe 2 meetings. One of which was a special meeting. And so I don't know. I'm thinking about like how this, you know, when we think about our charter, 3 consecutive unexcused absences, and I know that council had been excusing her, but we had no reason, and so now we're at a stage where if she's not here today, she didn't get excused last week or last meeting, and so if she doesn't come next, then she wouldn't be excused. So in that way, she would have already been termed off, you know, removed per our charter at that point. So, I mean, I don't know. I guess I'm just like stating my frustration. And, you know I asked about it directly and got no response a couple of months ago, and said that I was not going to, approve her absences. So anyhow, I don't have much more to say except for to tell the community, the public, please, let folks know the appointment process isn't great. You know, we are in the midst of another one. I don't know if this is like an all-time record of appointments. Like it's like every council over the past couple of years has been going through appointments after appointments. But I just want to extend for folks who are interested. I'm definitely happy to talk with folks and share my honest experience. And, for folks who are interested in the appointment for the short term and or for running, because I know it's a challenge to kind of step into a seat. And we also have people who are on here who could also talk about that experience too. So just to know to reach out and get some information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet.
I guess I had a question for city manager, maybe a clarification. If we go with the appointment process, which is what's prescribed, we have to wait to start that until the effective resignation date, or we can start it earlier?
It would be after the resignation date because the seat would not be vacated. So
After the first of the year, we had.
Yeah, so
could begin.
The plan is to bring the appointment process for approval at the 19th. Then it'll give a little bit extra time with the application over the holiday break. And then that will be brought to council to review, and then the same process. But you fill the resignation, or you fill the seat 3 meetings following the resignation. So we can't do it while the seat's filled.
I guess I just want to agree with most of the stuff that Councilmember Simmons said. I brought this subject up at the last meeting because many constituents questioned me about her absence. So like Councilmember Simmons said, we excused her, but we really did not know why. So I do think we need to put another policy in place when people are missing meetings. After reviewing the charter myself, I've seen that we could act on this. So I really want to apologize to the community, especially Ward 2, for allowing this to go on so long, but this is our attempt to rectify it.
And
Thank you.
I will note that the council is the judge of qualifications, but you would have to give the member notice and then provide a hearing for the removal.
For removal.
Because it's not just like immediate removal after you miss 3. There's a process that we have to follow by the charter as well. But I agree. Thank you. And I think my commentary is that I'm really not in the business of discussing people who are not there to defend themselves often, because everyone does not have full understanding of what the absences were about or why. I think that originally it was in good faith based on what we knew. And as we move forward, I think not necessarily in the email resignation, but things have been shared around Councilmember Simmons' decision to resign, and I can only lean on that. That was, shared out of her own mouth, not only to members of the community, but to media. And so she has resigned. I did question the December 31st date because I am also unaware if she will attend the next meeting, because I would prefer to move on this quickly if we could. And so maybe that, I don't know, maybe that may change. I'm not sure. Because we can't speak for her, so.
I do have a quick question. So what is normally the process? I know this is still a job, and if someone is missing, why is it that only some of the council knows why she's missing?
There's no rhyme or reason to that. There's no policy around that. It's that either it wasn't shared widely when folks thought maybe it was.
Because for me, I thought I heard, which I don't know if it's true or not, that she was missing council to attend a college course.
That could be true. I'm not in the business of speaking on someone else's behalf. There are other things that she has had going on that apparently have taken precedent. And so due to all of them, she has made this decision. And that's what was shared with us in the resignation.
Thank you.
No problem. Further discussion? All right, well, we will look for the process to be on the next agenda and move forward in the time frame that is allowed for us to do so. Okay. Next resolution, Mayor Pro Tem.
Resolution 2023-241, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the Michigan State Legislature's new maximum precinct population size is 4,999 voters, and whereas combining Ward 2 precincts 1 through 3 into Ward 2 precinct A creates a new precinct with 3,896 voters as of November 29th, 2023, and whereas combining Ward 3 precincts 2 through 3 into Ward 3 precinct B creates a new precinct with 3,774 voters as of November 29th, 2023, and whereas no voters polling location will change with the creation of these new precincts, and whereas having fewer precincts allows for more streamlining and efficiency, requires fewer election inspectors and less equipment, and helps keep the political party makeup of election inspectors at polling locations more balanced. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council permanently combines Ward 2 precincts 1 through 3 into Ward 2 precinct A, as well as combines Ward 3 precincts 2 through 3 into Ward 3 precinct B, and I so move.
Moved and supported. Presentation on this or anything?
I can speak briefly. So there's some numbers in your packet that show the 2022 numbers are going to be the most relevant because that is when people really had a choice between in-person and absentee. 2020, obviously, most people opted for absentee due to COVID. And prior to that, no reason absentee did not exist. So there wasn't a choice really. The reason that we're asking for this is it's basically stated in the resolution. This allows us to go from 10 precincts to 7. That allows us to require fewer election inspectors. It's particularly difficult to get Republicans for Ypsilanti polling locations, and we're supposed to have at least one at each location. So sometimes we can only find 7 or 8 people. So that would help a lot. It also saves us some money by requiring fewer people. As you can see from the numbers, combining the 3 in-person numbers for the 3 Ward 2 precincts does not result in a onerous number. I don't think it's going to result in longer lines or anything like that. Same for Ward 3. And those are November numbers. So February, August, May, they'd be much lower.
Thank you. I guess my first question, and this is just, so now they'd be named Ward 2 Precinct A, Ward 3 Precinct B, but that doesn't necessarily align with the names of the precincts in Ward 1 and because they will still be 1, 1, 1, 2. So is there any plan to
So
that?
the reason we chose these ones is because Ward 2 precincts 1 through 3 all vote at Estabrook Elementary School. That is the polling location for all 3 precincts. So condensing that down into 1 doesn't change anything substantively. It's still the same location and nobody has to go to a different spot. Ward 1 has 3 different polling locations. Similarly, the 2 for Ward 3 both vote at the same location as well. So just combining them, it's not a huge difference. It's maybe even a little easier because people are sometimes confused which precinct am I in, which line do I get in? This way, there's only one line at every spot.
So yeah, my question was more so like for Ward 1, could they be changed to A, B, and C so that everything's aligned the same way, so that when folks are, when people are looking at their cards, like there's not confusion around the numerals and then lettering.
Right.
As well, I know that probably may seem simple, but I think that could be confusing.
We could do that. We'd have to check with QVF, but when we went through the redistricting process, QVF did mention that the way the software is set up, that they would prefer letters instead of numbers. If we were to change the numbers now, we would have to send notices to every voter.
That's the thing, is combining these, we will have to send a notice to every voter, even though nothing's really changing.
Got it.
So if we did, like you said, change it to 1A, 1B, 1C, that's another giant.
Entire city getting a
Yeah.
notice.
Right.
Got it.
And the entire city getting a notice that nothing has changed.
Nothing. I get it. All right, I'm with it. I just, I think folks are very confused all the time about
think
what
that's
their precincts are. So
totally fair.
just trying to figure out ways, if we're changing it this way, maybe that would have been easier, but that's fine. No problem. Other discussion or comments from council? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
6 yeses, the motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have our next resolution.
Resolution number 2023-242, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the following resident be approved to the city of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Rex Ritchie, Ypsilanti 48198, Ypsilanti DDA. I so move.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Discussion from council. Any? Here you go.
I guess.
I
What?
thought he had some- Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I thought Councilmember King was about.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Councilmember Simmons, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I guess my question is just, I don't know, I know I didn't talk to Rex. Did any of you all like have a conversation with Rex? I know.
Yes, yeah, I was just trying to give you all time.
Oh, yeah. So I'm just interested because just based on what Mr. Jones Chance had mentioned. So yeah.
Let me go first. All right. So I did, I spoke to Mr. Ritchie and a couple other applicants from before this time. And the reason that I would say I'm supporting this is, number one, he was a previous member of the original, it wasn't called the DDA, it was just the Depot Town Association at the time. He's been a long time, I guess he owned property owner, and has shared his deep investment in Depot Town. And I know that what I've also heard while trying to understand balance in terms of voices at the table, there are members of Depot Town who feel like they lack representation at the table in terms of at the DDA. And Rex, to me, when I spoke to him, seemed really excited about being re-engaged and bringing a historical perspective to downtown Depot Town as a member of the DDA.
And then are there other members of the DDA that don't own storefronts and things? I don't know.
That don't own them? Yeah, yes, they don't own, yeah.
Or run businesses there, I guess.
There have been members of the DDA who don't reside in the city. There have been members of the DDA who are not owners or owner operators. There's been variation throughout the years in who represents on the DDA board. Did you have something you wanted? I know you had something you wanted to
Well, you
say.
kind of set up most of it.
Okay.
But yeah, there was an interest to seem like, as Mayor mentioned, the vacancy coming from a Depot Town representative per se, to have another representative of Depot Town. The DDA is very confusing, and the fact, right, that we have one entity that represents 3 separate business districts with separate needs A little unique compared to some other downtowns that have a central corridor. But yeah, that was, so we had a lengthy conversation about his interest in joining and why he wanted to. And he seems like he had a good reasoning behind why what his approach was going to be in regards to his role on the board.
Thank you. Any other discussion, questions? The floor is yours.
Just how many people out in the DDA right now are outside of the city of Ypsilanti? Does anybody know?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
You mean reside outside of the city?
Correct.
Okay.
There are a few.
There are some. I just don't know the number.
Well, because a lot of business owners don't live in the city, so.
Because I would say that would be my one hesitation. While I know it's hard getting people on the boards that are in the city of Ypsilanti, that is one of my hesitations.
On the roster list, I see 3 addresses that are outside the city.
And can you tell me how many people are on the DDA?
So currently 11 with 1 vacancy, it would be 12.
Do they not have, like, I know some of the other commissions like have a limit, but do they not have that the same kind of way?
It's set up by the statute. They can have between 7 and 12 members
Not in the city?
in the state. That's the option. So the DDA can determine how many seats they have. It's governed by statute. Really, the city council only approves who is on the board.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but they don't have like how some of the other commissions have like, oh, you can have so many non-residents or whatever.
The statute, it's much different than that.
Mhm.
It's business owners. You have to have 1 resident that just lives in the downtown. The qualifications are more varied than our other boards.
They're not created by us.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Right. Seeing none, Clerk Smith, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Sure.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
6 yeses, the motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons, you have our next resolution. Yes, our next resolution.
Let's see here. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas Ypsilanti City Council included $25,000 in our budget to support barrier busters for our residents. And whereas Barrier Busters is a group of 100+ social service agencies committed to approving services and responding to emergencies in Washtenaw County for Washtenaw County residents in need. And whereas the need to stabilize housing for our residents by preventing evictions and utility shutoffs continues to grow, now therefore be it resolved, the City of Ypsilanti will disperse the allocated funding to Barrier Busters for use with residents of the city. And I so move.
Moved and supported. I guess discussion. I mean, Councilmember Sweet,
This is just the allocation of the budgeted amount.
Correct.
we pulled everything out, and so.
Thank you.
No problem. Any questions or discussion about this? I feel like hopefully this is an easy win. All right. Seeing none, Clerk Smith, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember D Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes,
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
6 yeses, the motion carries.
thank you. Councilmember Sweet, you have our last resolution.
Resolution number 2023-244, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the Ypsilanti City Council will hold regular meetings at 7 p.m. in the City Council chambers located at 1 South Huron Street, Ypsilanti, Michigan, 48197 for the year 2024 on the following dates, and let the rest be read into the record. And I so move.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. My first question, do we have usually we have that one meeting break in the summer? That's not factored into this? I don't think.
That is not.
No, I did not put one on.
Friends, colleagues, can we agree to remove one of these dates in the summer so that we can have a little bit of a break? I also want to say, not saying that we need to do this, but other governing bodies get like a whole winter recess until January. We're not asking for that. We could. But at least a break in the summer would be nice to start. And so the requirements are that we have to meet within 30
You have to meet once a month.
once a month. But isn't there an amount of days that you can't go beyond?
No, that
Just
changed
once
in
a month?
2014, once a month.
Oh, all right. I've been all good. I don't even know. So once a month. So I think last year we removed an August meeting. If folks feel comfortable with that, I would support an amendment to give us a summer break. So either, well, you gotta give a date.
Can we amend to remove the August 13th?
The first one?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say the second
Okay.
one.
You guys say the next one?
Maybe we don't need to move in August at all. No, we have to meet once a month.
Once a month. Yeah.
I'm fine with the second one too.
August 27th.
27.
Do we need to look at the calendar to see if that's like some special day or something?
Every council meeting is a special.
Yes, it is, Evan. Yeah,
You know, I might say this 13th. I don't know. Because that's before school goes back.
For whatever it's worth, the 13th would be right after the primary.
Oh, we
Is that saying that we might want to break because of the primary or?
That's up to you.
You're
I
just
just want you to
giving
have
us
the information.
You're just,
all right, it's giving us information. So it's right after the primary. Keep that in mind.
yeah,
But okay, so at IPSI, the students go back in August.
yeah, we'll go, the students will probably go back that last week.
Does anybody go back after Labor Day anymore?
Not in this state.
Okay. All right.
So for that reason, even though originally I thought about the 27th, I might actually move it to the earlier date.
School goes back early in August?
No, like they'll have to be in school the last week.
Right. So I would, wouldn't you want to?
So that would mean that would be like the last chance to be doing anything with my child. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean,
I'm thinking of it the opposite way, that having the last meeting in August removed would give time to really focus on back to school. No?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't have a kid also, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I would personally like I said, like thinking about it that way, I would rather the first one to be open because it's more likely
to be able to do things.
We'd be more likely to like do whatever. I don't know.
Not a problem. All right.
You could just do that as a friendly amendment, but it does give you the longest period because it's July 16th all the way to August 27th.
All right, I'll take it. Can we get a friendly amendment to remove?
Oh wait, I can't.
Oh, you move this.
Yeah.
And then you.
I supported it. Yeah.
Are you all okay with a friendly amendment to remove August 13th?
Without a doubt.
Without the shadow of a doubt. Thank you.
Cross it off.
Just cross it off. Oh, you have, yeah.
I still have it.
All right.
Okay, here.
And then I have just a quick clarifying question
Mhm.
for January. Am I reading all of my messages and emails correctly to say that for January, we would have a meeting the 10th, the 17th, and the 24th?
You're just approving the regular meetings. There's gonna need to be a lot of special meetings in January. So we're gonna go 9th, 16th, and 23rd, and then we'll probably need to add another one for the city manager interviews as potentially 2. So January is gonna keep your January open.
Oh, don't plan to go anywhere.
Yeah.
Got it.
Where, sorry, just clarification. Where did those other January dates come from that you're looking at?
Well, because I was reading Andrew's email talking about our goal setting meeting.
Okay, okay.
And so there was the 2 that are regular scheduled, and then there was another one.
Okay, that
So
makes
it's
sense.
those 3 Tuesdays in a row, and then we're gonna need to put in additional days for the interviews.
Yep.
I remember
Maybe
years
we
ago,
take a
we
break in
just did it.
February too then?
I'm saying I would love to take one off in February. Okay, so the 9th, we'd have the 16th and the 23rd because of goal setting. and then potentially another because of the interviews.
Not potentially, definitely.
For sure, another one because the
Yeah.
interviews.
So
Okay, so
I would definitely
listen,
say one in February.
can we get a winter break?
Yeah.
Is that problematic? If we're moving another meeting.
Could we do the 21st? So that, because I feel like if anything spills over
21st of what?
of
what?
February.
The 20th is the date that we.
Wait, am I looking in
we
the
have a
wrong
meeting.
year? Hold on.
Yes, I think so. It's the February 6th and February 20th.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm sorry. I was looking in the wrong one.
Again, just to give information, that is 1 week before the presidential primary, and that is in the middle of the first ever early voting period.
So are you saying
So
the city would need us to be meeting because of that?
It's up to you.
All right.
I just don't know how to take that information, but
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
but it feels like it'll be hectic and we'll be having a lot of stuff going on. So
Be nice maybe not to have to build an agenda and do all that.
Mhm.
I say I can't make any motions, but
okay, I can
I
make
would
a,
love
I'll
to
make
get
a
rid of
mo-
the 20th.
yeah, I'd like to make a motion for February 20th for us to remove that meeting.
There's support. All right, let's discuss that one. Discussion on removing February 20th from our meeting cycle, only because we're gonna have like 5 meetings in January. Yeah. Or more.
So I definitely support as well.
Okay. All right. This is unprecedented. We've never done this before. Okay. Further discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
I would just, on that amendment or
Yeah, on the amendment. Are you saying no to speaking?
no, that amendment? I'm
Okay.
fine with the amendment.
All right, well then, can you call the roll on the amendment for February 20th? Oh, we could do a friendly too? Oh, okay. Friendly? Evan,
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
friendly?
Yes.
Can you cross?
Oh wait, oh, is it all on one thing?
Yeah, it's on the one sheet.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And everything
Yeah.
together.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna remove the motion and do a friendly for February 20th.
Mhm.
So that means when we're voting on a friendly amended resolution that would take out February 20th and August 13th from our 2024 meeting schedule. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you had something about the overall resolution you wanted to share?
Yeah, the first line is the Ypsilanti City Council will hold regular meetings at 7 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, I have gone through so many meetings and looking at the attendance of a colleague from Ward 2. There were lots of tardies because a lot of these meetings were set for 6 o'clock.
Mhm.
And I have a very hard time making 6 o'clock. And I know other people do as well. So I can appreciate that there are times that there need to be early meetings for presentations to accommodate speakers and things like that. But the sheer number of 6 o'clock meetings we've had in this past year are utterly ridiculous. Unless I would like to just state that.
Thank you. I would agree. The 6 o'clock meetings are very, very difficult to do. So I think that if we have to have a meeting that begins at 6 o'clock, hopefully we've exhausted options before moving it up. Being that all of us that are trying to get here. But I get that we have to do it sometimes. So I think that's okay if we have to do it, but not as much as we've been. All right. Thank you for that. Any other discussion on this? Clerk Smith, please call the roll.
Councilmember D. Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
6 yeses, the motion carries.
Thank you. All right, liaison reports, police advisory.
Yes, unfortunately, we haven't met in a little while, but Chairperson Walkoff has sent me 3 points to speak to as far as what YPAC has been doing recently. So Chairperson Walkoff and Vice Chair Muhammad attended a virtual presentation for the Ypsilanti Police Department with representatives from I'm probably gonna annihilate this name, but Versatterms community engagement platform. Sorry if I messed that up. and Spider Tech. This presentation provided an overview discussion in the deployment process. Spider monitors interactions that our community started. Secondly, YPAC is developing a police interaction survey for police encounters started by the police. Officers' cards will have a QR code for the survey. Third and last, YPAC Commissioners Anisimova, Mohammed, Humes, and Wolkoff attended police officer interviews. And the next meeting for the YPAC will be the 21st of this month. I hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you much. HRC.
HRC, I did not get to follow up. Katie, do we have an update? I know we talked earlier today, but I forgot to follow up before the meeting. Okay, so we are working on scheduling a meeting, hopefully in January. We have reached out and I believe Katie is gonna send something out this week.
Awesome. Thank you. Parks and Arts.
No update. Next meeting is the 18th.
All right. Sustainability.
No update.
HDC. Oh, we have to think about that. Planning Commission
No update.
and ZBA, assuming there is nothing. All right. Liaison.
They meet tomorrow.
They meet tomorrow if you would like to attend. Liaison report, SEMCOG,
No update.
Watts. Urban County is today. It's the 6th right now, so it's today. It's at noon. DDA. That meeting isn't for this month. Did it happen already this month?
It's coming up, but they're doing a
Yeah.
workshop.
Right. Okay, sorry. Rutherford Pool.
I haven't met and they've not meeting it.
Bicentennial.
250 years coming to a close.
All right. 200 years with a bang. Council proposed business. Councilmember King.
So first, I want to thank everyone that came out and voiced their concerns in person and via email these last few months for the war. As a council member, it's not my goal to make anyone feel unwanted. Supporting the ceasefire resolution does not mean we doesn't support the Jewish community. I do believe we should take a stance and acknowledge when people are suffering. Number 2, I want to say thank you to the clerk for adding the page numbers to the agenda.
You're welcome.
I received a phone call today regarding the speeding on Perry Street by Perry School. And I know residents want to see it being addressed a little more. They want to see it be safe for the students that are coming out, the parents, and the crossing guard. So I would love to talk about that. And lastly, Park Ridge Community Center is having a Christmas party on Saturday, December the 9th for senior citizens. It will be from 3 to 6 p.m. at 591 Armstrong. If you would like to attend, again, senior citizens, the requirement was over 60. If you would like to attend, please give me a call at 734-657-1030. That's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Simmons.
So there will be the 5th annual Christmas dinner on Saturday, December 23rd from 4 to 7 at the Freight House. It is a free community event. So for any community members that may be looking for a Christmas dinner, you are able to go to that. And I know it's hosted by a number of orgs, but I can't really read them right this second. And then also just to say that so I had a chance to go with Councilmember King to an MML training for new council members, where we got to learn about the roles and responsibilities, went in depth with FOIA, Open Meetings Act, and finance. And actually there were some things where we were just thinking about that when we do subcommittees or like working groups, that we should approach that a little differently because that he's the person who was did the trainings basically said, even if it's just two, right? Was it just two? Like anytime that there is deliberation, any deliberation that you actually should just go through it, like same noticing, same open public comment and all of that. And so, no, go ahead. I don't know about the role, but I think it was just that we would have to have like public comment for them. And I think I can hold, the only other thing, and I think, I mean, this might be just a conversation with the police chief, just around, I mean, some people talked about, I don't know what was happening out there today. But I had also had a resident who had talked about at the tree lighting and since that YPD escalated interactions with protesters there. And I wasn't there either, so I've not witnessed any of these things, but just saying that's something that I'd want to explore and just make sure that that's not something that's happening. So.
Was it more?
I'll hold the rest for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right, Councilmember Sweet.
Working with a couple staff members and the city attorney's office on bringing a sled library to Riverside Park for the winter season in addition with the Parks and Arts Commission. So I'll have more details to share at the upcoming council meeting about what's been going on there. And since we're into the holiday season now, I just wanted to give a thanks to the business owners, the DDA, and the library for all the holiday lighting and the tree lightings that have happened in the past couple weeks throughout the city. Depot Town looks amazing with the lighting and the trees this year, and I'm looking forward to what downtown is going to look like as well. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tucson.
Nothing at this time.
All right. I think when tonight started, I had things in my brain. The one I just wanted to lift that the Christmas dinner at this Freight House on the 23rd is hosted by Women and Men Working for Change. And this is something that they've done in prior years as well. And so I wanted to name the host organization for that event. City Manager?
So we kind of went over the dates for the goals and all that. We started interviewing for the city planner today. I've been taking place in a cybersecurity workforce simulator. We're strategizing on how to fill some of the holes in the clerk's office until we can solidify some positions there. So that's work in progress for February.
Thank you. Oh, okay. This is our second opportunity for public comment. Come on up, Amanda. Good evening, good morning, good night. I don't know. Hello.
Good morning. Couple things. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you for your service because it is after 1, you needed that 2 a.m. resolution. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for doing what you do. And especially to the staff who stick it out also, that's huge. Secondly, Councilmember Simmons mentioned the escalation outside. I did witness police shoving 2 people who were not doing anything to anybody else. So I did see that. I also witnessed a police officer run a red light as I was leaving the meeting last time I came here. So like we do need to do better. That's all.
Thank you. Mr. Tucson, welcome back.
No, I'm not getting to this mic.
All right.
I told y'all I'm not getting this mic. Plenty of people been up here. I don't know who jumped out of their mouth.
Then please.
I have to jump out that microphone.
You have no problem projecting, so please project.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
I was really impressed this week a young man called me. He says, hello. He says, this Mr. Tucson? I said, yes, it is. He said, my name is Jeremiah. He says, I hadn't seen you in 3 or 4 days. He said, probably a week and a half, I hadn't seen you. He said, I was just calling to check on you to make sure you were okay. That went deep with me. And I wish you council folks would take on a Jeremiah's attitude. When some of your council folks is not present, what you do? Get on the phone and call them and find out where they are or if you can help them, instead of trying to criticize them for not being here. Take on a Jeremiah attitude. Now, I just heard that they said that policemen were pushing people and disrespecting people. I was out there during the whole time, and I didn't see that. What I saw people not in compliance. They wouldn't comply. So what the police were doing, they was trying to make sure everything was safe and secure. Was nobody hurt by the policemen out there, because I watched it. See, and when I was out there, I saw how people was going against the police, and my adrenaline gets to pumping the same way my adrenaline gets to pumping when I see policemen going against people. So that statement is not true. And you guys, every one of you voted your conscience tonight on this thing. Y'all voted your conscience, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with voting your conscience. But I want you to remember one thing. Your hands, my hands, everybody's hands is too short to box with God. Educators a lot of times don't even believe in the Bible. They don't even read the Bible. But I want y'all to start reading it and see what the Bible says about Israel. Israel is protected. Israel has power, and Israel will always be there. I wish I had time to tell you all about it, but you wouldn't listen to me now, because you wouldn't believe it, because you don't read it. So what you need to do, and I saw another thing I saw tonight. Council, you all got disrespected tonight. Them people applaud. That shouldn't happen. Back in the day, that would not happen. It would not happen in this council chambers here. All that talking back and forth, that would not happen, because you got power. Y'all know you're beeping, but I'm gonna tell you what kind of power you got. You got power to take that apple and hit it and say,
your time is up.
Wait a minute. I seen other people talking as long as they wanted to talk.
Not true.
Yes, it is true too, because I'm back there. You didn't hear it, but I did. They knocking, but you had power. That just makes me sick. You're so divided.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Other members of the audience who would like to address council? Mr. Joe Sheds.
Come on, let's go home. I can't
Hello again, Brian.
Almost bit it. Hello. Oh, that's right. Just want to say, thanks for all the work you do again. And I know you had a little hump tonight, and I'm sure your inboxes will still be full tomorrow. But votes don't always go the way you want them to. So, and you guys have a lot of other things to consider that on this side of the dais we don't. And I just again want to reiterate that somebody out here knows that and actually appreciates it. On that note, I do also want to say that for those of you who are facing recalls, I think it is absolutely ridiculous, and I think it is despicable, especially considering that past city officials and past city staff are primarily behind some of it, and it's caused the loss of a colleague. So, at least in part, I would imagine. If there's anything that I can do to help you guys out, I will do it. You do not have to ask. And I just think it's a shame that people who used to sit where you're sitting are behaving in this way, or people who used to work for the city are behaving the way that they are behaving or have been. I think it's total nonsense. And I think the majority of citizens also feel the same way. So just want to be sure that you guys know you're seen. And that we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I actually have a question. I know, can we respond
At the end.
at the end?
At the
Okay,
end of public comment, then we can, yes.
okay, thanks.
You're the only one. All right. Anybody on Zoom who wants to talk to council?
Anybody on Zoom wants to make comments, please press the raise hand button. Google 7 Pixel Pro again.
Oh, okay. Good evening, Google 7 Pixel Pro.
Hello,
Hello.
can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one last comment real quick. Thank you for actually going through and passing the resolution, actually having a heart and being human. And another thing I want to say is the gentleman commenting about the cops having the right to be shoving people. People are protesting peacefully. We have not been violent or doing anything. Cops shouldn't be putting their hands on anybody protesting peacefully or practicing their constitutional rights. So I just wanted to say that. And thank you for passing the resolution. This is the least we can do. And to those who voted no, when you go home tonight, I hope you reflect and imagine your own family dying and being split into pieces. Because the ceasefire is the least we can do and call for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Alima Nawab.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. I just want to applaud you and thank you so much for taking the patience that you listened to everybody. I'm so sorry it's so late that I got on for another comment, but I am, while you guys are still talking about everything else we have to talk about, I was listening and I'm working on things that have to happen this week in our community on the same exact issue. So the community is working very hard about this, and we appreciate your time to just let everybody who came and showed up to give their voice deeply, very grateful, and the community feels it. So for all those that are going to send you emails that they're upset, please know that you have multiplied those that appreciate what you've done today, and you're on the right side of history. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else on Zoom who'd like to comment? Doesn't look like it.
Thank you. Then we'll close public comment. Councilmember King, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment because a lot of times, I think it was already said here tonight, that a lot of untruths are put out. I just want to address the comment that said we should reach out to council members. I just want to let the community know the council member, Jennifer Simmons, was reached out to personally, but she never responded. I do think we should keep the onus on people. If you're going to miss, before I was late, I immediately let you know. When I knew I was going to be late, Mayor Brown, I contacted you. So if the question came up, like, where is Councilmember King? Not only everybody else here would know, but the community as well. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I know for a fact, if it was me, I wouldn't be able to miss that many meetings. I know that. And one thing I wrote down that I did not share is also, I agree we need to have more order in our meetings. No matter what side, I agree. I feel like everybody should be respected. So I think we need more order so everybody is respected. So I think that's something we should work on.
Thank you. Anyone else have comments they want to give?
There is a hand on Zoom. I know you already closed public comment, but
We closed public comment, Aaron.
okay, it's up to you.
All right. Well, seeing none, the meeting is adjourned.
Before our 2 o'clock.
This is not a celebration.
My birthday.
Huh?
My birthday. 5/11 really, but yeah.
I was like, your birthday.
No.
I have to sign things here.